Board of Supervisors meeting to order, and would like to welcome everyone here in person and online also. And I'll ask which one of our supervisors are doing the invocation and pledge allegiance, but we're ready.
I'll do.
Okay.
Pledge allegiance. Let's pray. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Lord, just thanking you and praising you for all you do for us. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity that we have to come together today and conduct business of the county. Lord, we ask you that you look after the citizens of Franklin County and especially look after us in this perilous times that we're going through. Be with those that are affected physically and also the ones that are affected economically with this coronavirus, Lord. I pray that as a board that we will always seek to do your will and always look to you for wisdom, Father. As we go through the remainder of today's meeting, I pray that everything is said and done to be pleasing in your sight. In most holy and precious name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. I'll be back and let you know what I won't think of.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask if Mr. Ferguson could, if you don't mind, Sheriff's coming in, if you don't mind propping the door open somewhat. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone for public comment? If not, we'll go ahead to the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll need a motion to approve.
I make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Yes. Okay, we're approving our consent agenda. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes. And our first, Todd Daniel, resident engineer of VDOT, and we'll be on a teleconference, and it's your attachment number 2.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. As normal, I'll run through the maintenance update, and then I've got a brief update on the secondary 6-year plan after that. So in your attachments, you'll see many maintenance activities, especially what's upcoming. We are definitely in our maintenance season now, but recently we completed a pipe replacement on 116 Jewel Highway. It was quite a project. We had a contractor actually bore and jack a pipe under the road. We did complete a pipe replacement on Buck Scrape, and our primary and secondary mowing has begun and is ongoing. Some upcoming work, Route 760 Telegraph. We've got to complete some work that was started back as a result of, in 2018, of the hurricanes that came through. We've got to set some head walls on those pipes. We've got to do a slope repair on North Ridge. We've also, the head walls we've got to set on 6 Mile Post Road. That's also a result of the storms late 2018. And then we've got some work on Muddy Fork highlighted. One change that I need to note on page 1 is when we replace the pipe on Algoma, Route 740, we do plan to close the road because of the complexity in maintaining one lane of traffic and excavating that pipe. That pipe's fairly deep. There'll be about a 3-week closure. The detour is 3 to 4 miles long. We don't anticipate a lot of problems with the detour. That's one change we had to make. Moving on to page 2, Coles Creek, 643. If you remember, we recently completed a low water structure replacement on Pembroke. We're going to do similar work on Coles Creek and replace that low water structure. We'll also close Coles Creek when we do that, and it's noted about 5 weeks when we close it. We're close to completing. I don't know if the pavement marking is down, but if you've been through Westlake, you've seen some work going on, and we paved section 122 that was in definite need of paving, that begins at Scruggs Road and lands just short of, or just near Lost Mountain Road. So it's a short section, but through that primarily commercial area. So that work is complete, except for the pavement marking. I don't know about that. A little further north, we did a latex overlay, and we have gotten a few complaints about it. But the latex overlay started at the Bedford County line, the bridge over the lake, and it ended near the Bojangles there on 122. The latex it's not a pavement. It's coarser than a pavement, but it's a sealer. But I don't want to minimize it. It's a little more than just a sealer. But it is a preventative measure to extend the life of a plant mix. So we use those methods even on our interstate system. We put latex overlays. Like I said, we've got a few complaints because it's not as smooth as the plant mix overlay is just a little further south of there. But I think they at least got some temporary markings on that section, which is important. I don't know if we've got our permanent markings completed, but they should be soon. We've got several other maintenance overlay projects around the county that will be starting up over the next 60 days as well, 60 to 90 days, that are listed on here across our secondary system. I won't get into the land development permit data, but you can see those statistics. If you got a question, I can answer those. I'm gonna move over to page 3 and highlight a couple of projects at the bottom of page 3. Colonial Turnpike, as I mentioned last month, and you heard for a while now, we do have a successful contractor. We've awarded the project. We've held our pre-construction conference. The notice to proceed is planned for June 15th. That's a little bit longer or a little bit more delayed than normal, but the reason is we do have a time of year restriction that's in place on the Pig River, or for the Pig River, that the contractor has to comply with, so he can't do any of his work in and around the water until after June 15th. And that specific restriction is for the Roanoke River log perch. It actually extends to June 30th, but if we get started around June 15th, by the time he's ready to put a coffin down in the water, the restriction will be expired. So that's a little bit of a delay, but not long after we start work around June 15th, we'll begin to close the road. And we've recently done some sign improvements around the area to help the traffic as they use the detour. On Callaway Road, we still plan to do the superstructure replacement on the bridge that's right there adjacent to the Callaway Elementary School property. So that should begin, we're stating June 1st, it should begin early June. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's all the maintenance updates that I had planned, so I'll pause and ask for any questions.
Yes. Anyone have a question?
I have one question, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Todd. This is Lori Smith. With respect to the proposed roundabout at Hardy and 122, I know we're going to bid in December. What is the projected commencement of construction for that project if all the timelines stay intact?
It should be spring, early summer of 2021. Typically, we'll go to advertisement for 30 days. We'll receive bids. Of course, they'll open the bids. The parent low bidder will be contacted. There's some administrative work that has to take place. That is a 45 to 60 day process in general terms. And then the contractor can commence work. We don't have, we shouldn't have, that I know of, any restrictions similar to the log perch or any other endangered species that would affect us on the Hardy Road 122 intersection. So that should be able to get started 90 days, give or take, after the ad. Weather will play a part in that, so spring, very early summer.
Thanks, Todd.
I have one comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Todd, this is Ronald Mitchell. I spoke with Brian, and he's been very responsive. Want to commend him on that. He always takes my call and spends time talking to me. I had Kenny Ayers that owns Next Hall Trailer call me about New Plant Road and seeing if we could get some grade that bank back. Like if you pull up to Grassy Road on New Plant Road, to the left right there. I'm not sure if Brian has mentioned that to you yet or not, but we've had several accidents right there, and would like to look into cutting that bank back so people can see better the traffic coming down Grassy Hill Road.
All right, I made a note of that. That new plant, is that, forgive me, Mr. Mitchell, do you know the route number? I could look it up.
I'll look it up on my phone as we continue with the meeting. I'll let you know what it is here in a second.
That's fine, and don't worry, I can look it up as well. I made a note of new plants. And it's the way I'm saying, you put a grade and slope for sight distance, is that what they're talking about?
Yeah, it's Route 904.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, that's something we'll definitely, we can take a look at.
Thank you.
We've done some of that in the county. We did, a couple of projects, in fact, over the last year and a half. So we'll look at it and see if it's something we can do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm good.
Okay. Ms. Daniels, we thank you. And personally,
Mr. Chairman, if you would real quick, I need to do a quick update on the secondary six-year plan, if that's okay.
yes, sir.
Okay, real quick, last month, I mentioned the secondary six-year plan. Typically in May, we would be talking to you all about adoption in June of your annual secondary six-year plan update. It's a little different this year. The governor's budget amendment number 110 was actually approved in the by the legislature, and what that amendment stated was that our six-year plan, so the larger plan across the state, will remain in effect through June 30th of 2021. Typically, our Commonwealth Transportation Board, at their meeting in June, would adopt the updated six-year plan, and our secondary six-year plan is a part of that plan. That process has been delayed, so what that means to us locally is we do not have to adopt the secondary six-year plan in June. There will be no effect on the projects that are currently in the plan, and the money that comes forward July 1 of 2020, which is fiscal year 21, that money's still coming forward and will still progress as normal. It just delayed the action of adopting a new plan. So it is up to the board, up to the county, if you want to hold a public hearing, a work session, what have you. But we would suggest that we may delay that. What we don't know is what our allocation will be once we get through this pandemic and all these changes we're dealing with, and new revenue projections come out. Allocations could change, could fluctuate, and then if they do decrease, we'll have to manage that in our secondary six-year plan. So we don't know what's going to happen with our allocation. As I said, the projects that are in the plan today, we're moving forward with FY21, so there's no effect on that. The only effect of not adopting in June is it delays the allocation of the dollars in FY26, and we're not working on FY26 today. So I just wanted to briefly update the board and Mr. Whitlow, and once again, I'll leave you with the fact that it is up to the board on how we progress. I don't have to have a decision today or anything like that. It's just I put it out there to update you on where we are in our process. Yes, sir. That's all I have.
additional questions or questions that I can't answer relative to Smart Scale, but did want to give you a kind of a quick update on Smart Scale. This year, there was a requirement that the county submit pre-applications for potential projects for Smart Scale, and so as we've done every year, we have a lot of discussion with Todd and his staff about what are the important projects that we want to push forward through that grant cycle, which is Smart Scale. VDOT has this is a every other year program where localities are allowed to submit 4 applications for safety funding, basically to improve intersections, improve roadways. The county has been successful in getting funding for projects that we've submitted. So we really want to maximize the number of projects that we can submit and try to get funding back here to Franklin County for projects. So in your packet, there's a list of 7 intersections, 7 projects that we submitted in pre-application. We will have to cut one of those loose at some point before the deadline. We're only allowed to submit 4. We have requested each one of our PDCs to submit one on our behalf as well. So we're actually planning to submit 6 total projects for Smart Scale funding. So we did submit those by the April 15th deadline for the pre-application. Have until April 3rd to complete the applications, get all our cost estimates in order, and resolutions from this board and from the planning district commissions. Need to have all that completed by by August 3rd to submit for the final application deadline. So having said that, we will come back to you in June or July looking for you to pass a resolution with the 4 specific projects that we will be submitting and also supporting the 2 that are being submitted by the planning district commissions. For those of you that sit on one of those planning district commissions, you'll be seeing that come through as well, where those commissions will be asked to submit a resolution of support for those projects also. What we're in the process now of screening those projects and working with VDOT to kind of fine tune what those projects look like and what those costs will be. And so in the staff report in your packet, you'll see there's a couple modifications that are being proposed to some that we submitted pre-applications for. Really just wanted to fill you in on those changes, see if there were any concerns with us moving forward in that direction on those projects, and then working with VDOT to get those final plans and those final cost estimates for those projects. So just wanted to go through really just two projects in particular that we've kind of identified significant changes from what were proposed in the pre-application, and just see if anyone has any objection to us moving forward in that direction. The first one is NAF Road. So NAF Road and 220, that intersection, those of you familiar with that, it's almost at the Roanoke County line. It kind of lies in a curve there, a pretty sharp curve. And so the original proposal from VDOT's consultant was to create what's called an unsignalized green T, which would mean folks coming off of NAF Road going towards Roanoke would come into kind of a median crossing where they would then be directed into an acceleration lane, which would be extended on northbound 220 to allow them to merge back into traffic. There would also be a right turn and taper lane on 220 south to turn on the NAF Road. Currently, there is no turn lane there right now for people coming from Roanoke. And so the location and design staff at VDOT started taking a harder look at this intersection, and there was really a recommendation from them to kind of eliminate that left turn coming out of there. So the restriction that was recommended by VDOT would be to just completely remove the left turn to go north into Roanoke. We did talk to Mr. Thompson, Supervisor Thompson, and some of the businesses in that area who did not like that idea. They preferred that left turn be made available for folks to make that left turn for a variety of reasons, but they requested that change not be made, that left turn be maintained there. So we had additional conversations with VDOT, and VDOT did some more research on some of the safety issues at that intersection. And what we really found was that a lot of the safety issues, a lot of the accidents there weren't necessarily related to that left-hand turn. They were seemed to be more related to the curve itself. So what we've talked to VDOT about is leaving that left turn option there, leave it open. That will significantly reduce the cost of this project. That improvement of just that acceleration lane was $6 to $7 million just for that acceleration lane. The traffic counts making that left turn are about 60 vehicles a day, so it is not a lot of traffic. So I think staff and VDOT both feel that making that change to improve that acceleration lane doesn't really have a cost benefit that's going to score well. And I think we also feel like leaving that left turn option as it is will not create any additional problems. So staff's proposal is to basically leave that left turn the way it is, leave that acceleration alone, but we do want that right turn and right taper lane on 220 South as you come on to NAF Road. And so I had a conversation with the owner of Metwood the other day, and he said actually that is the bigger problem at that intersection, is being able to make that turn, because if you've come from Roanoke that way, you know cars are moving at a pretty good speed coming through there, and there's no way for those folks to get off and make that right turn. So looking at some of the accidents we did see were there were some accidents related to that as well. So we would propose leave that left turn as it is, put in the turn lanes on 220 South. But in addition, VDOT is studying the potential of adding some additional shoulders on 220 northbound as you come through that curve. Also looking at some high friction pavement options, because I think several of the accidents were in rainy weather, and as you came around that curve, people were slipping through that curve. So that's something that Todd might share more about this, but something that I think we'll look at as part of Smart Scale, but it could be something that maintenance dollars could help with as well, to kind of look at that and see if that's one of the problems. We can try to fix that. The other option we've discussed is potentially maintaining a 45 mile speed limit through that curve. So as you come out of if you come through Boone's Mill, it's 45 miles an hour, but as you get out of Boone's Mill, it turns to 55, and then you're going right into that curve. Seems like it would make sense to maintain that 45 mile an hour speed limit, at least to the Roanoke County line. So people are a little more cautious going through that curve, because I think what's happening is people are coming out of Boone's Mill, seeing 55, hitting the gas, starting to go a little bit faster, and then all of a sudden you're in that curve, especially people that aren't familiar with that curve. So big change there to this project, to NAF Road, if everyone concurs, would be to eliminate the improvements on that acceleration lane, but keep that left turn lane option there to go to Roanoke. And again, that significantly reduces the cost of the project, which in my mind will help us score better, which gives us a better likelihood of getting funded for the project. So I haven't had a chance to talk to Supervisor Thompson about not doing those improvements to the acceleration lane, but I think the message I got, and I think Chris maybe had a conversation with him as well, is that there was a lot of concern about closing that left out of there. So that's the proposal that we would put before you, and I don't necessarily need a vote, but I think just a consensus for staff to move forward in that direction with VDOT would be helpful. Then VDOT can put those plans together, put those cost estimates together, and we'll come back to you in June or July looking for a blessing at that point through a resolution to formally submit those projects Smart Scale. Todd, any comments on this one before I move on to Henry Road?
No, I think that's good.
Okay. Henry Road was another one where after the location and design folks from VDOT looked at it, they had a few more ideas. Again, this one at Henry Road and 220, if you're familiar with that area at all, as you're coming northbound, there's a real sharp curve there. There's signs, flashing signs there to let you know there's a sharp curve ahead. So we've seen a number of accidents there, trucks turn over and so forth. Plus, Henry Road is also kind of an intersection that is used by boat traffic and camper traffic going over to Philpott Lake. And so we saw this as an intersection that could use some improvement. I think the ideal solution would be to completely straighten out that curve, but that's a pretty cost heavy endeavor. So what was originally proposed was, again, one of these unsignalized green T's where you come out and you make that left turn, but it kind of forces you into an acceleration lane, and then you increase your speed that way. The location and design folks looked at it and said, well, I think we can actually straighten this curve out a little bit and not really need to impact that there's an adjacent house there that's close by, not have to take that property, but pretty much do it within the existing right-of-way. And they feel like that will really help that situation there. And I agree. I think straightening out that curve will kind of help this situation. So that is what VDOT has kind of recommended we consider as a modification to that project, and your staff would support that. And unless there's any objection to that, we will proceed with kind of the sketch that you see in your packet there, showing all that green area, kind of showing how they're straightening out that curve. Those are really the two main changes to the pre-applications. There's a couple of minor changes that are discussed in your report, but I'll be happy to answer any other questions. And then, again, I don't know that we need a formal motion, but if we just had consensus to move forward with VDOT's recommended modifications, that's the direction we'll go, and we'll come back to you in another month or two with seeking a formal resolution at that point.
Will you bring back 7 or 6?
At that point, we'll have to come back with 6, 4 by the county, and then 1 from each PDC. So the Commonwealth Transportation Board has put a limit on 4. So we could submit 5 pre-applications, but when it comes to the final application, we have to limit it to 4. And so at this point, I don't know, since we don't have all the cost estimates and so forth yet, staff doesn't have a recommendation on which one I think we're going to cut. If I had to guess right now, I'd say it's probably the Harmony School Road one. It's probably going to be the one that probably going to be least likely to score well. That's kind of how we're going to look at when it comes down to it, is which ones have the best chance of getting funded. I think some of the data I've seen at Harmony School Road, I don't know that it's significant enough to warrant us scoring as well as we'd like to. So, but again, I don't know that for sure. That's just some of the preliminary looks. Looks like that one might be the I don't know how to state it, the least least valuable, or the one that would score the lowest out of them. So as we continue to vet that, we'll come back and let you know which one we think we would recommend.
So we'll come back with 4, and the PDCs will come back with 2.
Correct. So right now, I think we're pretty locked in with the PDC ones. Roanoke Valley Planning District Commission is going to submit the NAF Road project. And then the West Piedmont will submit the Iron Ridge Road and 220 project. And so they've already submitted the pre-applications, and we'll be looking for them to submit the final applications for those.
So West Piedmont has already picked one.
They have. That's the Iron Ridge and 220. And so with the PDCs, they can submit on behalf of localities. However, when they submit projects, they're competing statewide for funding. When we submit applications, we're competing district-wide and statewide. So I guess in a nutshell, we have a little bit better chance of getting money because we're just competing with folks in our district. The PDC projects are a lot more competitive, and they're competing with statewide. And that's one of the reasons with the NAF Road project, if we can cut that cost down, it's going to give us a lot more potential of scoring and getting funded through the PDC application.
Thank you. That's real good information. Thank you.
So it's, I think we've got really good projects, and I feel good that most all of them will score very well. Our VDOT staff has been super helpful in kind of helping us vet all the different projects and making sure we have good projects, and I think that's a big reason we've been successful in the past as well. So kudos to Todd and his staff, since Todd's still on the line.
Okay. So everyone agreeing with his presentation that we,
I have a question for him.
Yes, sir.
I agree with the presentation. You said you're gonna lower the speed limit coming out of Boone's Mill heading to Roanoke?
That's one of the things we discussed to look at to help with some of the accidents that are happening in that curve. Right now, when you come through Boone's Mill, the speed limit goes back up right before the curve. So one of the thoughts was maybe we should keep it 45 basically till you get through the curve and then raise it back up to 55.
I
And
tell
that-
you, from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, that's anybody's game. I mean, I've run that road several times, and
they're probably going
70.
70.
yeah, 70, but I understand, and maybe it'll work. I hope so.
And that's something, Todd, maybe you can shed a little more light on that, but that's something I think VDOT will take a look at and study and see if it meets the criteria and the qualifications to do that. But that's one of the things we talked about that may help
Well, I think
help some of the accidents that are happening through there.
Another thing to take consideration right there is that bus stop. Just about time you get ready to run out of 45, there's a bus stop right there. For you leave Boone's Mill.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a lot of problem with people not stopping for that bus.
Okay.
A lot of people think because it's 4 lane, I can keep going. If you don't have a barrier, then you got to stop.
Right.
And I think that would probably help if people knew that was lowered also. I mean, that's just food for thought, because it is a big concern. When I come through there in the mornings, that they have a hard time getting people to stop for the kids right there at that bus stop going out of Boone Hill heading to Roanoke.
On the northbound side?
Heading to Roanoke, yeah. Not much on north and south. All I know is I'm going that direction.
Going towards Roanoke?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of a tricky curve for those of you that travel
it is.
that a
Like
lot.
I said, there's also a bus stop right in there. That's pretty tricky.
Okay. But nothing been decided on that, but that was one of the ideas was, maybe if you keep the speed at 45, that might help, especially people that don't travel it every day. It might help them to kind of keep their speed a little lower. Maybe instead of going 70, they're going 50, have the speed limit at 45. So, but that's yet to be determined. That's VDOT will take a look at that.
Mr. Chairman, I have one quick question, if
yes,
I may.
ma'am.
Steve, with respect to the other 2 projects in Gills Creek, with the exception of Harmony School, I noticed that roundabouts are in the pre-screening application. Is that a proposed remedy? Will signalized intersections be considered as well?
For the application, no, it's going to be the roundabout is going to be the
Okay.
option of choice.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And I think, again, Todd maybe can talk to that more, but I think at the state level at VDOT and the Commonwealth Transportation Board, trying to avoid signalized intersections as much as possible and trying to find alternatives to those signalized intersections.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you would note that we agree to make changes to the smart scale. Yes, consensus.
Thank you. And I'll share with Mr. Thompson as well and get any additional feedback that he might have relative to the kind of the modified solution that we've come up with. But I think from what I gathered from him and the conversations he's had, as long as that left open, I think him and some of his citizens will be happy with that.
Okay, thank you. And you want to continue with your second item?
Yes, sir. And I'll actually start, I guess, by questioning if you want to go into this again. I think last time we had started this discussion, but it was Mr. Thompson who was not available that day and requested it be tabled until he could be here. Not here again. I guess I'm at the pleasure of the board as far as, are we tabling it again, or do we want to have the discussion again for the sake of time? I guess I'll ask that question up front.
Well, I think since his request was he'd like to be here, I think I'd continue on his request.
I have not spoken to him about it, and I don't know if he's.
I spoke to him this morning, and he was on the way to Roanoke. His wife is very ill. And he's in a tough situation.
I understand.
But we will, if the board's okay with it, we can carry it over. Because I don't guess there's anything, we're going back to that tonight, I believe, so.
We did, at the last meeting, you did approve the public hearing for this evening on the registry and some of the other changes. So that is moving forward, and that will move forward tonight for you. But yeah, this item, yeah, we haven't really taken any action on these items yet. And again, whatever the board wants to do is okay with me.
If it will, we'll just carry it over till tonight.
Well, the last month we had talked about, we were just going to talk about stuff so that we could be able to, now what would be the June meeting, actually have something to discuss in the June meeting. We're not necessarily voting or moving forward with anything. We're having a discussion on what we want to talk about in the June meeting, correct?
Well, I think that's kind of where we went last month, but then in the end, it was decided, no, we're not proposing anything until we can have the full board here to discuss it.
Well,
At least that was my understanding.
the recommendation, if things were to proceed accordingly, is to refer these matters to the Planning Commission, correct?
Well, if there's changes that are decided, then to refer those to the Planning Commission for
So
further.
we're still going through a cycle before this would come up for a formal vote and public hearing.
Correct, yeah.
So
Yeah,
I-
whatever
yeah.
you decide to change would have to go to the Planning Commission and go through
Yeah,
that.
so I see no reason not to move ahead with it because Mr. Thompson will be hopefully here, when we start looking at the real considerations, potential amendments and so forth. It'll help us to get a little further down the road, perhaps.
Well, what do you do in case Mr. Thompson's not here the next time?
Proceed.
Well, it's our duty to address these things as the
Yeah.
board. I mean, we can't just
Oh,
keep
no.
putting it off and putting it off, right,
Yeah,
Steve?
Yeah.
we would have to proceed,
Totally.
yes.
Yeah, we've got to get it done eventually.
Totally up to the board, so, I'll do whatever you guys direct me to do, so.
All right, under number 2 and item number 4, do we just want to leave that and discuss it tonight? Because we do have a public hearing.
Well, the public hearing is specifically on the registry and
Separate
some of
item,
the
okay.
safety changes that we proposed last month. So I'd say if you don't discuss it now, it'll probably carry over to next month's meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do you need a motion to move forward to have discussion on this so we can actually have a formal discussion at the June meeting?
At the June meeting,
No, I'm not.
Today.
I'm talking about let's have a discussion on what we want to talk about in the June meeting. We're not necessarily voting on anything.
there's no problem with us having a discussion.
But to refer it to the Planning Commission?
Refer it to the Planning Commission so we can move forward with whatever changes we want to make, and then we can vote on them in the June meeting. Right?
I don't think that's a problem.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
we will have discussion at the June meeting before we vote.
Okay.
And the thing is, the Planning Commission will weigh in, will have the benefit of their deliberation over these, if Mr. Thompson can be with us. So I think I'm very comfortable referring these matters collectively to the Planning Commission. If you're making a motion, Mr. Mitchell, I
Yes.
will second that.
Now, we're looking at the 2 items that's in our agenda today, sending that on to the Planning Commission. It says some additional proposal have been discussed by some planning commission and members as listed below. So they have 2 items there that already they would like to go to the Planning Commission.
Aren't there 6 there, Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am?
Aren't there 6 matters? Maybe I'm looking, those are the additional
yes.
proposals.
Those are the ones we kind of addressed last month.
Right.
I
Right.
think the main things that we discussed a little bit last time, and we've discussed a few times, but never really come to conclusion on, was whether or not to require special use permit for all short-term rentals. Whether we want to have a lot size minimum for short-term rentals, and just throwing out a number, but 1 acre, say a 1 acre minimum lot size to be able to do a short-term rental, and then setback requirement between dwelling units. So again, the idea was maybe a 200-foot separation minimum between dwellings. If your house was closer than 200 feet to your neighbors, you couldn't do a short-term rental. So those are kind of the three main things that we had talked about before for consideration, but never made any decision, and the board never took any formal action to do anything on those three.
Well, what we're supposed to have done is have a discussion if Mr. Thompson had been here about it.
Right, so we discussed it a lot last month, but ended up that we said, wait till next month.
Right.
So Mr. Thompson can be here, and so we really didn't take action on those, but we can refer those items to the commission for them to kind of come up with a proposal and bring that back to the board. We can discuss it here more, and you guys can direct the planning commission what you want to do, or we can hold it over till next month.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I don't have a problem with us discussing this, but I think it's apparent that Mr. Thompson have a voice in this because he represents a district that touches the lake, and a lot of this applies to his district more so than my district. That's my concern, is we're not hearing his voice. He's not here to represent his constituents.
That's also my concerns. I wouldn't want to step on his toes, and I want nobody to step on my toes. So I think you have something that has to do with your district, then I think you need to be here if possible. And I think he's got a good reason for not being here. His wife's in real bad shape, which I pray she'll get better, don't get me wrong. But I think he needs to be here to hear any type of discussion because it affects his district just as much as it does mine and anybody else's.
Okay, any more comments?
If we send it to the planning board, they're going to come back with the proposal or whatever for us to vote on, but it still sort of leaves him out of the initial process in my.
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend that if you're sending something to the commission, try to be specific about, well, because they may send something back that's not what you expected.
And then we're going to be back to square one.
So if you're going to recommend something to them, I would want to have some specificity to it for them to consider. So I guess an option too is you hold it over till June, and if he's not here, then you're all in agreement that you will have the discussion at that point.
I'll ask for
Again, I'm totally up to whatever the board's pleasure is.
I'll ask for consensus of the board with the understanding that this comes back in June and it will be discussed in June.
I believe I have a motion on the floor to move forward with it today.
Yes, sir. We have a motion that we look at this today. We don't have to have a second. Do we have one? Okay. All in favor of looking at this today, say aye.
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 Okay. And not looking at it today, bringing it back in June with the understanding that it will be done in June. In favor of this. So we will look at this in June and we'll discuss it and make a motion or whatever we need to do for June.
Mr. Chairman, for clarity purposes for the minutes, for the clerk, I think the motion, possibly a second, was to refer this to the Planning Commission, discuss today, and then refer to the Planning Commission. I think that vote was taken 3 in favor, but I don't know, and 3 opposed. So I guess that motion failed on a 3-3. I'm looking at our attorney and our clerk. So is that get confirmation just to get clarity for the minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so then the next point being, if this is brought back next month, I think clarity consensus that it would be brought back, tabled to next month. And then I don't know if that needs a motion or.
Just to clear, I mean, I'm okay with the planning and zoning coming back with stuff first so that Mr. Thompson, I don't want to silence Mr. Thompson. That's not what I'm trying to do. It's just we keep, if we keep putting this, I may not be here in June. Then what are you going to do when, I'm advocating for the stricter rules on short-term rentals? So, there's a good chance I may not be here. You never know. So all I'm asking is that we were to put it forward to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then whatever they would present, all 7 of us could have a discussion on in June. And if we don't like what the Planning and Zoning comes back with, then we can change it then and have the discussion, right? So we don't have to be specific with the Planning and Zoning now. Let them do their job. Let them bring us something back. We don't like it, we can change it then, which would allow Mr. Thompson to have his voice heard.
Right. The only thing I would add there is where I think the planning commission is to leave things the way they are. So was my point earlier, is if you have specific things you want them to recommend back to you, I think you need to specifically tell them what those things are. We want you to come up with a lot size requirement. We want you to come up with a setback requirement. And like that. Not necessarily the number, but at least say, we want you to come back with something for us to consider. That was kind of my point, because I think left to its own volition, the commission seems in the past to have settled out, just leave it alone, leave the regulations the way they are. So that's likely the recommendation you might get again. Does that make sense? I think they need a little direction from the board as far as what you want them to kind of or recommend, if that's the direction you're going. So,
I just feel that in these in neighborhoods, and it's just not specific to the lake, it's anywhere. If I lived in a neighborhood, I would not want somebody different moving in every week. I wouldn't want that no matter where I live in this county. It doesn't have to be, we're not just talking about the lake. I think people have the right to know who's living next door to them. And that's how I feel about it. And, we're just going to keep pushing on. It's still up to us to conduct the business of the county. And I think we need to have some discussion, but it's 3-3, so motion's turned down. So we might as well move on.
Thank you.
what I heard was it'll come back in June and it will be discussed in June.
And,
kind of what I heard. Is that correct?
yeah. And, if individuals, if we need to discuss it with each other, it's good. We can work on it. Thank you. Okay. And Brian Carter. Mr. Carter?
Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Carter's coming forward, I'd like to welcome everyone again tuning in on our virtual live stream today, and certainly by phone. And just a reminder, if anyone is tuned in by phone, to please mute your phones as to not interfere and provide any feedback to our audio system today. So if everyone's hearing me on the phone out there, if you can mute your phones, that would be great.
Mr. Chairman?
You got
Members
good
of the board?
news?
Yes, sir.
You got good news?
Usually people don't come to the finance director for good news. But it's not all bad news.
That's good.
We did see some expected results in April collections or April financial activity that I guess March financial activity that were collected in April. So, but some areas not as bad as we thought they might be. So there is some positivity to it. So on the report, similar to what you are typically used to seeing, the general fund overall for April 30th. This point in the year, 10 months out of the fiscal year, we'd be looking at about 83.3% of the budget. So on the revenue side, pretty much within reasonable realm of variation. All of our revenues are meeting that budget threshold. So nothing significantly below that we would be concerned about of a large dollar value. On the expenditure side, for the most part, we're within that 83% range. General financial administration is still up. That really has to do with the reassessment. And then health and welfare is also up at 88.3%. Social services and CSA, same drivers that we've talked about previously. Overall, no major concerns on what is shaping up overall in the general fund. Just to graphically show that to you, so we see a little rebound, it's dipped a little bit in March, up in April. That's just the timing of collection in some of these items. Show you a little bit further breakdown on the revenues by our categories and compared to the same time prior year. So the yellow bar is the current year, the green line is the prior year, this point in April. So you can see our property taxes are up a little bit. That would include the personal property, so that's nearly $1 million in Mountain Valley Pipeline. That's part of that number. That's the largest driver in that increase over last year. Other local taxes is down a little bit compared to the same time. That's going to be your sales taxes that we anticipated would be reducing. State revenue is actually up. That's timing usually of revenue and reimbursements. No particular program driving that. So break down a little further on property taxes. So for real estate, where collections through April are $142,000 over the same point in time prior year. That's about a 0.4% increase, which is what we expect. Again, about 0.5% is our budget growth, our new construction growth in real estate every year outside of a reassessment year. Percent of budget is 99.69%. We do get, as you can see from January forward, small amounts of collections, the remaining during the fiscal year. I'd like to be a little bit closer to 100 at this point in the year, 100%. See, we're a little behind where we were this point last year. It's not a major concern. I think some of that's been driven by the offices in the building were shut down. So some people who may come and pay their taxes, they just haven't made that effort at this point. So that should probably even out by June. So for personal property tax, you can see an 11.6% increase, or $1.3 million. That does include the $880,000, $900,000 from the pipeline one time. If you take that out to get a truer picture, it's about a 3.5% growth, or about $380,000, which is standard, or 3 to 4%, even 5% in a great year for personal property. So trends are still okay with property taxes. Spend a little more time in these monthly taxes as we have April collections, which had the March financial activity. And so half of the month basically was when the shutdown started. So for sales tax, we did see a reduction. It has been the case throughout the year. We had a really high year last year. So it's down about $181,000 at this point, through this point from compared to last year. It's about 3.8%. That is about 2% down from the April collections in 2019. So sales tax, that would be February activity. So sales tax, remember, cycles through the state, so that's 2 months behind. This is really not impacted by the shutdown, what we're seeing and collected in April. So it was down about 2% compared to April last year, which is overall what we have seen in general activity from the spike in the 2019 sales tax. We're still ahead of budget. We're at 89.8% of budget. We should be at least at 83%. Sales tax collections are still in shape for us. Meals tax, much smaller percent of our budget than sales tax. It's an increase of overall for a year to date of 13.7%, or $120,000. It is down for April collections of 23.3%. So we're starting to see the impact of the activity, because this would be the impact from the March shutdowns, which is about where we anticipated. We anticipated 25% on meals tax for overall for next fiscal year in our modified budget proposal. So if it drops a little bit or stays the same, that's a good measure. Hopefully the economy picks back up. We rebound beyond 25% reduction. But I think the first quarter of the fiscal year is going to be a little bit sluggish on that. And similar in occupancy, or our lodging tax, so it's up 12% year over year, $12,859. It's down about 30.7% from 2019 elections. We anticipated a 50% reduction modified budget that we at the last work session. So again, Not as bad as it could be. It's only half a month, though, of activity, really. That's why I think the May collections for the April activity is going to be a better indicator for us as to how close we're starting to trend revenue projections for budget and. So for expenditures, again, we had it's just cycle of things. If you see there's a spike in March, it dropped a little low compared to the trend line in April. I think that really just has to do with some of these things cycled through the timing. It's not a big concern for us. Overall, in the trend line, we're even with last year, slight inflationary factor. You can see the major categories, again, pretty much even with last year. We know there's an increase in public safety that has to do with regional jail per diem and population. A little bit in debt service, but for the most part, that's the bigger item, in addition to just general inflationary pressures. Same thing in health and welfare, social services, CSA are still increasing. Real driver through the month of April is the social services programs. And again, that's your kind of your TANF, your food stamps, your foster care programs. Those are the things that we get heavily reimbursed from the state through the federal government. It's not a direct gross expense to the county. There is an impact, a small match really on the side, but from a budgetary perspective, it does drive our expenses. CSA is down a little bit year over year. That's mainly going to be timing. The reason for that is when the school shut down for about the middle of March, per the governor's orders, we had a delay in private day. That has since been worked out with our CPMT and our billing. That's still being caught up as we get amended IEPs or individual education plans for our students in private day. I think that'll probably tick back up and even out when we get to subsequent months. Fund balance has not changed. We are still at about $2 million above our 20% policy minimum for the year. All of this, of course, varies on how we end up finishing the fiscal year. If we can break even, that would be about the same. If we have a loss, that's going to net that $2 million number down on fiscal year, the current activity. A little bit of an economic update, national again, and then we'll hit some state. Looking at what we've, at least me personally, like to see is an update from Wells Fargo that has been weekly. This actually is a couple of weeks ago. They are recording a GDP, gross domestic product, overall indicator of economic activity in the nation, a decline of 4.8% in the first quarter, that March 31st. They are forecasting a decline of 22.1% in the second quarter that will end in 30th. That is a little bit lower. Last month we were thinking 25, 26%, so it's trending a little better. The other thing is the Wells Fargo is expecting a rebound to happen in the third quarter of 2020 and not the fourth quarter. So they've lessened a little bit of the extent of the decline for the second quarter, and they've increased, when I say increase, maybe 0.5% or something, but the climb out starting in the third quarter. So a little bit more positive than we had as we start to see the reopening of the economy. One thing I wanted to point out, the forecasted GDP overall for the calendar year 2020 is a minus 3.9% and a contraction. And then they're forecasting in calendar year 2021 a 1.7% increase. So what that means is we're likely into calendar year 2022 before we fully recover GDP standpoint at the national level for the losses that have been incurred this year with response to the coronavirus. For our state revenue collections, the April collections was individual income taxes fell about 0.4%, and so did sales taxes. It's really a difficult measure because the state kind of delayed the collection date on some of that, extended it to June. So we won't really know the impact probably to at least the June collections, but realistically, I think it's going to fire off. Having said that, though, that they are dropping, and 87% of the state's budget pretty much comes from income and sales taxes. So their budget is much more variable than at least our budget from a county perspective, on property taxes mostly, much more stable than income and sales taxes. So what that means is if the state budget takes a hit, eventually, more than likely, our budget from the state-supported operations So what we're looking at, we still don't know. The state took a pause, basically, as they're calling it. Strategic pause, I think the governor called it, before they reforecast revenues in the summer. July, August, more than likely, they're waiting for the income taxes to come in June and see how sales taxes start to come in. That being said, they're still projecting, they haven't updated this number, $1 billion loss in the current fiscal year by June 30th. They're projecting $1 billion losses in fiscal year 2021 and 2022. They have not released any numbers. We expect that in order to balance that loss on the state side, there will be reductions in K through 12 education. There will be a reduction, more than likely, in compensation board funding for our constitutional offices. So those are the big items in our budget anyway. Practice. How the state does that will still be determined. I have no idea what the dollar amount might be. But those are items that we're looking at. So if our revenues do recover some, which we are hopeful for, they will more than likely be offset by state funding cuts. Over 50% of the county budget is funded with state and federal funds. That is combined county school budget. And we're looking forward to the May collections, hopefully by the June meeting for sure, but I'll be sending you information and your updates on how May collections are looking as we get closer to the May 20th, which will be tomorrow due date. I didn't want to put that, I felt like it was too premature to kind of put those numbers out there right now. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Anyone have any questions?
Well, I don't have a question, but I have a comment. I think it's real good that they figure by the third quarter we'll get back on track. And I think that means a whole lot because we have so much negativity, you know, on TV and talking to people that it's good to hear some good news that financial institutions are saying, okay, we'll get back on track by the third quarter. And they pretty well know what they're talking about. So that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you.
And are you looking forward to some reimbursements for our COVID-19 expenses?
Looking forward to any money I can find right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'll tell you something else. Next car I buy is going to have a dinette set in it. It's eating in the car ain't no fun. I hope it don't tax us for that, I'll tell you.
Okay, well, Mr. Carter, we thank you. Mr. Thurman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board. February, the board was given enough new fire and EMS station for Glade. The board basically accepted the preliminary or plan of that staff to move forward with the process of an architect here for the project. An RFP was placed and the county received 3 responses. After interviewing all 3, recommended today that the board grant Mr. Whitlow authority to negotiate with the Clinton of Radford to provide these services. That's brief, but that's for today, and I'll be back up and talk about the thing that I can with regard to the station.
This process we're going through is necessary for us to get to put the project out for bid.
Yes, sir.
So was this something we necessarily have to do before we can even put it up for bid? So I'm in favor of myself, and you know, if you need a motion, that's a motion to go ahead and approve it.
I have a question before we do that. Was it $327,000 for the plans from Thompson and Litton?
Well,
Did I read that correctly? Yeah, go ahead.
I think the total fee listed under there, I think you all got an updated estimate. I think the total estimate is $321,000.
321.
Actually, it's about $276,000 per service. That $45,000 that's listed in there under testing inspections, that's just an allowance for us, the owner. During construction, we have to have a private engineer test the bearing value of the footings, put the footings in. pour concrete, we have to pour cylinders that for so many days and break on them to assure that the strength. So actually, the architectural part of that is $45,000 less total, or about $276,000.
Do you think there's any chance that once we start getting bids, we'll see this come in around $3 million?
It's hard to say. We certainly can keep our fingers crossed and hope, Mr. Mitchell. You know, in all honesty, we're 4 to 6 months away from bid. If Thompson Litton is given a go-ahead tomorrow, they've estimated 4 to 6 months to go through the process of designing it. And of course, we've got to come back to the board with the final design for your approval. And we would hope to bid in November, December this year. We hope the bid climate is going to be good. There's some uncertainties there with the availability of material and everything. We can keep our fingers crossed. And let me, with permission of Mr. Whitlow, I just point out, you know, this is not an extravagant building. This is a basic, simple building. So there's not a lot of frills in it. I know it's a lot of money, and I agree, but we can keep our fingers crossed.
Right. The biggest comment I had, well, two, I would like to go on record if it, I'll support it if we can keep it around $3 million. And two, as you and Director Ferguson move forward with this, I would like to keep in mind this was originally supposed to be for the Glade Hill Fire Department. I know they're going to let EMS stay in there, but speaking with Chief Richards, I'd like to see you and Director Ferguson include him in every decision on that fire station. I think he's feeling a little neglected. I know y'all went and looked at a fire station without him, and he's expressed a lot of concerns to me. And I would like to ask that you include him in everything, because it's Glade Hills Fire Station too.
Sure.
Okay.
And I'll just make a comment. We went and looked at that other station at the encouragement of Chief Richards. I ran into him one day, and he put me in contact with someone who put me in another contact.
Mm-hmm.
But we went at request of him. But
Yeah, and Director Ferguson mentioned the fire station in Chatham. Have you seen pictures of their fire station?
not the one in Chatham, no, sir.
It's a beautiful fire station. I think it's 2 or 3 bays that are drive-through, and then it's a 2-story, which would have like their bunker rooms and their kitchens and the meeting rooms and stuff. And it's a beautiful fire station. I think Director Ferguson was going to find out what they pay for that, because Director Ferguson, that was around $2 million. Is that correct for that station? Okay, so I wouldn't think that it would double in price in 15 years, but it's a beautiful fire station, and it seems like it would take care of everything that the volunteers and the paid staff would need. But I just don't want to forget about the Glade Hill volunteers and that, and the design and everything. Just want to make sure we include them in every aspect of that. I really appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may direct an inquiry to Mr. Whitlow, with respect to where we are in the process. The board allocated $2 million for this project with a $1 million add that's been made available for up to a $3 million project. We're at a stage where we're being asked to move forward with construction documents. Is it not the time that we consider if the design of this station needs to be reevaluated to be responsive to the bid market for a $3 million facility? Because it's almost at $4 million now. And waiting 3 or 4 more months may have another impact on those numbers going up. And I don't have any intention of spending $4 million on a fire station in Franklin County right now, especially. We don't have the capacity to be investing at that level over and above what's been allocated. So I'd like to ask you, Mr. Whitlow, when would be the appropriate time to look at the specs, to look at the architectural rendering that we have, so that we're more responsive to the money we have available.
Sure. Well, to answer your question, Ms. Smith, maybe to confirm your statement, yes, the board did previously borrowed $2 million for the project with a balance of $1 million in a construction station account for a total project of approximately $3 million. And of course, as some of the board may know, that previously worked on the project, the board was concerned that whatever design, preliminary design, and working on the preliminary design of the project, that the preliminary design would serve as a base station, if you will, for future station construction in the county. And so a committee was formed. I think Mr. Tatum and Mr. Cundiff and Chief Richards, as well as Mr. Thurman, Mr. Ferguson, worked with that and went back to the board on deciding on the core requirements in a station. And so that document, of course, was completed prior to working on the preliminary design, and all working through the preliminary design last year, based on, as Mr. Thurman had noted, based on those core requirements, those base requirements, the preliminary cost for this specific location was initially, $4.5 million. Much of that, however, being on-site development and not necessarily the station construction per se, as indicated also in Mr. Murphy, who's the engineer, his updated list that's in your board folder. And so that list that you have before you is approximately $3.9 million. Approximately 400 to 500,000 of that is contingency and a cost escalation factor in case the price goes up. Price may come down. Point being, at this point, without short of final drawings for the project, and certainly before the board would authorize to bid the project, the architect and engineer would have to come back towards this board and with the final drawings with a pre-construction estimate, which would be estimated again, whether that's 5 or 6 months from now, 4 months from now, whenever the documents are completed, to get a more true number. But the numbers that you have before you are the latest numbers from the architect and the engineer. That's not to say that working through the final design and construction project on the project with the architect and the engineer, and we've shared some ideas, and I think Mr. Thurman's correct. I think Chief Richards had shared a similar project in another area that staff had a chance to look into, and I think staff was able to bring back some ideas there. So all that being said, Ms. Smith, there is I guess today no way really of knowing, indicating, is it 3.9 million? Is it 3.4? Is it 4.5? So to answer your question, not without having final design drawings for that specific site, there's really no answer to that, other than, are there opportunities for design alternatives, short of going back and redesigning with the preliminary design, whether that's decreasing the size of the facility, looking at alternatives in terms of day space, dormitory space, and so forth. And we've shared some of those ideas initially with the architect and engineer. So it's I guess it's a catch-22, if you will, at this point in time.
Well, I guess what you're saying, if I can summarize that a bit differently,
Yeah, sure.
is if we continue to move forward with these numbers as we know them today, that we're going to be looking at perhaps value engineering those final drawings to get it under budget. Is that a safe assumption?
That is, but it's not a guarantee. It's it's an assumption that the work will be done to get the price down, but the prices will be what they will be. Certainly, we can make the wishes of the board known in terms of the budget, and we have in terms of with the architect and the engineer that the county's budgeted this amount for the project. Therein lies the question, can the facility as it's preliminarily designed be constructed for that? And with the indication that's provided before you today, the answer is no.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, this site is challenging to start with, and I had nothing to do with that site selection, and I can't critique it from that perspective. But you know, the reason contingencies are put there, I mean, I could easily anticipate, because of the projects, construction projects I've been involved in, that we're going to run into further challenges with that site. And that's what the contingency's there for. But so if we're thinking that contingency needs to be a chief consideration of leaving it where it is, I can't support that, because I think we're going to eat into that contingency with this site being as challenged as it is, no water, no sewer, and the list goes on and on. So I just want to make sure that this board is told when we need to have a consensus, if not a vote, on the dollar amount of a project that is a do not exceed number for this project.
I have a question for Mr. Thurman. Wouldn't it be cheaper to do a two-story? Like you have like the kitchen and the meeting room and the dining room on the first floor, and then you have all the sleeping quarters on the second floor. Isn't it cheaper to go up than out? That's exactly how Chatham built their fire station. I mean, it is an awesome looking fire station.
And we certainly can look at Chatham. A lot depends on the site.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got to have your drive-through bays on the main. And part of this is it's a mezzanine, called a two-story. Part of this is a second story of what was presented to the board. Certainly, we can look at all options, but
Yeah, because
price per square foot, I don't know that you would realize and get close to 3 million.
yeah, and I just want you to know, I want this more than anything, but I think we need to look at some different designs, or going up seems to be cheaper than going out. That's all I got.
Mr. Cundy?
Well, it bothers me that every time we have these meetings, it's always fire department, fire department, fire department. We are not doing just a fire department. We are doing a rescue squad also with it. So how can you sit here and balance one of them without balancing the other? That's what amazes me about these talks. We're not doing just the fire department. We're doing a rescue squad also. We don't own Glade Hill Rescue Squad building. So when we build the fire department, we're going to put the rescue squad in it. Number two, every time you take short turns and notices and cut something, what's it going to be 20 years from now? Well, how come we didn't do this 20 years ago when we had a chance to build it? I mean, none of this makes sense to me. We bought the site, we've got water on it, it's been perked, everything's been taken care of. Now, if you want to do something, let's go ahead and get Lipton Thompson to go ahead and give us that estimate. Then put it out for bids and see what it brings in. Because everything we talk about tonight is just speculation. And speculation don't make a hen gonna lay an egg. So that's the way I feel about it. I mean, we've been fighting this thing since 19... Well, how long, Billy, how long have we been trying to do this?
4 years.
Sir? 2000 what? I'm sorry. 2006. Okay. It's 2020, and we still nitpicking. So what are we going to do? We're going to sit here and stay on the fence and hope the wind blows us off one way or the other, or we're going to go ahead and do what we need to do. So my motion still stands to let's go ahead and get Lipton Thompson to go ahead and give us that cost, so then we know when we put it out for bids. Now, before we put it out for bids, I would like for us to get together again. Tim Tatum, Billy, myself, you, Chris, all get together. And then we'll look at it, the final straw. But as far as us turning around, well, this fire station's pretty, this fire station's pretty, let's cut this, let's do that. No, I don't agree with that at all. If we're gonna build something, let's build something. Let's build something for the future of the people of Franklin County. Not let's just sit there and nitpick it and then 20 years down the road say, well, I wished we'd have done this. So that's the way I feel about it. I'm sorry, but that's just the way I feel about it. I've been fighting this thing for a long time. And like I said, we don't do the people justice if we don't at least bring it up for bids and see what's going on. All that money we spent on research and doing this, that, and the other flies out the window. What did we accomplish? Nothing.
That's the way I feel about it. Sorry, that's the way I feel about it.
Okay, and I do say we've spent a lot of time, we spent a lot of money, and we've looked at, I've not been a part of it, but through the board, we've looked at a lot of options, a lot of different thoughts. And there's no way, in my mind, we can bring this together until we get someone to design it and bring it to the board and let us see what we've got. And I'll entertain a motion.
I'll second Mr. Cunniff's motion so we can move forward with this fire station. And Mr. Cunniff, I hear what you're saying, buddy. I want it just as bad. I just wanted to get out there that there's a number in case. I'll second his motion so we can at least get some plans.
Yeah.
So when we get the plans, if we got to cut it back to $3 million, that's what we'll do.
Well, right. I mean, like I said, right
I'll second
now,
your motion.
We can't stop the process. We've got to continue on. And I appreciate you seeing it like that.
Yes, sir.
But we owe the people of Franklin County. They've been paying their best for years, and we need to give them our best, what we can do. And we don't need to shortchange them. Like I said, 20 years down the road, what's it going to be?
Right. And you're right. This is a fire and EMS station,
Yes,
but just not forget about our Glade Hill firefighters too.
I believe me.
Well, gentlemen,
Believe me. It ain't we
I'll
talk
second
about
his
on
motion to
the-
move forward with Thompson and Litton.
And I'm going to tell you something else. God bless them. Glade Hill, a fantastic group. I think the world of them. Just called part of my kin people too, but anyway. Nah, I should have said that. But no, they are good people. Good people.
and we have a motion and a second, and
Mr.
we are still open for discussion.
Mr. Mitchell, I just want to make sure that, Mr. Cundiff, in your motion, of course, the recommendation is the property will need a special use permit from recommendation from the Planning Commission and from this board. And to start that process, of course, finalizing a contract with the engineer in the recommendation is based on securing the special use permit. I just want to make sure if that was part of Mr. Cundiff's motion.
Yes, sir. Madam Clerk, do you have a,
So, I'm using some language that's in your board
Yes.
packet, and also what was discussed today. So, right now I have a motion that was made by Supervisor Cundiff, seconded by Supervisor Donald Mitchell. And it's for the board to submit an application for obtaining a special use permit for the property that was discussed, and authorize county administrator, county attorney, and staff to negotiate and execute a contract with the firm Thompson Little of Radford, Virginia, for the purpose of the construction documents and assistance with bidding and construction oversight of the Glade Hill Fire and EMS.
okay. So we're ready for,
Is that correct? And is that what we're,
That's
what
it.
the motion is?
I'd like to make a comment on the second, since we have a second for discussion, Mr. Chairman. I just want to get on record, Ms. Seflick, if I could. We must, as a Board of Supervisors, be good fiduciary students and servants of the money that we have. And this is one project that's very important, and we have many others. And we also have a struggling operating budget. So I just want to make sure that we are being the best and the most conservative stewards of the taxpayers' money in each and every decision we make.
we'll vote on the motion. All in favor of an application for special use permit and contracting with the firm of Thompson Litton.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, also with part of your board packet, at the end of the motion is a little bit about the amounts, which, if you're okay, I'll include. So for the contract amount not to exceed $321,308. Ms. Condiff, you okay with
Yes,
that in the motion?
yes.
Okay, you're okay
Yes.
with the second? Okay. Make sure I have that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Thurman. And I believe that we will take a break, very short, if y'all will get Mike Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I wanted to do today, I've got a couple of items for the board to hopefully take action on. But as you know, I come to you every couple of months and give you updates on what we're doing at the Summit View Business Park. And most of the time it occurred to me, we talk about what we are getting ready to do. And I haven't really given you some good oversight or overview of what is going on and what has been accomplished at the park. So if you'll indulge me for just a couple of minutes, I want to kind of walk through a couple of the things that are going on at the park and progress that's been made before we get into those other issues. So these are the projects that are going on at the site right now, and we're going to kind of go through these quickly one by one just to give you some ideas. For those of you that have gone up and down 220, you have seen the large water tank that's being constructed. That is being done in partnership with the Western Virginia Water Authority. This water tank is going to provide fire protection and water service within the park, but also to residents up and down 220. And so it's a big project for the community. Right now, estimated completion time is November of this year.
Mike, what's the storage of that tank? Do you know?
If memory serves, it's a 500,000 gallon tank.
Thank you.
The next item, and if you have not been out at the park in the last couple of weeks, you have not seen this because it has gone up tremendously fast. The Stick Pack building is under construction. As you can see, we've got a couple of photographs here. They are still looking at what the estimated completion date is going to be, so I don't have that for you today. But they are doing extremely well in getting this moving forward and towards completion. Valley Star Credit Union Administrative Campus. Again, this is a project, if you've been going up and down 220, you have seen under construction and moving forward very quickly. There at the top left is a photograph from the Southern Access Road that shows you what the building is going to look like as you drive up their driveway into the site. The lower right is actually a picture as of last Friday when our staff here, our team in GIS and with Public Works did drone footage for the park. So it gives you an up-to-date view of what we have. They are under construction and estimated completion of February 2021. Walking trails. So we have 2 trails that are now open to the public. And we are already seeing a lot of folks that are coming out and utilizing the trails. A lot more people are going to come out as the word gets out. On the top right is the access road, Commonwealth Parkway. There's a sidewalk that goes along right through here, down just about to the Stick Pack site. And that is a 1/4 mile sidewalk. We also have, thanks to the generosity of the Rocky Mount Rotary Club, we have a 1/2 mile trail that has been put in by the Parks and Rec Department. We have a lot of people on that, probably more than on the sidewalk. People that are using that now had been doing parking at the church, and thank you to the Brick Church for letting us do that temporarily. Now that the pavilion is in place with the parking lot, we'll have parking there for folks that want to use that trail. The pavilion has been completed. We have the parking and the pavilion completed. We have not opened that up to the public yet due to the coronavirus pandemic. We'll be opening that up for reservations hopefully in the fall. Right now, the Foothills Produce Auction is using it. They are seeing, even during this crazy time, some very, very good attendance at their auctions on Tuesdays and Fridays. So that's kind of what we've been doing at the park. What I wanted to do was bring the first of 2 items to you. As you know, when we did the master planning for the park, the board asked that we put in a recreation area along with an event area to make this more than just the normal industrial park. So we have been doing a lot of work on those things. including the trails you just saw, including the pavilion you just saw. The other item that's next up is the athletic field, the first one. This is something that you all gave the green light to end of last fall. We have gotten everything ready. We had some hiccups when the pavilion took longer than we thought it would. And the extra dirt that came off the pavilion project is a big piece of what's making this field possible. So we had to wait until the pavilion was completed. We had originally had it lined up for bids to come in December, and we have postponed, and we finally did take bids as of last week. So last week we received 2 bids, one from Bowman Excavating and one from Site Pro. The budgeted amount for this project was $150,000. Those funds have been borrowed through your second financing for the park, appropriated, and they are available. The low bid came in from Bowman Excavating at $142,650. Bowman has done other work at the park, including the South Access Road, and done a fantastic job for the county. So we're very pleased to see that they were the low bid. Site Pro had actually done the stick pack site, and so they did a really good job there as well. So by doing this project, it would remove and utilize 2 stockpiles of dirt that are sitting now beside the parking lot at the pavilion, about 15,000 cubic yards. The field would be usable for a number of different sports, including football and lacrosse. It would take some pressure off some of the existing fields, and it would continue the recreation park that you all have asked us to put together, which is, as we know, very attractive to the businesses that are looking at the park, and we heard that from Traditional Medicinals, but also for residents that are already here. There are no recreation areas in that part of the county, and then as we're trying to attract new residents to Franklin County, having recreational opportunities is a big piece of what they look for. So staff is recommending the award of the construction contract to Bowman Excavating. Just so you get an idea of what we're talking about, you can see the pavilion here and the parking lot. This is where the 2 stockpiles of dirt are, and the field would be in this general area here. So we'd be looking at it in the corner of Brick Church Road and Pleasant Breeze. This is if you're sitting in the parking lot at the pavilion, here are the 2 stockpiles. And then if you're sitting at the intersection with Brick Church Road, here are the stockpiles and the pavilion in the background. And so we would have that as a recommendation from staff. Totally up to the board as to what you want to do from here to move forward.
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'm okay with moving forward to give the contract to Bowman Excavating, but with the current economic situation we're seeing, until we see, help me with my terminology, Brian, the state sales tax numbers, we have a better idea of how our budget's going to be affected. I'm really hesitant to go ahead and spend the money right now. If we're going to revisit our budget on a monthly, definitely quarterly, but hopefully monthly basis, every month when we meet, maybe in June we can talk about maybe moving forward with spending this money. As of right now, I'm not comfortable with spending any money at Summit View until we know what we're getting from state and federal.
And that makes perfect sense, Mr. Mitchell. One thing I would say is that the financing that you did was the bonds that were specifically for Summit View.
When do we have to have it spent by?
I don't think there's a time.
It's not next month, right?
No, it's not next month.
Yeah.
But those funds would have to be spent on Summit View. So
Understand.
just to make you aware.
I just think we need to let Brian gather some information from the states and the feds on what we're not going to get more than likely, and then make a better decision there. But I am in agreement to, and if I need to make a motion on that, if there's no other discussion, which I'm sure there will be.
I have something I'd like to discuss. Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I have been I've been concerned a long time about the cost of putting recreational facilities in our business park. And I think that the facilities themselves certainly are a big part of economic development and tourism. And I have long supported those types of ventures. I think they're very important. My concern lies within the fact that when all of this capital spending was undertaken in the thoughts of the previous boards, I haven't, in all of my documentation, seen what the ongoing maintenance costs are going to be to the county to maintain these facilities. And when I think about our budget today, the budget that we have that is projected to be a level funded budget with potentially some additional adverse circumstances, we don't have the capacity in our operating budget to hire staff to mow out there, to work on the fields. There's going to be a request at some point for lighting, I'm sure. I don't know how. We're making very tough choices in terms of, hiring paramedics and doing things like that across the board in all of our departments where we are brittle, and bare bones. And I just do not think, I understand how the bond works. I'm wondering, Mr. Burnett, and I would ask Mr. Whitlow, I would propose that for right now that we move some of the allocation for the recreational projects over to the road. That's going to cost $10 million. And I don't know what the county's portion is going to end up being. What would you approximate that, Mike?
It's hard to say just yet because we have been applying for funding
I
from
know,
the feds
yeah.
that would take over our share.
Mhm.
But right now, it would look like the county's portion of that is going to be somewhere without any grants whatsoever, about 4.7 million.
Yeah. So, I know the proceeds are sitting there for use at Summit, and that was part of the capital allocation with the master plan. I understand that. But when I look beyond building these things, it's how are we going to maintain it? How are we going to keep it attractive and pretty? You're going to need and have to do that. And moving forward, you're going to have staff. You're going to have equipment out there. There's proposed maintenance facility. All of these things are going to add up real quick in a operating budget that is about as bare as a municipal budget can be. And I have great concern over approving anything that's not infrastructure related, like the road. At this juncture. And once we move past this economic climate and we are in a better place, very post-virus and very post what the state's going to do, I think that we'll be in a better position to understand how our budget's going to rebound to take care of these facilities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to weigh in on that. We started out with this project to get it done. And we did cut back on maintenance a little bit this year, but everybody had to cut back. But that don't mean in the future that we won't have it. And life is nothing but a gamble to begin with. And I know this money has been set aside for this project. And I do not foresee our maintenance people do an excellent job. They've taken nothing and made something out of it. And I still got faith in them. I believe they'll be able to maintain this, no problem. So as far as I'm concerned, I think we should go forward with it.
Yes, sir.
We have maintenance out there now, Mike. Somebody's mowing. We purchased a mower, and that's working out.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Chapman's here. If Paul, are there any additional resources you would need if we were to do this project?
Yes.
Don't mind.
One other comment I have. When this was first discussed, if I remember correctly, and it may not be right, if we build this one field, isn't there going to be some grant money available to complete the other fields? Was that discussed? Or?
We hope so. Yeah, we have we've not applied for anything at this point. For the other two fields, we've actually looked at that as more of a medium to longer term project. So we were looking at this field because we had the extra dirt to be able to do this one pretty cheaply. And so therefore, that was the reason we went forward with it last year. So
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if, you know, we got the dirt, we got everything in motion. And Paul, I got the uttermost respect for him. He does take nothing to make something out of it. And I'm banking on him again. But also that when you get this field opened up, you're gonna have more people looking at the business park. And that's more possibility of people coming in that wants to be part of it. So as young as it is, and we're getting started, we got everything on process, let's continue on.
I have a question for Mr. Whitlow.
Just a moment. Would you like to speak? I think we'll make time and hear your comments, and then we'll get back to you, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as like staff and equipment, we did ask for another position this upcoming year, and we're making,
That was my point,
and
yeah.
we're making do without them. As the park grows and expands, of course, those things will be needed, but we're making do as of now. We're definitely spread thin, but we have a great person out there right now. Actually, two great people that are maintaining the park, and you guys are great about setting us up with good equipment. And so far, we're making do. We're definitely spread thin, but yeah, of course, as these new pads come on, these new entrances come on, it's going to take more to keep these areas, whether it's recreational sites or even roadsides, that kind of thing. Even these entrances are going to take more maintenance to keep them pretty, and we all want this place to shine, and you know, we want to show it off. I guess I did read some numbers to let you all know about this, which might be insightful, because I understand where you all are from. Y'all are weighing out the needs and limited resources, and they're in a tough spot. But as far as like, this will mostly be used for, this will help alleviate some of the pressure we're getting on fields, and it'd be primarily lacrosse and football. So just running some basic numbers off this, because we have 17 teams that play those two sports, including cheerleaders for that. We have 57 coaches, and we have 266 players. And those are just actually players. If you do, like, I always like to do a multiplier. It's not, it's not only just one player. It's mom and dad, sometimes a grandparent, siblings, all kind of things. So it's well over 1,000 people are using, participate in these sports every year. And it is definitely one of the biggest needs that anyway that I'm hearing is about athletic fields. If you go to Wade, especially in the spring, you'll see our parking is over capacity. It's up and down the roads because it's more than what those fields can handle. It can handle, just barely can handle soccer, but with throwing lacrosse in there, it's just way too much. And our football fields, they play at the middle school, and that field just gets way too much use than they can handle. Sandlot football's had a hard time getting officials because the fields are so right out. The officials are worried about tripping over like holes in the ground. So they've had a hard time getting officials to come back here because those fields get so much use. Not saying this one field is going to solve all of our problems, but will definitely help alleviate this big need we have. I just wanted to bring you up to speed on kind of what the use level is and kind of weighing out.
Is the 142, does that include Bowman actually like planting the grass for the field and everything? Okay, so that's a turnkey price. It's not just excavating.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Mr. Mitchell.
The only point I had was Mr. Chapman asked for one more maintenance person to help with Summit View, and we cut that from the budget. That's the only point I had.
Okay. I'll make some comments. And this money is already in place for it. And we have some agreement with Brick Church as far as recreation around their building, am I correct?
We don't. We actually, the agreements that we have are to keep the recreation actually away from the church as much as possible, in which we've done that. But that's the only recreation related piece.
Okay, thank you. And I know we're aware that mowing, we bought equipment, 2 years ago to keep the park mowed, and we have people there to do it. And Mr. Whitlow, does the money that's there today, does it affect today's budget or next year's budget?
Mr. Mitchell, it has already been noted, the borrowed funds for that project can only be utilized for that project. So in effect, it doesn't have an impact, if you will, on the current or next year's budget per se, other than what may have been mentioned previously about maintenance and the unknowns of state revenue on other impacts on the other portions of the county budget. But to answer your question, the borrowed funds for the Summit View project can only be utilized for that project.
When Mr. Whitlow does the debt service, I mean, we've got $16 million sitting there from that borrowing. When we do a draw on that $16 million, then the clock starts running on debt service payments, correct? Or are we paying on the whole $16 million now?
Excellent question, Ms. Smith. And certainly our financial advisors would certainly be more equipped to give you a better answer than I can with that. But, portion of those funds have already been drawn down and utilized for the park. As an example, the south entrance for the park, the finishing out of other utilities into the park and so forth. When the borrowed funds, and I know Mr. Carter's there in the audience, and he can speak better to the financing of the project than I can. But when the project was financed, I guess 2 or 3 years ago, there was an interim round of financing, if you will, with the longer term roll into a permanent financing, just as the county had did an interim financing last fall on the closure of the landfill. So all of that is rolled forward into a permanent financing for debt service. We certainly intend to have the financial advisors back before the board this summer because there are likely opportunities now that the bond market is better and the interest rates have fallen for potential savings. And so we've had that conversation the last couple of weeks with our financial advisors. So I hope that answered your question. We have budgeted debt service and we are paying debt service annually for the project. And so,
but are you paying it on the 16 million or on the draws?
I'll let Mr. Carter certainly give a better answer than I can for that, our finance director.
We're paying on the entire 16 million.
Okay.
We're paying interest only, as Mr. Whitlow said. The way that was issued was in bond anticipation notes, and they were for a 5-year period. So as we've had discussions with Davenport, our financial advisors, we continue to look at the market now. They're to a point where those anticipation notes could be called and moved to a permanent financing. But everything in this window right now is interest only, is what we're paying on the entire 16 million. You're correct.
Thank you, Brian.
Any more discussion?
I just have one comment, Mr. Chairman. What do you think's in the pipeline, like just a roundabout figure moving forward, say till the end of this year, out at Summit View?
How much we'd be looking at spending? That's a great question. So, trying to think of what projects we would have that we'd want to be finishing up this year. Would not be finished this year, but I would see us starting construction on the road segment D3. I would also see us doing the Eagle site as well by the end of this year, and probably a little bit of telecommunications expenditures. So looking at that, county would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.2, 1.3, somewhere, I would say probably around $2 million.
Not including the road?
Not including the connector road, including the road segment D3. That's about 1.2, we think.
And that's the road from the church over to the silos?
It's the road where you have, let me show you. So This road that comes up, this southern access road, goes by the Valley Star site and then dead ends into a huge hill.
Right.
So the D3 segment is to take that road from that point and then connect it to the existing Pleasant Breeze road that's there.
Is
So
that where
that's in
the,
design right now. It's at 60% completion of design. So I'm hoping we'll have that ready to go to bid in the fall. And then that would be under construction, hopefully, at that point.
is that where the rocks and piles are?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Okay. I just see them there and I wonder, where are we going to use them?
Yeah, this is on the Valley Star side.
Valley Stars. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with what Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Smith are saying, and I am concerned about the expenditures out there, but you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And in the scheme of things, $142,000 is not cheap. Conservatively, I would like to see some stuff scaled back out there, but I don't know that I'm in favor of scaling this back because, and Lori made the point, this is part of one of the main selling features of that park is the recreation and the walking trails and so forth. And I know that's one comment when I was talking to the people from California. They were so impressed with the green space and having kids come there to play sports. So I'm not in favor of not doing this at this time.
Any more discussion?
And one more comment, also with the twice-a-year tax collection coming up in the future, we need to remember we're going to have that one-time influx of money that we're going to be able to go back and cover some of these expenditures, and I think we could probably use a big chunk of that money to pay off some of this debt.
Yeah, and Mr. Carter, to clarify, I want to make sure I'm clear, and I think your latter point is very, very good about the decisions the board has to make with regard to that amount of money. I just want to make sure that I'm clear that my concerns lie mainly with ongoing operating expenses that are going to be created simply by virtue of constructing these facilities. And I know I have to represent my district. My district has been very vocal about the business park in general, and the recreational aspects are putting it over the top for my constituents. And we're dealing with taxpayers here. And so I'm here also representing my constituency. It's not that I don't believe in the concept, of the recreational facilities. I just want to make sure that I'm being clear about that.
I agree with you totally, and I can tell you, everybody in my district's totally opposed to Summit View. They all think it's ridiculous. But like you, I was elected after that was purchased, and we have to work with this project moving forward. So it's sort of hard to kill it now when it's so far underway moving forward.
Any more discussion?
Well, I think the point's brought out by what you have here. Funds are borrowed and available, removes, utilizes 15,000 cubic yards of soil that keeps land that's just going to wash away. We need to get that done. Provides new opportunities for football and lacrosse. We done said it takes pressure off the other fields to here. And like I said, more people get up there into looking at it, the more the people we might can get for the business park itself. And I agree with Mr. Carter. People like to have business, but like to have a place to play. So I'm all for it as far as doing that, fixing the field.
Okay, I'm going to accept the motion at this time.
Right, I make a motion that we go ahead and award the contract to Mr. Bowman to do the field, lacrosse field.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second that we award a contract to Bowman Excavating in the amount of $142,650, and this will construct athletic field number 1. Do you have that?
Yeah, I have the same motion, except I also have the addition of, to authorize the county administrator or county attorney to do any necessary document recording.
And I want to make sure that I understand the motion, Mr. Cohn. Go ahead and just not wait till next month to see what Mr. Carter gets back from state and feds. Just go ahead and do everything now. Just move forward 100%.
Move forward with it.
That's the motion that I.
That's the motion. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
We'll have a hand count. I think it's 5-2 or 4-2. I don't, anyway, let's do a hand vote and we'll know where we are. All in favor, raise your hand. This is a yes vote. All opposed? Motion carries. And we'll move on to our next Appalachian easement. Mr. Burnett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick item, hopefully. The stick pack project, as you know and can see in the photograph, is moving along very quickly. Part of the agreement is that we have to put power to the site. What we have done is talked with AEP. We originally had been looking at putting in underground electric to that site. That's what we're supposed to do in the park along the roadways. However, there is the ability for us along joint property lines or interior property lines that we can do overhead electric. The expense for that is much cheaper than going underground. Most all of the electrical work that you're going to want to do in the park will end up being underground. It'll be along the roadways. But this one, because if you notice in the picture, there on the left-hand side of the facility is a wooded area. And so putting in overhead electric there will be not messing up the aesthetics of the park. So StickPack has graciously allowed us to do this on an overhead basis if we would like to. The board had initially, some months ago, given AEP a blanket easement along the roadways for underground electric. At that time, we did not do anything as far as other easements that might be needed. Therefore, for them to put in the overhead electric that does not run along the roads, they need a 40-foot wide easement along the backside of the StickPack property to get to the StickPack property for this overhead line. Before we can transfer any easements, of course, legally we have to have a public hearing. And so what we would be requesting today is that the board would schedule a public hearing for next month, June meeting, to hear public comment regarding this 40-foot wide easement. I'll give you a really quick overview. What we're talking about is what's in this purple oval. This would be an overhead line. You can see the red line is overhead, comes down by the StickPack site, then goes underground right here, if you can see that. It'll go underground from there over, and then that's what will connect into traditional medicinals. So this is the first piece of the traditional medicinals line. So you can see on the right, there is a overhead line. That is where the line stops, overhead line stops at this point. So the new overhead line will come off of here and then follow down on this other picture, will follow down this, beside this roadway and connect into the StickPack site. So if the board is okay with that, we would like to go ahead and do a public hearing next month for this proposed easement. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
What was the cost, Mike?
The cost would be $60,000 approximately. The underground line was about $196,000. So by going this route, you're able to save about $140,000.
Mike, I am no electrical expert by a long shot, but I have a dumb question. If you will bear with me. If we're going overhead, is this the only overhead electrical piece in the park?
It is as far as new construction. We have overhead that goes from from that pole that I showed you here down, and then follows where the rock piles are that Mr. Mitchell was talking about, and connects over to Brick Church Road.
Is there any data or anything that suggests that overhead lines, that there's a lot of variability with weather and so forth that might impact the businesses that are at the business park in the absence of a large generator?
What we have been told by AEP is that there's no significant difference in the reliability uptime of these overhead lines, because if there is a break anywhere along that line, they can get to the overhead much faster than they can get to the underground, because they have to find it. The way I would typically look at it is that underground is going to be more reliable because you're not dealing with weather very much. But if you do have breaks, if you do have problems, overhead is much faster to get back up. So it's kind of a trade-off.
Well, thank you for explaining that. I just wanted to understand the differences. Thank you.
Well, where you're referring, we are referring to the rock pile. That property down there will probably never be, it'll stay in the woods, and I'm assuming it'll run pretty close to them.
It will, and I would happen to say that at some point in the future, those are great areas for more trails and recreational green space. There's not really buildings, pads down there.
Does water run through there?
Public water?
No.
Or streams?
Stream.
Yes, there's a stream to the right. If you're looking at the stockpiles from Commonwealth Parkway, there's a large stream that runs on the right side, which is where the church's baptismal is.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also a stream that comes down right beside Commonwealth Parkway and kind of veers off and actually crosses over and goes into that stream. So there's two different streams.
So that location, if it can be used for light line, will probably be about all it'll be good for. Okay. Any more discussion?
You need a motion for the public hearing? I'll make a motion, we have the public hearing.
Yes, sir. We have a motion, a second?
Second.
Okay. And we're scheduling a public hearing for June 16th, 2020, and to the transfer of a 40-foot wide easement for AEP at the Summit View Business Park.
That was the motion, and it was seconded by, I heard a few seconds, but I have Supervisor Tatum down.
Okay.
You did too.
Okay. And we have a motion and second. So all in favor of this transaction? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion passes. And
Thank you,
we
Mr.
thank you,
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Burnett. Dr. Church?
Mr. Chairman, as Dr. Church and Mr. Terry come forward from the school system, Mr. Carter, Brian Carter, and I had a meeting, a conference meeting, having a lot of those lately by telephone with the school superintendent, the school's director of finance and business, a little over a week ago now, I think. And of course, they were able to walk us through modifications within the school system budget, which I think was presented and adopted, a revised modified budget. And I see one of our school board members, Mr. Worley, here with us. I think that was adopted a week or so back from the school system, and so we thought it was very important that Dr. Church share the modifications with the board as we look ahead to the county budget public hearing next Tuesday, rather. So
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Church.
How's everyone?
Who are you?
Yourself.
Waiting all day to hear from you.
What's
I don't-
that? You've been waiting all day?
I've been waiting all day to hear from you. I'm glad you're here.
I appreciate that. I'm here, and so anyway, we're have an amended budget, a modified budget, just like everyone else. We were hit with all kinds of issues and problems, so we're bringing those to you. Some things that probably don't come as a surprise. We have no compensation increase from our employees. No new budget initiatives will be funded. Our budget includes all state revenues, reductions from allotted funds from the General Assembly. It was reconvened for the session on April 22nd. It returned state guidance counselor ratios to this year's levels. It keeps our ADM budgeted at the budgeted amount. That's 201 students below what we had this year. So we're anticipating some of our young people aren't going to make it back to us. On the positive side, we've had no health insurance increase. We're anticipating level county funding with the additional CSA reserve. We, of course, for the CIP funding as level like it was last year. We are expecting a large reduction in our regional special education program. That was an initiative from the state, and we have disbanded the regional program, and it's going to be operated by individual schools. We have no dental plan increase. There was a minimal change in the composite index, 0.3954 to 0.3953. We did see an increase in our VRS from 5.68 to 16.62. This may change if the unallotted funds are restored at the state level. The budget does include the CARES Act funding, so we're anticipating status quo funding year. As I've talked to my counterparts in other schools in the region, we're all in the same boat. Usually no step increases, no raises. We're also anticipating what's coming next with sales tax. No surprise, we are seeing a reduction in ADM. We probably are going to be able to work with the state, and even if we have some students who want a modified instruction, some online, we may be able to work with them on that, still count them as in ADM. So we're hoping that is the case. For the projected revenues, again, we are looking at a reduction in those regional funds. That's the 1.3 million. We saw an increase in the federal funds. That's the CARES Act. State sales tax, we see a minus of 777,000, giving us a total revenue increase from one budget year over to the next of $357,255. For our expected expenditures for instruction, it's an additional $379,000. For admin, an additional $9,000. Then when we get down to debt service, we're anticipating a reduction of $36,000, and for technology, an increase of $5,100. With again, the expenditures would be $357,255. Won't go through our big laundry list of things that we can't fund. It's always nice to have it up there. We bring it, and sometimes can't fund that anyway, but there's a lot of things that we needed, and just like everyone else, we're gonna have some difficulty. We're just happy to hopefully get level funding. We do have some various capital projects that are on board, asbestos removal, tile replacement, upgrades, electrical, we'll do those, $277,000. The bus replacement from the county, $340,000. We do have HVAC upgrades in 7 schools for $160,000, and we're going to install air conditioning in the Rocky Mountain cafeteria only for $443,000. And that's our budget. So I'm sure you have questions, and I'll try to answer them what I can. I've got Mr. Terry Handy behind me for the.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question. Dr.
Yes,
Church.
sir.
Dr. Church, I don't know if if this is possible or not, but have you tried reaching out to the Franklin County Homeschoolers Association and as well as the private schools in the county to maybe offer online classes or after-school classes to possibly help your ADM?
We have. We actually did that several years ago, looking at an online program a couple years ago. Basically, we were told that's okay. We've got this. We're going to try again. We've gotten better at online instruction. We're partnering with Virtual Virginia, and we're using another what we call learning management system that we have out there. And we're certainly going to do that for the individuals, but we'll be, and again, we get a lot of questions about how we're going to start the fall. We're probably going to have to start in a hybrid form anyway, which is some online instruction and hopefully some in-person instruction with the good old social distancing. We're going to be running buses with limited numbers of students in them, so it may be an A/B schedule. Certainly, because of our online instruction, how we're going to do that may be a golden opportunity for us to reach out to some of those folks. For private schools, there's part of the CARES Act. We will be working with the private schools to give them part of the money that we receive. They get an allotment based on their numbers as well. So we are working with them on that.
Okay, all right, good.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Dr. Church, I would like to first of all commend you, your staff, the school board, and all of our instructors, our teachers, for acclimating to a very, very difficult educational environment with the virus. And that's a tough hill to have to climb. And I just applaud you and commend you all for your innovativeness and your ability to address the children's needs.
Thank you.
And don't think that goes unnoticed.
We appreciate that. We have an outstanding staff who have just come forward and made those connections with families. And again, I would say even now our families have that better connection with their teachers. Call them, check on them. We're worried. We're so worried about our students and their socio-emotional health.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that, and again, it's because we have a great community, but we've got a good staff.
I just have two more quick notes. I want to extend a lot of gratitude to you and the school board for the support of Mr. Worley and Ms. Blue's participation in a joint liaison relationship with Mr. Mitchell and myself. Those meetings are continuing and they're going very well. And we all four have just recently last week agreed that we're making good progress, and we feel the communication that we're having as supervisors with the schools has been enlightening, and it's been very helpful. So we appreciate the support of that teaming approach. And the only other question I have with regard to the regional special education program disbanding did Franklin County have an allocation of money and was it on a per student basis so that money still sits with you?
We will be getting money back from the regional. They had a set aside amount that each division that participated will be getting back. So once that's settled, it could be substantial. We hope to be able to maybe even use that in looking at starting our own alternate center or something here. And Mr. Whitlow and I've had that conversation a lot about how we might be able to move forward so that we can reduce our CSA expenditures. And I've said before, we don't want to send our students elsewhere. We want to be able to work with them here. It's a matter of having the staff and the facility.
Yeah, because I get real concerned when I hear about regional programs for SPED disbanding, because the locality's capacity to school these children, which I have one with very severe needs, it's very expensive. However, these children are so entitled to the most appropriate education we can give them. I would like to say optimal, but IDEA doesn't let me say that. So I just wanted to make sure, because I know that's a steep hill to climb for school divisions, once you start owning the students on a local basis versus a regional basis.
And again, we will always have students who we'll have day placement and
Right.
do that. With the right kind of facility, we, and again, our own staff and our own behavioral specialists working, we're excited about what we may be able to do. Regionally, it was very convenient. We would work as a region to send students, for example, with a good one is hearing, visual. We'd send them to folks who are very specialized.
Right.
We still can do so. Roanoke City seems to be the school for that, and we can still work with them to help pay a tuition to get our students there to provide the service.
Thank you very much.
I've got a couple comments too, Mr. Chairman, if I may. She took the words right out of my mouth. Thank y'all. We've really enjoyed working with Jeff and Penny. Is there anything that our board and your board can do to come together to try to encourage parents to put their children back in the school system so we can help our ADM number?
Well, I'm gonna have a tongue-in-cheek answer, so take it that way. I think we have a lot of parents who are ready to send their kids back.
Okay.
I mean, I think they're ready to push them out the door, and any red and yellow bus goes by, they're going to throw them out.
Do they take husbands?
I would want to know that too. They're probably home too much, and hence the beard thing going on. But I think we will have most of our students who will return. We have talked to a few parents, not a lot, who are just concerned about the health coming back. As I've put out and we've talked, we care about their babies too, and we're not going to put them in harm's way. Some of those same individuals are going to Kroger and walking around in Walmart, and yet they're saying we're not going to send them back to school. I think when the rubber hits the road, if you will, when we get to where we can put them back, we're going to have the best chunk of them back. The reduction in the ADM has been a Southwest Virginia thing where they have just moving out of the area, and it's not having as many children. So those numbers have dropped for us, but every other school system in Southwest Virginia that's not a Roanoke City or Blacksburg, they're seeing that.
So there's a chance, with a positive note from the coronavirus, is we may see people moving back to the rural areas.
We may.
So if the ADM keeps falling, it's just gonna make things even worse in trying to fund it. Do you think that, I brought up school safety and school resource officers. Do you think there's a chance that, what is the ADM, Mr. Terry?
6.
How much do we get per student? So 6,000. So we do a little quick math here.
That's that Franklin County education coming through. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank God for electronics.
So we could get roughly 110 kids back. That would pay for the school resource officer idea that I had. Do you think that the school safety aspect of having those resource officers would help get those children back in the seats?
I don't think it's that sort of safety. I think it has to do with the coronavirus.
Before coronavirus. I brought this up before coronavirus.
Right. I don't. Their issue is either they had, not everyone, so I'm going to make a statement that's not every person, but a lot of our homeschoolers have been truant, and so they might come to school anyway for whatever reason. Truancy was one of, and we find that the homeschoolers who have done it well, they're going to continue to homeschool. We're not going to get any of them back. It's the ones who were truant, and we started putting pressure on them to come back to school, then they're going to homeschool. So because of what we talked about with Mr. Tatum, I think we're going to see, for those families that have some issues with that student coming to school every day, having a modified schedule may just work for them. And they still are going to have to take the same requirements as everyone else. They're going to have to take a standardized test, which they didn't have to do as a homeschooler. They had to do as a private school student. So I think we will see some of them coming back, but I don't know that it's, I don't think it's safety from I'm going to get hurt at school. It's a truancy thing.
So if you guys do the AB system, Is that just to kind of test the waters for the first month or so to see if the coronavirus is going to spread within our schools?
We have, because it's going to depend on social distancing and how how the governor is going to let us come back. If you still say you have 10 people
Right, I understand.
area,
Yeah.
I can only put 10 on the bus. So and we're not there, but because this is a question everyone wants to know, is for just an example of how it could work. Please don't take that, and if we have press listening, don't put that in. This is how they're going to do it. But it could work, for example, that we have half our students come Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday, teachers do all online instruction. Thursday, Friday, another group of students come in for hands-on instruction, and then we have everyone's out. Everyone gets online instruction 3 days, in-school instruction 2 days. The problem with that is that I don't have enough resources of teachers. I just had those teachers not only teaching all day, I'm asking them to teach all in the evening too. So that's going to cause us to have to look at some personnel, but we might be able to have, for example, the English department has one person who does the English instruction, or fourth graders may have one teacher who is the online fourth grade person who works with that. So we're exploring all these options.
And I apologize for asking. Jeff and Penny told me it's really up to the governor. So I just, kind of have discussion. Not to interrupt, because I know we've got a long evening, but in that budget meeting we had a couple weeks ago, I mentioned, leftover funds from the school. If our board can, I know we don't have the gentleman's agreement that, you guys get to keep those funds anymore, but I would like to see school maybe catch up on some of these capital projects that they just showed on the screen. If it's left over, I would like to see you guys keep that money and try to catch up on some of these capital projects, maybe buy some buses, whatever you guys need to get caught up, if there is any. So I'd like to go on record to say I would support that. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Church, at one time, we had 300 families homeschooled. Has that changed any, the figures?
It's increased. We have approximately 600.
600, so it's doubled, okay. And why is the reason, or anybody gives a reason why that is?
It's increased in a lot of areas. We have a very strong homeschool group, and they get together and work on instruction. And again, for some of our families who've done it, they've done it since the kids were little, and they do a very good job of it. And those kids are going on to higher education, and they do wonderfully with it.
Okay.
The problem is that it's also when the times get tough for people who are truant, it's an easy way out. And I'm not exactly then the restrictions come down. There are some, but there really aren't a bunch. So you have to take some tests. So there's not a lot of accountability there. Hopefully, we can get those kids back. But again, it's a problem that we have. I would love for, now this is Mark's opinion, I'd love for everyone who homeschools to have to pass an SOL. Homeschool till the cows come home, but get in there and take that test. If you can do it, that's great. We get sometimes people who are homeschooled, we have to remediate to get them back. Same with private school too.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Okay. So I guess we've had a pretty good review, Dr. Church, of your request, and so we're going to consider passing the modified proposed school budget for fiscal year 2020 and 21.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and whether the board would wish to do that today or do that after your public hearing next week. I do think there's a 30-day requirement by code once the modified revenues come in from the state superintendent office, I believe, Dr. Church, and I believe you may have mentioned the modified revenue projections came in April 29th. They're give or take.
That's correct.
So we would have until next Tuesday evening following the budget public hearing if the board wishes to take action at that point.
Okay, we could do that. And I have one question, and it doesn't pertain to the budget. I'm getting some requests and emails of outlying students that don't have broadband in their homes. And is there any way that I need some kind of an answer to give them as to what to do versus just sending them to you?
Well, we are working, we've used some of the funds that we've gotten to put out at every school. We're putting parking lot Wi-Fi, if you will, so they can pull into our schools and receive Wi-Fi. Right now, you have to get kind of close to the school to be able to steal the Wi-Fi off the school. We want people in our parking lots to be able to get that. And so whatever you call them.
Knox box.
The thing that puts out the
Oh.
stuff.
Router?
Well, it's
Modem.
a router.
SIT
Hotspot.
guys.
Yeah. That sort of stuff. We're going to set it so that when you pull up to a parking lot, whether it's at the high school or Snow Creek or Sontag, you can sit in the parking lot, and if you want to get outside, you'll be able to get that Wi-Fi there. Also, the superintendents are asking that the governor set aside money from the CARES Act, almost to a person. We've said, use your discretionary money for broadband. And everyone's different. My friends in Allegheny, they've got broadband everywhere. The problem is that they can't get into the homes because of the mountains. Our problem is getting the pipe down the road. There was a time, I think one of you may said it, when we finished the war and put a telephone in every home. When the government, if we could put some money into being able to get at least a pipe into the areas or some Wi-Fi, then we can do that. We're encouraging our families to use hotspots, either on their own smartphone. A lot of people have them. The Verizons and the Sprints of the world are allowing us to now use hotspots, especially if they can turn them on, and then you can use our Chromebooks. We're buying more Chromebooks for our students. We should be very quickly on a one-to-one device. And even for the Chromebooks, with our new program that we have with Canvas Learning, the new learning management system, students are going to be able to take and work at home on it. When they can get to school, it'll upload and then get their new information. So it's not a fix, but at least they shouldn't miss instruction by being able to do it that way.
Well, with our broadband work, we're getting in a position where we can start helping with some installations. So thank you very much, and that will help some of the children that don't get it in their homes. And with what we're planning to do, we won't reach every home, just like you're talking about in the valleys. It'll take us probably 3 years, but we're working on it.
And I appreciate that. It's going to take all of us coming together to be able to help get it into the communities and make it affordable. We've got families, and you all know who they are. You may be some of them. It's not a matter of even money. You can't get it up your road to be able to make the connection.
Yes.
So, it's important.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
It has been asked me by some citizens in the past couple of days, and it slipped my mind earlier, but since school has been closed for the last couple of months, operational savings like transportation, heating, cooling, things like that, where is that money being used, and how is that money being used or carried over?
We are experiencing some savings. We're also, like the county, seeing that sales tax and lottery
Decrease.
that's minused
Okay.
off. At our last projection, we're up about 300,000. And again, we don't know what's going to happen. It's nice to be able to not run buildings, not run buses. We filled the tanks. We're trying to get everything there. As we get closer, and again, we're watching those sales tax numbers and lottery numbers. So as they get better, the revenue that we can make gets better.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
is
sir.
there a reason for us to delay approving their budget today? I'm ready to go ahead and vote on it today.
Other than the public hearing.
Other than the public hearing, Mr. Carter, there's, if the board considered any further considerations for the county budget, the overall budget in terms of expenditure reductions or revenue reductions and so forth, if the board is considering any of those, if that would impact any of the school's budget as well, whether it impacts the county budget and or the school budget, that's the only other consideration that you may want to think through. Yeah, there is a 30-day window, if you will, to adopt the school budget from the April 29th. So,
Foresee any big changes moving forward that we should wait?
not per se. Mr. Carter, I have a brief presentation today just to update the board on the modified budget from our last work session, but in terms of the county side of the budget, in terms of revenue projections, and they are what they are, both at the state level, from the school side and the county side. We know they're changing. We're not going to know more until really July or August. I think, as I shared with the board in a communication with the board, since March the 17th, on the county side of the ledger, we've cut out $3 million to make up for those revenue losses. And so, any further reduction, certainly that would be the will of the board. But at this point, we really don't have any further data from the state, knowing what the state may reduce, and as already mentioned, the ADM, not really knowing what that will look like either. And the school system's not going to know that until July, August, or September. So really, it's very much a modified pause, in all of our budgets.
Would it help you all, Mark, if we went ahead and approved it today?
What we're waiting on right now is contracts. And so if you told us that you're gonna have level funding and you're good, I would issue contracts to teachers. We're still looking at how a lot of school systems are furloughing individuals. If we don't have a start until September, October, I don't need a full staff of support staff. I need instructional, and I need more instructional to be able to help us with that. So, but if I knew it right now, we would issue at least professional contracts.
I'm ready to make a motion. We go ahead and approve their budget as presented today.
I'll second it.
Okay. Good question, but do we have any more discussion? Okay. We have a motion that we go ahead and pass the modified budget for the school. And we have a second.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Can we do that? You said we had to have a 30-day public hearing, correct?
No, the 30 days, the time frame, Mr. Cundiff, that the state gives localities. They have 30 days from our revised revenue projection. So localities have 30 days from April 29th to adopt their school system
So we don't have to have a public
budgets.
hearing on it.
No, the school systems
Okay.
already has
All right.
held a public hearing, as I understand, on their
Apologies.
budget. But we would still have to have our public hearing on the overall county budget next Tuesday.
That's right.
And so-
confused. Okay.
And
Thank
so
you.
if there are going to be no further changes to the school system's budget from the county's local support, then if the board's comfortable, as it's already been noted, then certainly it's the will of the board what they want to do today.
All right. Thank you.
And the school budget will be covered next Tuesday also. When we
Yeah,
approve our budget,
yes.
we will approve the school's budget.
Well, the motion on the floor today is that's been made, Mr. Mitchell, is to approve the school's
Schools,
portion of
yes.
the county's
Yeah.
budget.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Madam Clerk, would you read the motion, please, and we'll have a roll call.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Carter to adopt the modified Franklin County School budget as presented by Dr. Church today. That was seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. So I'll do a roll call now. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Thompson is absent today. So I'll note that.
Okay. Motion carries. And Dr. Church, looks like you're still up front.
I am.
Oh, man.
I'm a partner in crime.
Yes, sir.
No pun
Oh, you got a good
intended,
partner.
right? No pun.
Now he puts on the mask.
Well, and who I'm talking about.
I gather we don't have an X out there for you. Everywhere you go now, there's an X for where you stand next to you.
But we're social distancing, but a good man anyway, so if you've got the corona, couldn't happen to a nicer fellow.
Okay. All right, we'll look at item number 10.
Ready for us?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna let Sheriff start.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you all very much. Appreciate the time today. We're here on two particular agenda items that from executive summaries we submitted. I've been speaking certainly with Mr. Whitlow in regarding to these. I want to bring to your attention, and both of these do affect the workings of the school board and our schools, as well as the office of the sheriff, and that's why we're presenting together today. The first one I'd like to mention to you, and I certainly won't get into a lot of detail because I believe you all are very familiar with both of these programs. One is the COP Sync, which now will be referred to as Campus Safe. It is our threat alert notification system that we have in the school system, and our school resource officers too. Additional school resource officers from a grant last year that this board approved that are currently at the Franklin County High School. In regard to the Campus Safe piece of software program, as I mentioned, it is a threat alert and notification system that has been in service in our school system, in our elementary schools and middle school and high school since 2016, around about August of 2016. You well may remember a lot of this, just giving a little history. 1999 was Columbine. That sent shockwaves around the nation as far as a massive school shooting. The Commonwealth of Virginia was rocked in 2007 at the shooting at Virginia Tech, which just surpassed the death from that. 30-some individuals lost their life during that shooting. And then in 2012, we had Sandy Hook, which gripped our nation again because this was a massacre in an elementary school setting. So from 1999 until present, we have continued to evolve in threat level assessments and notifications of active shooter training that is, as you well know, is just a continued ongoing process. Up until 2 years ago in 2018, in February, when many general assemblies across the nation were in session, we had the Parkland High School shooting that again just sent the nation up, turned it upside down. We had continued to have school shootings during that time frame, but not to that magnitude, and it just gripped the nation, and it gripped governments as to what we do to respond to this. And so I say that as a little bit of history that now we find ourselves in the midst of COVID, and I don't want to neglect the thought of that we're out of the woods on school safety or any type of active shooting. And I here today am not trying to look forward to the future and make any estimations, but I do come here with reservation that I am concerned of what post-COVID-19 may look like as it relates to the psychological effects of many people across our country, from an economical standpoint to students. to substance abuse, to mental health. All of these things come into play. Again, we don't have a crystal ball to see, but I say we can't forget and not think moving ahead. So why are we here today? We're here today because we have this program in place. It was purchased through a private donor. I had spoken to the Board of Supervisors about our desire to work with the school division of having this implemented, had their support. But at that time, the money was not funded, but we did have a private donor that stepped forward and put in roughly around $32,000 to get this program implemented. The program has been functioning. It's tested regularly. We have been blessed that we have not had an active shooter situation, so that's the good portion of it. We have had false testing occur. This alert system will allow, if a teacher is in their classroom and they were to hear shots fired, this is not just you running a mill. This is when something dire has happened in that school system. They can go to their computer, hit the icon, and an alert goes out immediately at that time to our 911 center, and to all law enforcement personnel in the county would receive a notification on their cell phone of not only where which school, but where the location in that school this alert has happened. Again, everything is time sensitive of a response. We've had some false alerts before, but we've worked through those. But I will say in our discussion recently, it was brought up as a good point made here just recently before COVID-19 forced schools to shut down. We had a false alarm. Well, we had an alert at Henry Elementary. It turned out to be a false alarm, but the good thing about the system working the way it should, the alert went out so fast that we had a response in less than 5 minutes to that school. And then we had other personnel who were off, got the alert as well, that were responding to that school. So the system does work as it was put in place to do. And we talked about that with Dr. Church staff and our staff, is trying to figure out, because we're here today because we're trying to figure out how do we continue to finance both of these particular programs. But where we are now is Cop Sync went under. Another company purchased them, Campus Safe. Campus Safe is now trying to get all their affairs in order. We were one of those many localities that had it, and they were saying, hey, look, it's time to pony back up. It's been a period of time that during a lot of litigation and things that were going on, that annual fees were not paid. So the due point has come for us to ante up the $15,000 for that. Now, if I could, that's one of our requests today is discussion of how do we pay, or if we continue with the Cop Sync program. I want to just mention very quickly another issue, because it all deals with funding. Our school resources.
If we could, Sheriff.
Yes.
We've got these under two different items.
Okay, you want to just take,
and
okay.
If we could take Cop Sync, and the request is for $15,000. Is this an ongoing request every year?
It would be, sir, yes.
So, and this would be for next year's budget, am I correct?
Correct.
So, board members, we're actually looking at item number 12 in your package, and
11.
Do you need a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we need a motion.
I make a motion that we approve to fund Cop Sync program.
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman, as a clarifying question after the motion, does the board have any direction as to where staff will need to pull funding from for the Cop Sync, the ongoing cost of Cop Sync?
What's our balance in our contingency fund?
Currently, Mr. Tatum, in the current year, it's around $63,000, and of course, we're trying to up that next year, not knowing the consequence of COVID and so forth as a contingency. So next year, we're looking at approximately $100,000 to $150,000 next year. So the board's contingency will have more in it next year, and that is, an ongoing budgetary line item. If the board wishes to take the funds from that line item, we'll just reduce that line item accordingly.
I have a question, going to your point, Mr. Tatum. We've got the two, the dynamic duo here. I know you all have met. Has there been any discussion about expense sharing on, I know we're gonna deal with two items, that the county and the schools could share these costs?
We've talked about, right now, we're looking at, as the sheriff is, a reduced budget. So it's difficult for us, we're looking at new benefits. There are more students that are protected. However, also a law enforcement thing. So for us, having limited budgets, we're hoping that this funded both. We do cost share for the cost of the resource officer. Currently have the one in school, high school, officer, that expenditure. So that's, I know it's another issue, but there are things that we do as well. The safety, this additional thing that we talked about, is just finding the money to be able to, for us to take it off something else to make it work.
Yeah, I think we find ourselves in, I think we find ourselves in, level playing field with regard to tight budgets. And I think that's why Mr. Whitlow has inquired of the board about where we find the money. And Mr. Tatum, are you in support of taking it from the reserve? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
We not knowing what the state's gonna do till August, July, whatever. Would whatever the state's gonna do help with this? I mean, will they, like I said, we don't know what kind of money we're gonna get from the state.
Mhm.
So would it be better to table this until July, until we figure out for sure what the state's gonna do, then where our money can come from?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I guess, Mr. Cunniff, your question is, regarding state revenues in relation to this funding request. And as I understand it, the request is to use local county dollars to refund the request and not necessarily school budget dollars or sheriff's department line item budget dollars. It would come on the county side.
What I'm trying to say is we'll know more about the budget from July. And right now, we don't have it.
In terms of the state revenues for other items, for comp board or school.
Right now, are you gonna pull money out not knowing what the state's gonna do? Or do you go ahead and pull the money out and pray that we get something from the state as far as getting the money back into the contingency fund? That's the reason I was saying, should it be tabled until we find out what the state's gonna do and how better our budget's gonna be set up?
Dr. Church, is CopSync in effect today? It is in effect today until December of this year.
You may have better, we had it for a year because they didn't have their act together, so we were able to fund it for last year. Now the pony's up, and I don't know.
My understanding from Captain Young is we would be okay until July, we believe, as far as the contract. But now, as far as the state's concerned, there's not been any money for this particular type program to buy this system.
Yeah.
I was just going to simply state that the money, we're funded through the end of the school year anyway. So there's not really a concern until school starts back up in the lapse period that we'll lose anything. They have worked graciously with us, Campus Safe will as well. So July date would be okay, and then we would implement the program. The only issues would be is Campus Safe has added a few teachers and IT department will work with that. So we need to be considerate of a July date.
I think we don't know when the schools will go back, and why don't we just table this and bring it back when we get more information on the school dates?
I have one request if we're going to do that. I would like to ask, you said 5 minutes when we had the incident at Henry, which is great. That's remarkable as far as I'm concerned. I would like to ask Major Sigmund and Captain Young if, when we come back to discuss this in July, if that's what we're going to do, I want to look at the school shootings. I'm sure y'all can pull the reports. The school shootings at Sandy Hook, Columbine, Virginia Tech, all these major school shootings. I'd like to know how many people were killed in the first 5 minutes. Because I know at Virginia Tech, I'm sure there was a cop there within 5 minutes, and look how many people were killed there. So as we continue to talk about school safety, I promised this board I wouldn't go away on this matter. I will suggest a 1 cent tax increase again. I'm going to stick to my word because I think it is very important that we have these resource officers in our schools. And I know it's going to take a whole penny to fund it. I'm hoping the school board is going to get on board with it to try to protect our children. I honestly think that putting school resource officers in the schools will help our ADM to help offset some of this cost. I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, you can tell me wrong. I don't care. But school safety is going to be my #1 priority for the next 4 years. I'm just letting you know I'm not going to go away on this matter, okay? If you don't mind, Major Sigmund, I'd appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, I might just note that Mr. Whitlow is going to present an overview of our proposed adjusted budget, and we'll have our public hearing next week. But if we don't take this matter up until sometime in July, I would recommend that the board is going to have to put in an expenditure for this in the draft budget so that it's planned for at least, and if it doesn't happen, you know, it doesn't happen. But we're going to have to plan for it if we're going to continue to, you know, if we're going to postpone making a decision on it.
Any other comments?
Like I said, I'm just saying that I think we need to see what the state's going to do. I'm not against renewing it. I'm just saying let's just wait and see what's coming come across the board. I'd rather see an apple be green, then when it turns red, I'll pick it. Right now, we're getting green apples.
Okay, we are looking at considering July, and hopefully by then we'll have some input on when we're going to have school again. And I think that would influence our decision very much. So we'll take a motion whether we want to table it or whether we want to implement it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask our clerk maybe to repeat the previous motion and second.
Mitchell, at the moment, I have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Tatum. And that was made before additional discussion occurred. So I would just ask how we want to proceed, if we want to amend the motion that's on the floor, or if we want to proceed with how it was originally.
Did you have a date in that, Mr. Mitchell?
As long as we get it, I don't care, because I think it's a great thing to have this cop sync thing. You know, there's been things I've asked for today that I would like to wait on to see what the state does and was ignored. But if that's what we want to do, then that's fine. I'll respect the wishes of the other board members if we want to wait till July. So whatever language I need to put in there, I'll put in there.
For July.
Sure.
So I have still made by Supervisor Mitchell a motion to, I don't know, to table this. Do you want to table it completely, or do we want to put in there that we want to appropriate funding of $15,000 to beginning of July?
I'll just make a motion to table it till the July meeting altogether.
So
I'll amend my motion.
Okay, and we do have a second?
Yes, we do. I'll second it, since we were told that wait until July is really not going to set us back any.
Thank you, Tim.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And now we'll look at granting for 2 school resource officers.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, and I believe this is going to fall in the same discussion that you all had. It would be a matter of continuing to fund 2 school resource officers that have been assigned to the high school for the upcoming school year 2021. The question is the funding of the matching fund for the grant for these 2 positions, which is roughly $55,300 some odd dollars.
Mhm. And this is for next year's budget.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Do you need a motion on this, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can have a motion and then we'll have discussion.
I will make a motion to vote today to make sure we have these 2 school resource officers, and whatever we need to do to make the funds appropriate is what I would like to see done today. So that's my motion, that we approve these 2 school resource officers today.
Okay.
And we're talking about
Is
local
there-
match, right?
Is there a second?
Second. Thank you, Tim.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and we'll take any discussion.
Again, Mr. Mitchell, I would ask on this request too, what portion of the county budget next year, as we modify, any direction from the board that you'd like to see this, these funds taken from another department or?
Well, I'm optimistic that we're going to have more for our budget than what we're currently portraying right now anyway, so I think it'll work out. I'm very optimistic on that. So whatever means necessary. So this is something I don't think we should, I'm trying to think of the right terminology here because this is what I'm most passionate about, but I don't think that we should, I hate to say it this way because I know it's our responsibility to figure out how to pay for all this stuff. But at this current moment, I'm not really worried about how we're going to pay for it. We'll figure it out as we move forward with our budget and reevaluate it monthly and quarterly.
And I understand, Mr. Mitchell, I understand your point there, but I guess at this point, maybe from our projected board contingency is a line item that we can pull down from, and we'll just reduce the board contingency.
Yeah, I
At this
think
point
that
to-
would be a good one to start with, and then we can adjust as the economy turns around. I mean, I'm hopeful too. I've heard Mr. Cundiff say he's confident, and all of us are hopeful and confident that once this thing kicks into gear, that we'll see growth, and I hope that we will. If we don't, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But
And
for now, just use the reserve.
did you understand, Tim, that the board right now, we have an extra $100,000 from not doing the ag fair?
Right.
So
Just remember, anything you're pulling from reserve is a one-time deal.
right. So we'll have to have a discussion again next year if we can't.
These are recurring expenses. The question that I have, am I correct, Sheriff Overton, in that this is predicated on a grant from the Virginia Department of Criminal and Justice Services?
That is correct.
Is this an annual grant?
It is, and I think it's based upon a 4-year grant, and then at the end of the 4-year, then the evaluation would have to occur from the board whether to pick these positions up full-time through attrition or some discussion would need to be made.
So this would be year one?
This will be upcoming year 2.
This will be year 2, so in 2 more years, we'll have to be reevaluated if they offer it. And we'll have to reconsider that matching portion. And if the grant goes away, then we'll have to make a determination to fully fund the SROs or to remove them from the budget, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
How much is the grant?
$84,000.
That's the total, and then we add our 55 to that.
Correct.
So for the next couple of years, we're looking at 55, 356 for the resource officers.
And Dr. Church, I know you don't want to hear this, but I really think that we need to partner with the schools on SROs.
No, I agree wholeheartedly.
And I know you don't have the money, and we don't have the money. So somewhere we've got to find the middle. And we all have a vested interest in our children. And we want to make sure that the decisions we make on this board are responsible in taking care of the school division and our students. As we've been talking about all day, we find ourselves where we are. It is what it is, as everyone says. Would the school division be amenable to covering 50% of this cost?
That will be a board decision. I've tried to, difficult, look at all of the needs. Sheriff mentioned too, the socio-emotional. You know, when I was a student in high school all those years ago, at a guidance counselor, we didn't have social workers, family liaisons, psychologists, or any of those people.
Right.
Now we spend a lot of time with individuals who help families, help students with social emotional. And so, you know, the instructional needs, even from the CSA, students who have high needs. So I look at the overall budget. Student protection is important, and please don't think that I'm saying that it's not. It's very important. The safety of our children is number one concern. However, also the person who's in charge of allocating a very limited resources do the best we can for students. So,
Sure.
and so when I say that, as far as the school system taking it on, the board may choose to do so, and we can certainly present it. But they're looking at also the other things that they have to fund as well. And you have to make a call. Do we add another resource on? And so we have to balance with that. So both are tough decisions. Of course, I'm the educator, so I'm always going to, if I have to make a decision, to the
Sure. I just offer that up as a consideration to consider for my colleagues as we think through these issues. And there's no question about the merit of the software or the SROs. That's not a question, and please don't misunderstand. These are fiscal decisions, and I think we've got to figure out the best solution.
I appreciate, and I know the sheriff does, appreciate the consideration, because we think it's important.
Yeah.
And it's funded, having
yeah.
Increase our budgets by X, and we'll take care of it. But that's the issue. Is too. I appreciate your consideration, your thought about our.
So you're just saying now if you had the funds to put a school resource officer from us in all the elementary schools, you would support it?
If we had the funds to add to our budget, that's a lot of funds. If we had funds, say here's X millions of dollars it's going to take to do so, budget, we would certainly make that happen. That's not asking how we spend that. If you give me X number of dollars and say spend it to the best we can to take care of kids, that's a decision a board has to make as to where to spend those dollars. If they're directed, we'll do whatever we'll do.
No.
I think basically what you're saying is that you got a choice. You either add a teacher or add a recess person. And in your capabilities and thinking, you probably like the teacher better for the simple reason she touches more lives and helps more students. I can understand what you're saying.
Until I need the resource.
Right. So, well, you need that too. But I'm picking up on sort of what you're trying to say. Would it help if you waited July for the budget to come back out and see what's available to you all?
I know that with this grant, we probably need to know sooner than later that we're going to be participating in the grant.
We've already filed for the re-up for the grant,
right.
And it's been approved. It's just a matter of the funding. So we've got certainly the state, the way the position is in, but I think we're okay if a decision was to made by you all that you would not fund this. We're not in any obligation at that point in time that it would not be funded. But we've made the preparation ahead
understand.
to
Yes.
have it continue. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm not against continuing anything, and what I'm trying to say is, would it help if we waited till July as far as the school budget is concerned, or what you might could help with us or not help with us on this resource deal?
I will say the only thing that does hinder us a little bit is if the board or the school board or the board of supervisors is going to fund this position, I will be sending those 2 resource officers back to the high school. I have not backfilled those positions, and I'm thankful that I didn't in case the money would not become available. But if I put them back in the high school, then I'm going to be down 2 officers, and there is an academy that starts in June. We are reviewing applicant pool now, but that is a little bit of hindrance on us as far as manpower after the June date from the academy,
Right.
if I have to send somebody to the academy.
What is the duties of a resource officer?
The duties?
Yes, sir.
Well, they're there to certainly provide protection and
Yes.
safety to everyone on that campus. If there's any criminal activity, there's a lot of activity that happens that certainly the principals and the administrators handle because it's not of a criminal nature, but sometimes they do call us in to help and assist even with that initially. But anything criminally that happens on that campus has to be reported to that school resource officer, and they take the appropriate action, whether it's a referral, a diversion, or whether they actually place charges.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add a comment to that, the school resource officer, as you all know, is near and dear to my heart. I served there for 12 years, and from 1996 to 2008, I probably made more arrests at the high school than all the other deputies put together. And it's largely because it's like fishing in a barrel. There is a lot of activity there that the police officers, unfortunately, it's a necessity with today's climate. And I was there doing Columbine, I was there doing Jonesboro, Arkansas, I was there doing Paducah, Kentucky, I was there doing Virginia Tech. And all those activities that happen across the country, they affect what goes on here. You wouldn't believe the number of calls you get from parents when something happens. I remember after Columbine, we was almost to the point of having to shut school down because the parents were calling, they hearing rumors and things that really affects the community and the school as a whole. I know you're up against a time crunch, and in case you need to send someone in the academy, that's why I do support moving forward with this. And if we have to use our contingency fund to kick it off and cross that bridge next year, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I think that we do need to go forward with this and move on.
Mr. Tatum, can I ask you to clarify one thing? Are you supporting the county paying the entire amount?
I'm supporting the county picking up, if we have to, this year, picking up the $55,000 to move forward with it. And then, of course, next year we'll have more time to reevaluate, see what we can do better. If the school can find some money in their budget, we won't turn it down, to help with it. But I understand they're against a crunch as well. Yeah. But this is I feel it's a necessity that we continue with this program.
Well, we are looking at next year's budget.
Pardon?
We're looking at next year's budget.
Yeah.
Not this year. You already funded this year.
Yes, sir.
So we can.
And I believe you said that the grant was for 80,000.
84.
84.
That was max.
Okay. So, and here, just, I guess for Mr. Whitlow's benefit, we're looking at another $150,000 next year. And I'm not opposed to it, but we're asking staff to make the adjustments to come up with this money.
I think, Mr. Chairman, there's a total of, Sheriff, I believe, is a total of $55,000 was the local match for the 2 SROs.
Correct.
So it's not $150,000, Mr. Chairman. It's $55,000, and then of course if the board revisits Cop Sync in July 15, so around $70,000 that we could pull from an ongoing board contingency account, just as the board's aware of that.
Yes, but I was just counting if we don't get the grant, the other 80.
If we do not receive the grant, Mr. Chairman, of course, then as the sheriff has spoken, it would be up to the board at that point to decide what to do, at that point, but yeah.
Okay. Do we need to, this is for next year's budget, do we need to make a motion today? Pertaining to that?
Chairman, I have a motion made by Supervisor Tatum in the beginning before this discussion, similar to the item before, and that was, it was made by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor.
Yeah.
So at the moment, that's where we stand in the minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
This is before the discussion.
Sure, I'm looking at our county attorney, maybe that could give some insight on this, because certainly applying for the grant is one matter. Of course, we have not adopted the 2021 budget, but what I've heard from the board would like to see the local match in the 2021 budget, and certainly we'll make sure that we pull those funds into that. What we're proposing, it's just a matter of, that hasn't been adopted yet or appropriated yet. I don't know if that, yes.
Are you good with that? Okay.
As long as we
You
get
good with
school
your
resource
second?
officers, yes, sir.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Okay, so we have a motion of the same one that was made by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Tatum, to be sure that the county administrator with finance staff provides the funding of the $55,356 for the SRO officers for fiscal year 2021. Is that accurate?
Okay.
Okay. Motion in a second.
Okay. We've heard the motion. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carried, and that will be carried out in next year's budget. And Sheriff, I believe you're still up front.
Thank you, Dr. Church.
Thank you, Dr. Church.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I have another item to bring before the board that we would like your action on today. And this actually is a new law that went into effect, or actually amended currently a particular law that would allow a provision for the courts to collect an additional $10 fee. There is a $10 fee now in place for the sole purpose of any criminal traffic charges in general district court and circuit court, and that $10 fee goes directly to security, maintenance, and control of the courthouse. That particular item is in place. If I'm not mistaken, we generate around $56,000 or so per year, or last year, as an example, for that. This year, the General Assembly amended that to allow a $20 fee to be assessed on all criminal and traffic charges in general district and circuit court. And if approved, that money is for the sole purpose of security of the local courthouses. I'm here today to present this and asking the board to adopt this change to allow the fee to for the clerks to assess that fee or obtain that fee from the charge, and then transfer or remit that to the treasurer's office for the purpose of courthouse security.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we accept this proposal and pass this at this time.
Second.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, he didn't state a motion.
Chairman Mitchell, it's my understanding, but I'll have to check with the county attorney, that this would be a code change, which I believe we
Okay.
have a
Public hearing.
I could be, I would.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, and we can have that public hearing.
I'll still second it if you want to do it here.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend my motion to, that we hold a public hearing in regard to this.
I'll second his motion.
Okay, and that will be heard next month.
so now, yes, now I have a motion made by Supervisor Tatum to schedule a public hearing for June 16th to amend the County Code Chapter 1, Section 1-17, which is for the courthouse fees, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
All righty. And we need and voice coach. Okay, that'll work. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I know we're running about an hour and 15 minutes or so behind. I know we have a long evening ahead of us for public hearings, so I will be brief for the board today. I just had some follow-up from our budget work session for the board today, and I'd asked Mr. Carter if he would come maybe get the PowerPoint started. We'll quickly go through those slides. I think Mr. Carter, in the interest of time, Brian, I think I'm going to just sit up here at the dais and just quickly go through that, and then of course I can pass these out to the board. These are handouts at the end. I think we can all look at our screens and the public too, and I can quickly get the board through this, I believe, in the interest of time today. I think it's the
Thank you.
Okay. Just wanted to give the board a quick, and you've seen most of today. What I'm going over, this is just a summary as we look ahead to next Tuesday's budget, public hearing from the county's budget. Of course, last month or a couple of weeks ago, we also shared with the board that we are looking at our anticipated declines due to COVID at this point. And these are all projections subject to change. Real estate ratio decline, personal property, we're not necessarily looking for any increase in revenue projections. Looking at decreases in sales, meals, and lodging, as well as interest income. Again, these are best projections at this point, but subject to change. So that's a total loss of about $2.7 million. That only leaves a modified projection of discretionary revenue of a little over $400,000 in next year's budget. So Brian, I'll let you keep moving. Of course, we've heard a lot today about the uncertainty of the state budget, state and federal funds. We know that over 50% of the county's budget is funded by the state and federal government. The Virginia Secretary of Finance is looking at $1 billion loss. And of course, as already mentioned, we will not know until July or August after the General Assembly reconvenes as to really what that's going to look like. Very concerning because any further reductions, of course, as I've noted, could be significant on the school and the comp board, the sheriff's office, the other constitutional offices, as well as other county revenues that the state provides us aid to. So as already said, our budget that was printed back on March the 17th, that was presented, that's now in strategic pause, and we're now into a modified budget that we've already previously shared with you all. Mr. Carter, if you could. And in that modified budget, almost all new spending, as the school superintendent shared, almost all new spending has been subtracted in the proposed budget for next year. Certainly, we've had a hiring freeze that's been implemented on all non-essential personnel that was effective March 19th until we have a greater picture of how our revenues recover. The proposed discretionary revenue, it's dropped from $3.1 million again to only about $358,000. That's a loss there that you see. And so what have we done to make up for that difference? We've subtracted out the cost of living adjustment for county employees, no additional revenue to the schools, no additional capital funding for the county or the schools. We've reduced or cut out any new positions. And then we've made other reductions of about $1 million from the budget. So what does that look like in terms of the summary? I thought it was important as a reminder to all of us that because we went through a series of approximately 10 budget work sessions this year, starting back in November. And so prior to the budget being presented on March the 17th, staff, in terms of all the budget requests made by all the different county departments, both on the operational side and also the capital side, already had cut the request down by $3.4 million. And then we were affected certainly by COVID, and so that required us to reduce an additional $3 million from what we proposed on March the 17th. And you can see that that was those positions in capital and the things I previously mentioned on the previous slide. So even that being said, we still needed to go back and trim further, and staff has done so to the tune of about $400,000. And those were things like maintenance service contracts, utilities, supplies, really down in the weeds, into the paper clips and training and marketing and so forth. So, Mr. Carter, so just as the board just previously approved, just a little earlier, the board has approved a level funded budget for the school system. There before you, that level funds them from the current year. We also have set aside CSA private day placements as we started setting aside that last year. That's again set aside this year where we will begin invoicing the school system from that amount going forward. So Mr. Carter. So the modified budget at this point, it's a maintenance budget certainly with no tax rate adjustments recommended at this time. It absorbs any significant revenue losses of the $2.7 million. Essentially, all new spending's been reduced out of the fiscal year 2021 budget. The proposed modified budget's around $145,900,000 for next year. The General Assembly has already noted they will get back to revised projections this summer. As I've previously shared, adopted budgets are fluid. They can be amended as needed. So we will likely, as already been mentioned today, be looking at this monthly. The improving revenue picture, we can look with some flexibility to possibly add some things back. Again, some of that $400,000 that really was getting into more of the meat in terms of supplies and utilities and so forth. We hope that what we have cut out will be sufficient and that we will have, the expenses will not outpace the revenues for next year. But again, it's going to require a lot of attention monthly as we go forward. A declining revenue picture would require the opposite, and any significant revenue decline would necessitate core service reductions on the county. And certainly I would pause there to say, big picture, I know it's probably, you would think out of a $145 million budget, certainly what more can be cut from that? But in the reality, there's only about 5.7 million in discretionary funding that we can actually go to. Brian, if you'll go to that next slide. What that looks like, as you can see, there's a $92 million on the general fund side. If you subtract out personnel, transfer to other funds, the school system transfer, as well as capital, all of these other items are required. The VRS, the regional jail, our commitments to our partners, social services, the mandates of CSA, our debt service, and so forth. Really, when you look at that, it's hard to see at the bottom of the screen there. You can't fully see the bottom there. But the point being, there's very little discretion that we can go to as staff beyond what we have already looked at. So Brian, if you could go to the next slide, and I know I'm going through these quickly. So the board at the May 4th work session moved forward to advertise the proposed budget, the modified budget, and the tax rate. That will be held next Tuesday evening, May the 26th at 6 o'clock. Of course, the school budget was adopted today, so you can check that one off the list and got that one behind you. Of course, then on the county side, we would need to adopt the modified budget. There is a code requirement that requires 7 days from the public hearing to adopt the overall budget. So the earliest that we could do that would be June the 2nd. And then following the adoption of the budget, we would certainly need to have summer and quarterly, likely monthly reviews of where we are with the revenue picture. So I could answer any questions. I know I've sent information to you all as a follow-up from the work session today. I know I quickly went through these slides, but this is really just a summary for you all today. And if you have any further questions or need further information from staff, we would be open certainly to get you as much information as we can and prepared to do so.
Okay, well, we've heard the modified budget, and it looks like, Chris, I believe you said you was down in the weeds, so it don't look like there's a lot of room for any real changes, do you think? And here we just, as we look at it, I think we see that staff has made an effort to bring this budget to where we can live with it until we get more information in the months ahead. Any thoughts? Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, then thank you, Mr. Carter. We will look at our public hearing the next Tuesday evening at 6 o'clock. Just a couple of things. That was a great segue on the agenda, and I know we need to move on to closed session. Upcoming events, May the 26th at 6 o'clock. We'll say with the CARES Act that was recently approved, that's the federal stimulus act that was approved by the feds. It came in last week, about the middle of last week, and it's a host of information in that. And I know there's a lot of question as to how much should localities expect to receive out of the CARES Act. Approximately $150 billion was allocated to the Commonwealth of Virginia. In terms of how that's allocated out to localities and counties, it's based on a per capita basis. Not certainly the state gets their share of the $150 billion, and trust me, they're getting the larger share. But the localities, we potentially could look at upwards of 4.8 million. Now, don't get too excited. The CARES Act specifically only deals with the COVID matter. It cannot supplant lost revenues that we've seen or other budgetary needs. That being said, there are opportunities within the CARES Act, and I've assembled a team with the county to begin looking at that, whereby we will look as creatively as we can in terms of it's potentially upwards of $4 million. Will we be able to use all of it? We're not sure today, but we're going to be as creative as we can in terms of those federal dollars and using as much of the federal funds as we can. I will have a better update for you likely in June, but I just wanted to footnote that today. So it's not all bad news. I know it's raining outside and we're calling for some flooding rains this week, but it's not all bad news today. So I wanted to share that with you all. And then a couple of other matters, Mr. Chairman. There was a request, and we will defer this. I see our county attorney here. I may defer this to him to give a little insight. The board had a request from a petitioner. It was actually a request from a citizen for the possible revocation of a special use permit, and I think we had shared some options to the board in a communication recently. This is one that a special use permit had been granted for a property in the Union Hall district about 18 months or so ago, and a citizen questioned the enforcement, if you will, of the special use permit and the site plan. And so that citizen was given the option of appealing the zoning administrator, Mr. Sandy's decision to the BZA. The citizen did not appeal that decision in time. And so as I understand, this is likely the citizen's only other option of moving forward. And certainly, Mr. Gwynn may could speak to this. I think the board's options are clear. If the board wants to call it up, they can call it up to discuss it. If not, it'll stand on its own merit. And we can get you more information if you would like more information in terms of time of today's meeting, Mr. Chairman, if the board needs more information, or a simple communication from our county attorney back to the citizen's request. And I
What was
could-
it for? I'm sorry.
This is Mr. Herman Law. It's a request, and it was a petition regarding the special use permit on the Glade Hill Land Company.
I don't know that I can add anything to what Chris has told you, other than our analysis of the ordinance is that you're not required to take any action.
And I think Mr. Sandy made 3 recommendations, or there were 3 recommendations.
I think we provided you with the 3 options, Mr. Chairman, which were to take no action, to schedule some sort of hearing, which I don't know that we've ever done. So I think we'd have to sort of create some framework for that type of hearing. And the third would be to refer it to the Planning Commission and let them do some sort of hearing for it. Our sense of it was that Mr. Sandy does an awfully good job as a zoning administrator, and he has rendered an opinion in the case. It was not an opinion that the petitioner liked. He had an option to appeal it to the Board of Zoning Appeals, which, as you know, is appointed by the Circuit Court, and he determined not to do that. To me, if you, you'll be, in order to provide the petitioner with the relief that he wants, you're going to have to undercut Mr. Sandy as your zoning administrator. And he's basically interpreted it. And we just don't think that, my position would be that in the absence of a BZA appeal, that's not the sort of thing that you want to get into, because you're going to have a precedent. You're going to have a bunch of people who are going to follow and be wanting to have hearings before this board.
Yes, sir. And I think Mr. Sandy was pretty specific that if you don't appeal the BZA, you lose your appeal.
Yes, and that's included in every zoning administrator's opinion. It's very, very clearly laid out in accordance with the statute as to what your appeal rights are and what the consequences are if you don't appeal.
So I guess what we're looking for is where this board wants to take their stand.
But I guess I would ask it this way: if there's anyone who wants to make a motion that we hold a hearing.
That we what? I'm
That
sorry.
we hold a hearing.
This is Mr. Cundiff's district, right?
Yeah, this is in Mr. Cundiff's district.
What do you want to do, Tommy?
That's a good question, because I've been involved on both sides. I think, and I still think it's a civil matter. I don't think the board we can go any further than what we already have. So I would turn it over as a civil matter to them to go to court and get their right of way straightened out. That's my opinion.
Would you like for one of those to make a motion so you stay out of it? Is that what?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think you have to do anything.
No,
Okay.
we don't.
Right.
And
No
and
action's
really,
required, I don't think.
If we take action down the road, we could be involved in civil action also.
Well, you could be a witness.
We would be, and we would actually be spending taxpayer money on an issue that we really don't have an issue with.
And that you've already, I mean, you've got a zoning administrator that you pay to make these decisions.
So we'll go with what Mr. Sandy's already ruled on and stick with that.
All right, we can-
Okay.
That's the consensus then
I support
of
that.
the board, then Mr. Chairman, we'll make sure legal counsel gets that notice out. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have, and I know in the interest of time, to get back to 6 o'clock, I do know we have a rather lengthy closed session, and I understand there may be some other matters by supervisors, and great segue, I have had a conversation with a couple of supervisors regarding a budgetary request at the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department, and regarding a skid unit, I think that is aging, and certainly that is currently in the proposed budget, and we're certain that money will be there if the board is successful, and I think we will be, with a grant for an SCBA's for the Snow Creek Volunteer Fire Department. We've put in for a grant for that. I think it was $50,000. I see Mr. Ferguson in the audience. So I just throw that out there. It's a great segue to other matters by supervisors, because in case the board wishes to discuss that, because I know that came up a couple of times over the last few days. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other matters by supervisors?
I have one, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Ron. I would like to ask the board if you would have a willingness to bring back our farmers. You know, we met with the Farm Bureau it was earlier in the year. And I've been working with a couple farmers and in deep conversation about their plight and the difficulties that exist. And I've had a couple offline conversations with a couple of you guys. And I think it would be very prudent if our board would host a work session with the Farm Bureau and other parties, some representatives from other entities that we need to bring in. It could be 4-H, it could be, you know, other ag entities. But I think we need to have a well-rounded discussion from A to Z with our farmers, go in with a predetermined agenda about an outcome. But I really think that, you know, farming is the backbone of our country. And our farmers here in Franklin County, they need our attention. And I would like to see us take a leadership role in that with them. And I wanted to see if the board would be willing to entertain a request to set such work session, maybe this summer, sometime when we get past budget or when it's convenient.
I'll support that.
I think it's a great idea.
Okay, seems like we have a consensus that we have a meeting with the Farm Bureau, and is this planned for a dinner meeting, or are we just going to get together and meet?
I would yield to you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Whitlow for your leadership on that.
My comment would be, if we don't, you called off 3 or 4 different groups, and with the uncertainty of how many you'd have, I think we'd be better off just to have a meeting.
Yeah, we could have some light refreshments. Mr. Tatum had some really good ideas about some other entities that would be helpful to be involved. So I would ask Mr. Chairman, you and Mr. Whitlow may consult with Mr. Tatum to get some ideas, and then maybe we as a board can look at the invite list and make sure we all have input into that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see, you know, reach out to localities around us, maybe your counterparts in Pitt County and other locations, and see how they're doing, what they're doing to support their farmers, and also touch base with the school to see what we can do to support, you know, the local FFA chapter or programs in the school system. But I agree, we need to support the farmers as much as we can.
Farm Bureau already has a ag in the classroom that they support. And this is from years back. I'm assuming they're still doing it.
I know localities around us actually offer the ag program in the middle school, and I don't think we offer that at the middle school level. You know, if that's something that we can look at with the school system.
Yeah, I would strongly suggest that we as a board consider the agenda where we can look at some predetermined outcomes that we're looking for, so that we can actually affect some movement in this area, that we just don't sit around and talk about it all evening, that we actually do something.
Okay.
I have a couple of things, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
The skid unit, I have a question about that, Chris. Since it's in next year's budget, would we be able to order it July 1?
If the budget's approved, yes, sir.
Okay. So that's a month and a half, roughly?
Yeah.
So I think Glee Hill I'll talk to, my chief, and I think we'll be all right if we can plan on ordering it and get with Director Ferguson and just plan on ordering it July 1. So, but it is about 40 years old. It's been piecemealed together with spare parts from old fire trucks and pieces from the landfill, if you can believe that. So it works about a third of the time. I've had to use it as I'm a member down there. So I'll talk to them about that and tell them to get with Director Ferguson to get ready to order that July 1. This is me, talking to my fellow board members, something that I've been thinking about here lately. I know I talk about volunteer firefighters every meeting. One thing we're forgetting with the coronavirus is our volunteers aren't able to hold their fundraisers right now. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tim. That's about an $8,000, $9,000 loss from the Martinsville parking cars at Martinsville for Henry. Callaway was supposed to have our Helm Supper this past Saturday. That's usually $5,000 to $7,000 that we're able to use in our budget after we pay for all the food. As all the other fire departments aren't able to have their fundraisers, had just a quick discussion with Mr. Carter, trying to figure out what we can do. I know me and Tim swung for the fences to get started with the volunteers, and I know we've had to scale back drastically with the coronavirus. With not having the ag fair, this would be one time. This wouldn't be recurring. This would be just for this upcoming year until we know where our budget's going to be, where we can have a discussion next year on whether we're going to be able to give our volunteers more money. With not having the $100,000 expenditure towards the ag fair, I would like to take $50,000 of that was going to be put in the contingency fund and give each fire department in Franklin County, including Rocky Mount, $5,000. So that would be $26,000 for 9 departments and $35,000 for Rocky Mount. That would just be using one-time monies from money that we saved from not doing the ag fair to make up for lost funds from not being able to hold their fundraisers. And if I need to make a motion or if we just need to have a general consensus, I don't know how we'd go about doing this, but I know that our volunteers aren't going to be able to make ends meet this year with these lost funds.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, real quickly, and Mr. Mitchell, regarding the agricultural fair, and you're correct. The agricultural fair, is postponed for this fall as part of the coronavirus and so forth, and social distancing and budgetary matters and so forth. In the proposed modified budget that we're proposing already, we're utilizing some of those ag fair dollars to supplant some of the other expenditure losses already, but not necessarily all of those dollars. And so what I can suggest is, I can get some more detail to the board if it's a pleasure, Mr. Chairman, to the board, going back and looking at the contingency and the adjustment of the reduction of the contingency for the school resource officers, but then also looking at the balance there, what that would look like. And I can get that communication back out to you all, if that would be helpful information to the board to give you all an idea of kind of where those final numbers are.
So there's roughly 63 left in the contingency fund for this fiscal year, correct?
Currently.
So if we use 50 of that to go ahead and let our volunteers know, hey, look, here's an extra $5,000 to make sure that we can make ends meet this year, we couldn't vote on that today.
That'd be the pleasure of the board, Mr. Mitchell. I think it's out of the normal budgetary cycle process. I know the board's rules and so forth, procedure. Again, we're under emergency situation though now. I will tell you that likely the CARES Act that was that $4.8 some odd million can supplant, and it doesn't supplant lost revenue, but it can go towards supporting our volunteer fire and EMS agencies.
So we can put it back in the contingency fund if we get
And
that.
so, and we can draw that money down relatively quickly. So we can pull from those dollars, and I can bring you back some detail. I can bring the board back some detail on
Well,
how that.
I think, and I appreciate that, but to alleviate some anxiety for the volunteer fire departments, I'd like to see something done today, if we can.
My thought is how can we do a budget and we keep putting and taking without staff being able to see where we've got left put to take? And if we can help them, we can help them, but we have got to get this budget finalized as to where we're going to be. I hope I'm right, Mr. Whitlow.
Well, you know, we still are finalizing, of course, the budget and the next year's budget, and we'll have the public hearing next week. In terms of existing dollars, and I think that's what I heard you were saying, you know, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Ronald Mitchell, the board's contingency, the current budget year board's contingency, that may be one area that we could look at if the board would like, certainly for staff to do so. We will do whatever the board, you know, certainly wants us to do, and I can get that information and back to you with multiple options. I know the board meets again next Tuesday evening for the public hearing, if that's helpful, but we're willing to do whatever.
That's what I'm saying. I'd like to do it today. I know it's out of the norm, but special, you know, certain times call for, I mean, I hate to make it more difficult, but they're worried because they know they're not getting anything more than the 21 we give them now. And, you know, if we're not going to use that 63,000 for anything to finish out this fiscal year, I don't see why we couldn't just say, look, here's an extra $5,000 until we can see where things are going to go. And then if we get the money that you're talking about from the CARES Act, the $4 million some dollars, we should be able to replenish our contingency fund with that. And then next year when we have budget discussions, we can look at if things have gotten back to normalcy, what me and Tim would propose about getting more funding for the volunteers, we can look at it. That this will just be one-time thing.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, would it be helpful if the volunteer fire departments presented you with budget information? Chris, we've lost this, we've lost that you can turn in for that CARES Act. I mean, we may be able to get them more money that way, Ronnie, than just handing them $5,000.
First, I don't mean to put staff, you know, on the spot, certainly, but I know Chief Ferguson's with us, and he's been working diligently, not only with career staff, but also volunteers in terms of all the personal protective equipment and all the costs and the expenses that, one, we're being reimbursed through FEMA, through one certain pot of money, federal dollars, but then now, secondly, the potential of the CARES Act. So, certainly, Mr. Ferguson, I don't know if you had anything to add, you know, with that, but I know your staff is certainly keeping an inventory and working with all the volunteer squads and companies as to their needs as a result of the COVID-19.
Mr. Whitlow, you're absolutely correct. We've submitted reimbursement, I think, 3 times so far through FEMA. And also, you know, through the CARES Act, we're working through that. But also, in addition to that, we've applied for $34,000 through an AFG grant that would go back to fire departments for PPE that's already been utilized and for additional PPE. Not like, again, with the CARES Act, it has to be related to COVID-19 response. It can't offset, you know, other things. But we can put in like turnout gear and stuff like that through there. So we did apply for that, and we should know something.
With lost funds, like what Mr. Mitchell said, money that departments lose by not being able to have these fundraisers that were scheduled before the COVID outbreak. For instance, you know, the Henry Fire Department lost the opportunity to raise funds at Martinsville Speedway last week, and you know that cost us roughly, you know, $6,000-7,000. Would those lost funds be able to be counted toward the COVID?
I'd have to go back and read that. I'm not sure that would be covered. most of it is all related to actual expenses that you had to buy PPE, you had to buy, additional, cleaning supplies, you had to buy additional things, because there's really 3 rules to it. It had to be COVID related, it couldn't have already been budgeted, and it's got to be spent and complete by December 30th. Those are the 3 things that had to be complete within it. So I'd have to go back and look to see if you could replace.
See if.
I guess it would be hard to justify to them with receipts or something on how, you would get that much or something.
I understand what Mr. Mitchell's saying too, that these departments, they've lost these opportunities to raise this revenue that they generally live on year after year. I mean, point blank, each fire department in the county, with the exception of Rocky Mount, gets $21,000. There's not a fire department in this county that can function on $21,000. They have to get out and raise these extra funds. And when they lose this opportunity because of COVID-19, a lot of them are out there and they are worried. I mean, I know Henry Farrell in my district are concerned, and these men and women that already are they're volunteering, and we can never pay them for the time that they put in, and they're only going to take so much. I mean,
Absolutely.
they're beating their head against the wall, and I think that we've got to try to help them, but understand what Mr. Whitlow is saying too. I would rather than saying that we need to do something today, I would back up and say, let's see what we can do the best at. I agree with you completely that we need to do something, but I'd rather, Mr. Whitlow, if you can, Mr. Ferguson, look and see what's the best way that we can get the most to benefit our volunteers. If it means waiting a couple of weeks, or if we have to wait until the next budget to see what we have some actual leftover monies in this contingency fund. Right now it's roughly $63,000. Something may come up that you have something breaks down at the landfill and we were required to replace it. We may have to dip into that, but if we have monies left over at the end of this cycle, who knows, we may have the $50,000 that you're asking for, but then again, something may come up that some of that money may be needed. So I'd like for staff and to look into see what the best way we can address this, and I do want to do something for it.
Billy, or Mr. Whitlow, I would like to ask a question that we may need some legal guidance on, and that is if we are, inquiring as to whether we can tap the federal funds for COVID. Is it legal for us as a locality to defer money to nonprofits? Because our volunteer fire departments are nonprofits, correct?
Yes, they're all 501c3.
So I don't know if there would be legal stipulations on deferring that money from that pot. I think that's a question I would be interested in having an answer to.
I think there's also some opportunities out there for nonprofits to seek funding. I know there's been a couple webinars and some grant processes that they could recoup money through other acts, just like the AFG did that we submitted. So I know there's other opportunities out there. And the CARES Fund specifically, I don't know. We're still looking through that and trying to fine tune what we can and can't use that money for.
I just, suggest maybe that might be a question we should ask. I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
Got Mr. Gwynn there. He knows best.
And I think they're making aren't they not making adjustments for how you can use that money on the federal side? I was thinking the news that they said that there was going to be some adjustments made.
I think there may have been some discussions that may loosen their
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a
little bit.
current debate in Congress with a third or fourth stimulus that's been put forth that also would make modifications to the CARES Act that would give flexibility to states and localities. However, that hasn't really gained a lot of traction yet. As I understand in Congress, that's fluid. But as I said, we will certainly through the CARES Act and through FEMA and our emergency declaration, any expenses related to COVID, we're going to get as much as we can from the federal stimulus dollars that we can. And then Mr. Ronald Mitchell, certainly to your point and concern, and Mr. Tatum as well, I do understand that it's certainly affecting nonprofits, volunteers all over the county. And where nonprofits, whether it's a volunteer fire company or EMS or the soup kitchen or et cetera, they're hurting in terms of not being able to do their fundraisers. So it is a real issue. And like I said, we can look at the current year budget, and we can look at next year's budget, and we can bring back information or whatever the board wishes to do. We stand ready to do so.
Is there any way possible we can file on a COVID action? Because we're not allowed to have public functions. Is there any way we can go back on the government for this? I mean, for the state, nothing else? Because, like I said, it's basically up to them that we've had this problem. They shut us down.
Certainly we can.
An application thing we can do.
Utilizing 20.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we take $50,000 from the contingency fund and give $5,000 to each of the 10 fire departments in Franklin County to help make up for lost fundraisers due to the coronavirus.
Is there a second?
I will.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you read the motion back, please?
Sorry.
We'll give you a minute.
Okay, so the motion that I have on the floor right now is made by Supervisor Mitchell for the Board of Supervisors to take $50,000 out of the contingency fund and give $5,000 each to each volunteer fire station in light of the COVID-19 situation. That's what I have.
Yeah, in Franklin County,
Right.
not the 3 outlying Franklin County.
Than that,
That's good.
excellent, and that was seconded by Supervisor Smith.
Is there any more discussion?
I think we have someone that wants to.
Can I make a quick point you might want to take a look at? Mr. Mitchell, one of the big things with the CARES Act is any funding that is in your approved budget cannot be reimbursed or used with the CARES Fund. The only thing I guess I would caution on, I don't know how making a budget approval today, if that would impact whether we could give more funding to the fire departments coming up out of the CARES Act. So that's the only concern I guess I would just make sure you guys knew about. And I don't know for sure what the interpretation on that is yet. So just, again, wanted to make sure that you all knew that, so that in case that it was put in the budget and it...
We don't, according to Director Ferguson, we don't even know if we'll be able to give the volunteers any money out of the CARES Act money, correct?
We don't know for certain yet. We've got a meeting on Friday to kind of go through some of the various aspects of the CARES Act. What they're telling us is that we can be very creative as a county on the uses of that funding and how it can be related to COVID. And so there are things in there such as being allowed to give grants to small businesses from the county or through the IDA for revenues that they've lost, sales that they've lost due to COVID. One of the things that we would look at, I think, is I was trying to pull that up while you all were talking. What were the restrictions stated for nonprofits and funding that could go to them? I'm not sure yet on that. We're still looking into it. I don't know with the fire departments. I know some have some auxiliaries. I don't know if there's some money that could be funneled through some of that. There's some different options. And like I said, no problem whatsoever. Anything that you guys are doing, just wanted to make sure you knew that is a stipulation in the CARES Act. Now, whether I guess the other issue would be you have an approved budget already, does adding to it today with a specific allocation to the fire departments now make it part of the already adopted budget? I wouldn't think so, but I don't know that for 100%. So I just didn't want to put you in a box.
I think his motion is to pull it from board reserve. It's not a blind budgeted expenditure. So it's not gonna.
But it's an amendment of the budget.
But it is a budget amendment.
It is in the budget.
That's true. That's true, Mr. Glenn. Yeah, that is true.
So the risk we run, and Mike's talking about, is you might have had it more for free, or you can spend yours.
And you'll know that Friday.
We hope so. Yes, sir. We'll make every effort to.
And what do we meet on next week?
We meet Tuesday.
To
Budget public hearing next
will
Tuesday.
we be able to have a discussion on this then?
We can have.
I'll wait till Tuesday.
Yeah.
You need to
Yep. Thank you,
withdraw
Mike.
your motion.
I'll withdraw my motion.
And
Madam
we
Clerk.
can bring all that detail back to you all and lay it all out.
Sounds good.
Okay, we have a motion withdrawal,
Yeah, sorry.
and I hope the second will withdraw. And gentlemen, I believe we might be just as well to keep our seats for the public hearing.
Looking at in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, I know we had a rather lengthy closed session today. It may be where, and next week, the only thing we have on the agenda, of course, is the public hearing, but then we'll bring back information with the volunteer fire companies and so forth, and looking at the CARES Act. That can be part of next week's agenda. I don't know if there's anything pressing. I'm trying to think. I know there's a couple of closed session items. I don't know of any immediate pressing things that cannot wait until next Tuesday. And so perhaps that would help the board be able to take a dinner break, catch their breath, and not feel pressured to get through all the closed session items if it's the will of the board that we have a closed session next week.
I would concur with that if the board does. You okay with that?
Any objections?
I'm trying to think of one, but I can't right now.
Be quiet.
Well,
Come back for a public
it's a
hearing. Is that what we're doing?
consensus, it's a consensus of the board to put closed session off until next week. And Chris, you can schedule it. Do this with consent agenda. All in favor of moving item 9 to item number 2?
You're on a delayed response.
Sure. Of course, we'd like to welcome everyone to the public hearings this evening, and certainly those watching online. If you are watching this evening either online or through your cell phone or your mobile phone or your regular phone, we would ask you to not leave that on speakerphone. It causes interference with our audio system, and that you would put your phone on mute and just make sure it's not on the speaker mode. That would help us out greatly. Thank you.
We'll start again. The request is that we amend the public hearing by moving item number 9 to item number 2. And so we'll go with the consent of the board that we're okay with this change in our agenda. Any problem? Okay. And we'll go ahead then with item number 14. Which is revisions of Franklin County Code, and Mr. Carter, are you? This is one of our surprises, isn't it?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Just an update on a couple of things. There's 2 items related tonight. The public hearing is revisions to the code. One of the things that we're looking at is changing the Chapter 20 of the county code for our section on taxation, really about what to do in the case of a refund of taxes. And so Mr. Lockaby with Mr. Gwynn's office has drafted the changes that you see in front of you on the revisions to the code. Really, most of the changes are under Article 1, which is this section in general. So basically what these would do would be to apply to the entire chapter of not just bank franchise, which is a specific reason for tonight, but really any assessed tax under Chapter 20 in the county code. Should there be a procedure to refund, then it would follow these guidelines. So that's the purpose of the public hearing. One of the things that we do want to mention is, did speak with Ms. Torrance about the changes to the code. She does have some pause on wanting to move forward with the adoption as is till there's a chance to research further. So would request you continue to hold the public hearing, short of substantial changes to the code section that will still satisfy that once we work that through with the commissioner's office and our county attorney, and bring it back to you at a future date to actually adopt the changes. But we would like you to go ahead and hold the public hearing tonight. Spoke with Mr. Gwynn this morning. We think that would still be okay. Just table any action on approving the code changes till a later meeting date.
Okay.
Be happy to answer any questions.
So you're suggesting that we table this till June, or do you have a date?
I'd like to go ahead and hold the public hearing and the public comment, but table any action or vote by the board till a future meeting date. Probably June, July, I would think would be one of those months.
All right, so do we?
To move forward, Mr. Chairman, I think we would open the hearing and hear from the public tonight, and then hold the hearing, close it, but then not take any action, maybe table until we hear back from the commissioner.
On this item.
On
Then
this
I'll
item.
be back on the
He'll
second.
be by, yeah.
All right, I'll open the public hearing. If there's anyone here that would like to speak to the revision of this code, we'll be glad to hear you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anyone signed up, but I'm going to go outside and make sure that no one is here to speak on this.
Okay, that'll be fine. Okay, so I'll close the public hearing, and I'll open it up for board discussion. If no discussion, we'll, I guess we'll need a motion to table this.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, is my understanding.
Until a later date.
I so move, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is properly second. Any discussion from the board? No discussion. All in favor of these revisions? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion is tabled. And we're going to number 15, and I see Mr. Carter's here.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, this is in specific reference to bank franchise tax refund. So to summarize,
15.
The BB&T filed an amendment of their tax returns for the tax years 2012, 2013, and 2014 with the State Department of Taxation and the State Tax Commissioner. And for within relevant timelines, we're not really sure why it's taken this long for a ruling to come down, but BB&T, from everything we can tell, met the guidelines and the requirements and the deadlines for filing an amended return. So that's been received by the State Tax Commissioner, basically directing localities to refund their portion of the bank franchise tax to BB&T. On the back page of your handout would be the applicable section for Franklin County. So we would be asking the board to approve a refund to BB&T for bank franchise taxes for 2012, 2013, and 2014 of $58,295.
Okay. And do we need to vote on this, Chris? And I see a note here that we have no public hearing. Y'all have heard the branch tax refund, and we'll need a motion to apply this money to that.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. And I guess your motion will include a refund payable to BB&T. Are you good with that?
Yes.
And a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? If not, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed? So the franchise tax refund is passed. We go on to number 16, Mr. Steve Sandy.
I think, Mr. Chairman, with the amended motion this evening, or the consent agenda, this would be
Number 9.
This would be number 9. Item
Attachment
number 9
23.
tonight, which is attachment number 23 in the board's booklets.
Okay, thank you.
With the amended agenda.
Do I need to read this?
We can defer to staff.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
This is, we're
Oh,
doing,
read the description.
yeah, number 23, of course, short-term rental registry, Mr. Sandy, I believe.
Yep, so we're at attachment 23 is where we are from your packet, so we shuffled that one public hearing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So this is something we've talked about on a number of occasions, so I'll kind of go through it briefly. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer those. This amendment to Chapter 5.5 actually is proposing to do two things. One is to create a short-term rental registry where operators of short-term rentals in the county would be required to register each year with the county, pay an annual registration fee per site of $200. There is a fine up to $500 that could be enforced if someone fails to register their short-term rental. There's also some language in there that if on multiple occasions the same operator fails to register, they can be prohibited from using their structure for short-term rental for 2 years. So there are a few exemptions in there for some of the real estate agencies who list these, but for the most part, if folks are offering their residents or a structure for short-term rental in any part of the county, they would need to register. And so if you remember, last month you approved a contract to hire a third party to help us kind of monitor and keep track of the short-term rentals in the county. One facet of that agreement with them is to develop a online registry. So pending the approval of the registry, then we would develop an online platform where people could simply from their cell phone or their computer at home, they can register and pay that annual fee that would be required if this is adopted tonight. That's really that particular part in a nutshell. The other part, section 5.5-72, gets into some of the general regulations for short-term rentals. Much of this is currently in the zoning ordinance, so therefore it only applies to the zoned areas of the county. We're proposing to put it in chapter 5.5, so it would apply to short-term rentals countywide. And we've made a few additions from our discussions previously. And I'll try to go through those, and actually I'll just read through each one of those just so you can hear what those are proposed. And these would be general regulations, again, that would apply to all short-term tourist rentals of residential dwellings. A, the use of the dwelling unit for short-term rentals shall be primarily for residential purposes related to tourism or vacationing. B, there shall be no change in the outside appearance of the dwelling or premises or other visible evidence of the conduct of such short-term rentals. Item C, There shall be no more than 2 adults per bedroom occupying the dwelling at any one time. Here is one change that we made recently in proposing that an adult, for the purposes of this regulation, is any person over the age of 3. The number of bedrooms in dwellings relying upon septic tanks and drain fields for sewage disposal shall be determined by reference to health department permits, which specify the number of bedrooms for which the supporting system was designed. A notice, this is another addition, a notice shall be clearly posted in the dwelling indicated the approved occupancy for the dwelling. Letter D, all vehicles of tenants shall be parked in driveways or parking areas designed and built to be parking areas. In the case of multifamily dwellings, all vehicles must be parked in spaces specifically reserved for the dwelling unit being rented. Letter E, all boats of tenants shall be parked on the lot on which the dwelling is located. In the case of multifamily dwellings, again, this should be in a specific spot marked for that dwelling. Letter F, noise generated off the lot or off the premises shall be in no greater volume or pitch than normally expected in a residential neighborhood. Letter G, again, here's several changes to this item. We are currently proposing a Type 2A 10BC fire extinguisher. That specifically comes from the building code. That's why that's specific. Shall be mounted on the wall in a common area or the kitchen. Smoke detectors must be installed and functioning in every living area and bedroom within the dwelling. Each bedroom shall comply with building code requirements for egress. And then finally, there should be an evacuation plan provided in the home, which clearly shows folks where they can exit the structure. I will note here, last week in our Planning Commission meeting, it was suggested that the board consider requiring a fire extinguisher on every level of the structure. Currently, what's in front of you only requires it in the common area or kitchen. Item H, the owner of a dwelling used for short-term rental shall give the county written consent to inspect any dwelling used for short-term rental to ascertain compliance with these standards. And then we added that an annual inspection will be performed by the county as well to ensure that those items are still there and function. So those are the 2 changes that are being proposed, the registry and then the general regulations, which would apply, all those regulations would apply to all short-term rentals. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, and we do need to hold a public hearing if there's anyone here to speak on this item.
If the third party, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, if the third party goes in and checks the house like it's supposed to be, and let's say the fire extinguisher is not up to par or something's missing, can they be fined for it or just reprimanded and say you need to get it fixed?
I think the way that would work is a representative from the county, whether that's public safety or the building department, will do the inspection. If it's deficient, we'll likely give them 10 days to remedy that, come back out and re-inspect. If they continue to rent without having those items, then what we would be forced to do is seek a Class 1 penalty or seek civil penalties to get them in compliance. So we would have to go through the court system if it came to that. The fine only relates to not registering, so we couldn't apply the $500 fine for.
This is a Solomon off question, but it's one that I think needs to be asked, and that is, do we have a lot of rentals that people are out of state that own the homes?
I would say we have many. I don't know the answer to how many.
Well, I meant that we have a few. That,
I mean, we have a lot that live in Northern Virginia, Richmond, but then also, Raleigh, Greensboro area. So even though Raleigh and Greensboro are probably closer, in distance, we do have, I'd say we probably have a lot of people that are over an hour away. Probably, the majority of them would probably be over an hour away.
Well, I know when we have out-of-state rentals, it's hard to contact the owner and get them to live up to some of the specifications that we ask about. And I was just wondering, is there somewhere down the road, I don't mean tonight, that we can demand or make sure that somebody has responsibility of that property, so we're not faced with this chasing after somebody out of another state to catch up with them and serve with papers or whatever's necessary. I think that's something in the future think we need to look at.
Well, the registry will help us with that because that'll give us the contact information for the operator. If it's through a rental agency or something, then we're probably going to have to go through that other, local rental agency if there's complaints.
But can we hold the feet to the fire?
I think so. I think we can, this gives us kind of more authority to kind of do that, to kind of enforce that. We've talked before that, some of these are difficult to enforce. The occupancy, for example, is it's difficult to enforce, but I think what we're doing is making it abundantly clear to everybody that this is the allowable occupancy under the county regulations.
Well, I think one of the biggest complaints that we have from people living beside the renters or whatever is that we don't have anybody to keep up with it. And I think with this third party, I think that'll be an answer to that question.
Yeah, and part of that is that 24/7
Right,
hotline
right,
that people will
right,
be able to
right.
contact.
Yeah, I definitely like that, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I would just add that I do think that we need to require a fire extinguisher on each level of a home, just not the entry level. I don't know if the board can support that addition.
I think we
Yes,
could.
ma'am.
If it's consensus that we add that.
The letter G, we can make that amendment in letter G if that's the desire.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Sandy.
think it's appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sandy, I'll open the short-term rental registry and general regulations.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I don't have anybody signed up, but I'm gonna stick my head out to make sure.
Okay,
everyone's
thank you.
official. Nobody's up.
Okay, I'll close the public comment time and open it up for board discussion. We have any discussion?
In the absence of any discussion, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the board adopt these reference changes.
Second.
Okay.
With the, thank you, Mr. Sandy, with the amendment relative to fire extinguisher on each level of the home.
Okay, I have the motion made by Supervisor Smith and seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to adopt the changes as presented by Mr. Sandy with the amendment to add a fire extinguisher at each level.
Okay. Any more discussion?
Do we need to say what size fire extinguisher?
It's in there.
Okay.
Okay. All in favor of the short-term rental registry and general regulations?
Did we do a roll call?
Yes, sir. We'll do it any way you like.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Condit?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and we're going to number 2. Will that be on that?
Yes, sir. Item number 2 tonight, which, Mr. Chairman, which would be attachment number 16 in everyone's packet. This is the,
John Mathena.
yes, this is the application of John Mathena, applicant in South Lake Motorsports, requesting to amend condition number 4 as attached with their special use permit granted by the board on January 15, 2019. And I think Mr. Sandy's here, Mr. Chairman, to
Yes, sir.
give us an overview.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Whitlow just read, this is an application for an amendment to a previously approved special use permit. It was a little over a year ago, you may recall having a hearing about a recreational vehicle park near the Magnum Point Marina at the end of Old Salem School Road in the Union Hall District of the county. At that time, There were a number of conditions. There were 12 conditions that were attached to this approval for the RV campground, which was on about a little over 14 acre parcel that's zoned agriculture. The conditions that were attached by the board, really were an attempt to mitigate any negative impacts and address concerns raised by several of the neighboring property owners and citizens who came and spoke at the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors meetings. The applicant has gone through the preparation of the plans and getting things together for this development, and in that process identified a need for modification, or is requesting a modification to primarily one condition, number 4, of the approval. And that really relates to 2 items. One is a fencing requirement that was part of the original approval, and the second item has to do with a newly planted evergreen tree buffer that was required with the development. Just for bearing, just to kind of give you an idea of where it's located in the county. So again, Union Hall area, kind of at the end of Old Salem School Road. The property is identified here in the outlined in blue. This is just the aerial photograph. So up in the front of the property is an existing shop. The marina area is actually down here. Hampton Drive, which is a private road, is here, and Old Salem School across the frontage here. So this is the kind of the plan that's in place now based on the original approval of the special use permit. So I'll give you some bearings. This is Old Salem School Road. The proposed entrance to the recreational vehicle park is off of Old Salem School Road. There was a condition related to that, had to do with the width of it and the capacity of that road to support emergency service vehicles. Because there is only one way in and one way out. It is a kind of a 2-way road, and again, has to be built to a standard to accommodate, a loaded fire truck. Here, these are all individual recreational vehicle spaces that have been proposed, and these structures here are basically small cabins that could be rented as well. This is some of the stormwater management. Would collect stormwater from the site and discharge towards the lake area that way through a kind of a drainage area in the property. This basically the whole property drains down to this area where there's an existing culvert under Hampton Drive here. There's a pool house and kind of a concession area, small shop, I guess, here for servicing the park, and then the park will be serviced by multiple drain fields. So I think there's 3 or 4 different drain fields that would take different portions of the sewage from the property, and the property would also be served by an individual well, or potentially sharing a well with the marina property. The item under discussion tonight and the request for modification tonight has to do with this tree buffer. So you can see on this plan, what was required in the original condition was a double row of evergreen trees planted basically around the entire perimeter of the property, with the exception of Old Salem School Road. There were specific requirements on that. Those needed to be spaced a certain distance apart, needed to be 6 foot tall at planting. There was a specific type of tree that was specified, the green giant arborvitae. And also there was a fence that was proposed along the perimeter of the property. If for those of you that were on the board at that time, you may recall discussion about trash blowing on the neighboring property, children going off on the neighboring properties. So there was a requirement of a fence to be placed there, and I'll show that. So this was the original required fence, kind of a split rail fence with the wire mesh. That's what the current requirement is for fencing around the perimeter of the property. The request is to change it something more like this, to kind of cut that cost in half, and I think also to cut some of the maintenance cost of dealing with the wooden split rail fence. And so again, this is what's proposed to be changed to, and the request before you tonight to change something like that with wooden post on the wire fence, rather than having the split rail like this type. It may be a little hard to see, but this also has the wire mesh, so it's a split rail with wire mesh.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Can you back up to the fence? Not the
Yes,
split
sir.
rail, but the other.
And this isn't
That
an
one.
exact replica. Mr. Mathena
Well-
might have a better option, but this is generally what he was talking
Well,
about.
what I'm trying to drive at is, it's got a piece of barbed wire on top. Is that what the new fence is gonna have also?
I don't think it's proposed to have barbed wire. I think it would just be the wire
Well, I
and the
just
wooden
noticed it
post.
on that map, and that would be determined, I mean, not determined, but that'd be bad for kids trying to grab a hold of it and hurt themselves. So I just wanna make sure that barbed wire's not on it.
As far as I know, that's not planned or electricity. But
Okay.
we can let Mr. Mathena address that.
Well, okay, I just going by the picture, I was gonna get,
So that's one item. That's the fencing proposal, or the proposed change to the fencing. The other proposed change had to do totally with the landscaping and the buffering requirement. And as I said, the requirement was double rows, staggered trees around the entire perimeter of the property for the most part, as you can see here. What the proposal is, if you can see the plan here, is to eliminate one row of the trees along these two boundaries. You can see what's marked in red. That's really his proposal, to eliminate those and just have one row. And then the other part of that is to reduce the height requirement at the time of planting. So right now the requirement is 6 foot. He's proposing to reduce that to 2 to 3 feet at time of planting. The other request is to change the required tree type to eastern red cedar rather than the green giant arborvitae in this particular case. And so I'll go ahead and jump to this proposed sketch, which is based on the Planning Commission recommendation. So the Planning Commission met last week and heard the same request and made a recommendation onto the board, which is before you tonight, to allow a modification to condition 4, but not exactly as the applicant had requested. So this plan kind of indicates what that proposal or what that recommendation was from the Planning Commission. And I'll go through that and kind of point out how it's different from what was originally proposed. So along Hampton Drive here, which there's a number of residents over here on the opposite side of Hampton Drive, I think maybe 10 to 12 over here. There would still be a double row of trees in this area, and those would be continue to be spaced and continue to have the same planting height as originally proposed. The trees along there would stop roughly in this area, which is kind of the top of the ridge. If we were looking at a topo map, it starts to kind of fall off there towards the stormwater ditch, the stormwater management area. And the proposal would be to run the trees across that ridge line behind the cabins, but that would only be a single row. It'd be a single row of trees spaced 10 foot apart. And those single row of trees could be 3 to 4 feet tall at planting. And those could be eastern red cedar or the green giant arborvitae. The other change is along this perimeter here and here, which is kind of the north and east property lines. The recommendation from the commission was to reduce that to a single row as well, with 10-foot spacing between trees, and reduce the required planting height from 6 feet to 3 to 4 feet at the time of planting. They did propose that eastern red cedars could be used, but they also left in the green giant arborvitae, so either one would be acceptable tree to be planted there. And so that's the recommendation that has come from the Planning Commission. The vote there was 5 in favor of that and 1 opposed. It's a little different than the request from the applicant in the fact that there's still the option of green giant or eastern red cedar, and the minimum planting height is not 2 to 3 feet, but it's 3 to 4 feet. And there still is a double row on a portion of Hampton Drive there. Any questions on that before I move on? Just, I know there's a lot of changes, and I'll be glad to kind of address that. So again, that was kind of the original plan as originally approved. This is the proposed plan based on the Planning Commission recommendation.
I have one question, Steve. So the Planning Commission is recommended now they plant a row. That's a whole new row in front of everything facing.
Well, basically,
So there's no trees there along the front. Yeah,
well,
up and
well,
down.
basically, this goes down. If you can picture, this goes down probably 20 feet in elevation, and then comes back up maybe even more than 20 feet. So I think part of the thinking was that that really doesn't serve a great purpose to kind of block the visibility. And I think everybody, including the neighbors, I think are kind of in agreement that it works better up here, to basically shift those from over on the road up to the top of the ridge to provide more of the buffer. The other difference there is it's a single row versus a double row, is what was proposed. And I guess when you look at the aerial photograph, you can kind of see this area still has a lot of woods. That area is not going to be disturbed. It's mostly hardwoods though, so in the wintertime, it's not providing as much of a visual buffer as it does in the summertime.
Well, all fairness, they also went in there and took out, I ain't gonna say, might say took underbrush out. So that's sort of one of the reasons why they want that row up.
This area here?
Yeah, so you don't want the road through there.
Kind of thinned it out a little bit?
Yes, I think it took underbrush out.
So in this picture, most of the park that you see is actually going to be in this cleared area along here. So that row of trees would, kind of come across here roughly based on that proposal. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the property owner happy with that, Mr. Mathena?
Okay. Well, I'll give him a chance in a second, but yeah, I think it actually would probably cut down the number of trees that he would be looking at by making it come across there. And I don't want to speak for all the neighbors, but I think that's one of the things that there is some agreement on. I think that along that ridge works better than down in that low area.
So, Mr. Sandy, just to clarify.
Yes.
The staff report to the Planning Commission was to not recommend.
Correct.
This SUP. And the
modification, correct.
The modifications, excuse me, yes. Yep. And then the Planning Commission voted to support it as submitted?
No, not exactly. So they supported a modified version of his modified
that you just showed us.
Proposal, correct.
Okay.
So yes, you're correct. Staff did not recommend approval of the original modification proposed by the property owner, primarily because staff doesn't feel like the eastern red cedar provides the same kind of buffer as the green giant, and then reducing that height by a third or 2/3 down to possibly 2 feet at time of planting it'd take it a while to provide the buffer that was really kind of anticipated. The Planning Commission came up with a different alternative, which kind of addresses a lot of what the applicant was looking for, but I think the tree height still has to be a little higher at time of planting, 3 to 4 feet. So this slide kind of attempts to outline the different changes that were reflected in the commission's recommendation. Again, the fencing was recommended to change from that split rail to the wire fence with post. Allow eastern red cedars as another option of the trees that could be planted, changing the tree height from 6 feet to 3 to 4 feet. Reduces the double row along those two property lines to a single row, and then modifies the buffer along Hampton Drive, as we talked about, where it comes down Hampton a ways and then it kind of runs perpendicular across the ridge. And so that's the recommendation from the commission that's in front of you. Again, that vote was 5-1 with one member being absent for that proposal. Mr. Mathena is here. He can share any other points that I've missed or any other information he'd like to share. We do need to hold a public hearing. I guess the board has a few options here. The board doesn't have to change anything. The board can make the changes requested by the applicant. The board can go along with the Planning Commission recommendation. The board can modify it again. They can come up with a different solution. the board can table it and request some additional information or get some, additional information from the applicant or the staff. So I think there's multiple ways that this board can approach it. And so I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Steve, is there a VDH approval? Are they in receipt of VDH on the septic?
To my knowledge, they haven't gotten it yet, but I know they've submitted everything to them. My understanding is they do have VDOT approval, but they have not gotten VDH approval yet.
Steve, I have a question. Once this was voted on a year ago, didn't they have 6 months to appeal this if this was on fire?
I think it's 30 days, Mr. Gwynn. They could,
30 days.
30
I'm sorry,
days
I meant
to
to say 30
appeal
days.
the
I
board's
apologize.
decision to the circuit
Okay.
court. Same as I guess the neighbors would have the same, anybody aggrieved would have the opportunity to appeal this board's decision to the circuit court. Yes.
Okay. I meant to say 30 days. I apologize.
That's okay. And basically, when we're looking at amendments to the special use permit, we basically, it doesn't take away necessarily the approval that was already given. So if this board chooses not to make the changes, he still has the approval that was granted previously. Then it'll be up to him at that point if he wanted to move forward with that original approval or not. He's asking for a modification to the conditions, and this board has the authority to grant that or not grant that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sandy, and I'll open it up for public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Yeah, you go first.
Yeah, I'll pull this up for you. I don't know which one you want.
Good evening, and thanks for seeing me. And
Could we have your name and?
no, I'm John Mathena. I'm one of the owners of South Lake Motorsports, and we did start an application process in the fall of 18. We finally got through all the hearings in January, and there were some conditions placed on us by the board for the special use permit in reference to the fence and the trees and things. And I think it was approved sometime around January 20th, sometime in there. And then before we started on our drawings, we waited the 30 days to make sure the neighbors wouldn't be filing to argue the special use permit. And with the project this size, there's no doubt it takes a lot of planning and a lot of engineering and a lot of people and a lot of parts. And it took us around 10 months before we started getting to the final parts of our approved drawings. And we were going back and forth with the planning and the building commission. And finally in January of this year, January 30th, we finally got some drawings and sent them to the permit department and started back and forth, changing what they wanted and adding things. And then this time frame, I was meeting with Terry and phone calls with Steve, and to nail down what we needed to change on the plans to make them approved. And during the same time, Wendy Ralph and her husband was meeting with him too and going over the same things, trying to keep them from being approved. But I'm gonna try to pull up drawing. If I can find it here. Got it. But we had to get a lot of moving parts in place before we could. You can't plan this in 30 days. There's no way for you to say, well, let's have these drawings done in 30 days. So when we started the project, we knew that we had to do stormwater because we were a larger tract of land. We had no idea of the cost of this part right here. This pond is $200,000. And that's not a pond that takes care of all the wastewater, the runoff on site. We still have to pay another $67,000 for nutrient credits from a nutrient bank. I don't know, somewhere on the Roanoke River. So when those two costs came in, and then the cost for these septic systems, and we've met with the Department of Health through this whole thing, and we designed systems that they wanted. The cost for those systems are $200,000. So when we look at all of these costs that we really wasn't sure that was gonna be that high, and then we get the cost back for the trees and the fence, we look at it, the overall project, and say, well, you can't cut science out. You cannot cut stormwater out. It just can't be done. You can't cut sewer out. Those trees and the fence are conditions to appease the neighbors. There's really not a science to it. So I said, maybe we can see if we can do something about it. So I called Terry on the 13th of February, and I said, can we change anything on a special use permit? And he said, no. You will have to come back before the board and apply again. I said, okay. Well, during this meeting with him in Austin, he says, we got to cut it short because Wendy Ralph's on her way in here to talk about your plans. Okay. Well, how does she have my plans, number one, and why is she talking about them? But the next day, Terry calls me and says that Wendy wants this tree line right here to come down the back of these cabins. That's one condition she asked for. That's what she understood by your all's recommendation, that they would go down the line. And that she wanted this right here, this tree line closed up.
Or what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
This tree line right down here in the bottom right, where
Yes,
this
sir.
drain field is, she wanted that closed up. She wanted me to move this drain field up, which would change all the engineering on everything else. So it was about a week after that we finally got what would be an approval on the drawings if we didn't want to apply for another permit. So on the 27th, I decided to apply for another to reduce the cost, because, like I said, the cost of the trees are ballpark, depending on where you find them. It's $120 to $150 a piece. 444 trees. A 6-foot tall arborvitae tree is not a standard stock item. You can go buy 2 or 3, you might buy 20, but you cannot buy 400 trees from one supplier anywhere. They just not possible. So we hired a landscape architect to come up with an alternative design, and we submitted our application on the 27th. And on March the 12th, you all may not care to see this, but this is our property. That's our property line right there, you see. Mr. Taylor decided to cut out pine trees on our property. Now, this is Hampton Road. And I'll just kind of speed it along. Show you. Operate this. You
I
watch.
think down at the bottom, you might be able to.
I can't. There's nothing down there.
Oh,
It's off the screen.
okay.
But when you ride by, he's filled a dump trailer full of trees. And then just a couple weeks later, he submits a petition that you can see there's no trees there, that they need to have trees there. Well, we called the police on him. And, you know, we don't want to file criminal charges against them. We just want to build our campground and be left alone. But if you look, you'll be able to see in his trailer what all he's cut off. And I just say this because this is how deceitful that they are.
Are they on the right of way?
They have a right, no,
They're not on the VDOT right of way?
there is no VDOT right away there. It's a private road. And they don't own the road either. I have that to show as well. So they sent their, let me go back. I'm sorry. They sent their petition in. And they included pictures. This picture in particular right here. This is where he cut all of that green stuff from. Right where this pointer is. He took this picture, of course, after they cut it. and they sent the, their petition in. Last Tuesday, I stood at that same location, took this picture. And we'll open up. Can you help me? So their argument was they had to have a bed, we need the trees there because. This is the view right now today. They cut the evergreens that was along this area right. So there is, I mean, that's the field. You can just see right through that area right there, where the campground's going. Would. With that being said, they sent their petition in on first, and they signed it. I mean, a whole bunch of people signed it. You saw it. But the catch to it is Bill Taylor sold his house on that end of that private road in December. He's not even a resident there anymore. He's not a landowner. He's living in the house, I think, until the end of May, and then the new owners take effect. But I mean, the deed switched hands in December. Another person on that list, Mr. Boyd Long, you all know well. He sold his house and he's gone. One of the other people from last year, Matt Corrado, who headed up the opposition to the campground, she sold her house and moved. So a lot of people have gone and moved on down the road, thankfully. But there's been contention from Bill and Wendy Ralph over that road, the Hampton Drive Road. And back in 2005, they were sent a letter, all the 9 lot owners on Hampton Road, and we own 2 of those lots. I own lot number 1, lot number 9. Bill Taylor's lot 7, Wendy's lot 6. They were sent a letter from Mr. Gilbert, and I can give you all this copy. But I mean, I really can't read it because I can't see it, but it basically says that the ownership of that road doesn't belong to the 9 lot owners. None of us own it. It belongs to the heirs of the H.H. producers. My partner's one of them. And that, you know, there needs to be a formal agreement made up so everybody has a deeded right of way. They don't even have a deeded right of way to their house right now. None of the 9 lot owners. And they kind of ignored that. And then last year we hired George Rutherford. I hired him to research it, and he came up with the same exact thing, that it was created by the plat for the H.H. Purdue estate in '82 and recorded, and that each of the 9 lots adjoin a 50-foot right-of-way. That the plat also shows the remaining land, which is our land, the campground land, adjoining the 50-foot right-of-way. None of the property shown on the plat was conveyed with an easement over across the 50-foot right-of-way. Now, this has been pointed out to them twice. They don't own the road. They have a right-of-way to it, and that's it. Through it. They've taken upon themselves to take ownership of it, even though they legally don't own it. But on this slide, this is Old Sunday School Road. Everything marked in red, we own. This is Hampton Drive. We own everything on Hampton Drive all the way down the right-hand side, all the way into the road. This is lot 9, it's ours. It comes all the way back up to this corner. This is lot 1, it's ours. This is the campground lot, and then we also own this over here. Since January 2018, I've invested $2.5 million over there. And we pay a lot of taxes. We do a lot of business down there on this end, and we had anticipated to do a lot of here. But it's pure economics. We can't afford to spend $240,000 for trees on School Road when we have the additional cost to do on on the scientific work that's got to go in. So I'm just asking that, you know, we get some kind of relief somehow, we just won't be able to build the project at this point. I think that what the planning commission came up with was more or less a concession to the Ralphs, because they are getting a tree line down this, behind these cabins. If I can get back to there, and I know I'm jumping all over the place, I apologize, but see, that tree line would go somewhere right at the bottom of this field right here, the one that's proposed by the planning commission. It would go right along here, and then when they grew to maturity, they would be, you know, it would screen everything. I personally would rather have it all the way up the road. That's what I asked for. Wendy asked for it to come behind the cabin. I mean, I feel that she personally is getting a concession there. And as far as the fence, in their petition, they say that we offered the fence. We didn't really offer the fence. The fence was brought to us by Tommy. That's a good faith estimate that he worked between the two. We didn't know the fence was going to cost about $50,000. I mean, 1,750 feet is what they're at. It's a long way. That serves no purpose, you know. It serves no more purpose than the fence I proposed to you, I guess what I'm saying. Which is 47,000. And I've got several different versions because I didn't want to be hamstrung and you know, say, well, I can't find another 7-inch post, I can't find, you know, so I put square posts on here. You know, I put round posts. Just this is what we would like to do. I mean, it's just a 2x4 welded wire fence on the wooden post around the perimeter of the cross. And if we need to do split rail on coming up Anthem Drive, that 100 foot, I'm going to be with that. But if you look at the drawings, where the fence is going to go, the fence is behind the trees. So the trees are here, and then the fence is here. So I don't have a problem with that being a split rail fence because it's seen by a lot of people. This is 12 acres of vacant landlocked land that will never be sold to anyone. The people that own it don't have a right of way to it. We own two sides of it. The lake comes one side. There's a guy over on the other mountain owns the other side. So this is wooded vacant land. This is wooded vacant land. Bob owns a house, but it is way down off of the map. So there's really no aesthetic value to a fence along this border right here. And as far as the trees are concerned, the landscape architect that we hired, he did research. I don't have that. Let me see. So this is the National Arbor Day Foundation's what they say the arborvitae tree is. And if you read the characteristics of the tree, they're almost verbatim of the eastern red cedar. They have the same growth rate. They grow to the same height. They grow in the same shape if you make them grow in the same shape. If you just let them grow wild, they'll just grow tall. I'm not doing what they're and the eastern red cedar is a Virginia tree. It's native. It's native to Virginia. It's much cheaper. It's easier to buy. You can find them. You can buy them, you know, 4 to 5 feet tall, and you don't have to have them trucked in from Kentucky or wherever I find all the items. But if you read right here, the growth rate is 13 to 24 inches a year. That's the eastern red cedar. It grows to 40 to 50 feet tall and 8 to 20 feet spread. Now, in their in their petition, they tell you they spoke to a landscaper, they don't tell you who it is. And they tell you that that's not a good tree. I'll take the word over the Arbor Day Foundation and Jackson River Land Planning over some unnamed source. But the bottom line is, if we cannot get a reduction in these requirements, then there just will not be a campground place there. We just can't afford to do it, not with having to do the scientific thing. And we put a lot into this. We have over $120,000 invested in these drawings.
How much was the fencing?
Sorry.
How much was the split rail? It was 100 and...
The split rail was 100 and... I think I would know that, I'm sorry.
140, 50,
123,000.
and then the other's 40, so you get close to $70,000 in savings doing different fence.
Yeah, and the trees, we can reduce that by half. I mean, basically, by the way the county proposed at the planning commission, it would cut this in half, and we can make that work. But there's no way we can make it work the way it's going. And I'm not trying to disrespect any of you all that put our time into this last year. And we did put you off and just come in here in the middle of COVID-19 trying to hoodoo you like they think we are. We actually started working on this in January, as soon as we got our drawings. We didn't get our drawings until January. And I'll show you one more drawing that, some people that think it doesn't take long to design things. There were drilling that had to be done, testing had to be done, multiple agencies, the health department, Department of Environmental Quality, BOS, so many people, and it took us that long to get a drawing. And we didn't know what the costs were until we got our drawing. The minute we got our drawings, it was literally days. I was in there with an application asking to have this reviewed. This is the septic drawings. I don't have anything else unless you guys have questions.
Okay, Mr. Mattingly, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? I want to ask Mr. Mattingly some questions. Yes, sir. When you're talking about them cutting trees, and I'm just trying to get my facts straight, did they cut whole trees or did they limb up the trees?
I honestly can't answer that because I wasn't there physically.
All right, another question is, you said it's a 50-foot right of way on Hamilton Drive.
There is a 50-foot right of way on Hampton Drive.
Is that some of the road over, or that's the whole 50
I have no
feet?
idea. I know I've had my land surveyed and my stake's right on the road.
Now, when the police came down there, did they do anything, or what was the call about? Did they just cut trees? Trespassing?
Yeah, I guess I need to back up. Wendy, Ralph and her husband, Bill Timmons, and Boyd Long, and Bill Taylor all have no trespass orders that we had to serve on. Because it has been nothing but harassment since the day we started. And it hasn't stopped one bit. We have called the sheriff's office at least 10 times. Lauren had to get a restraining order against one of them. It's been that contentious.
My other question is, has anybody sat down and talked together, the neighbors and you all? Or has it got to that point you won't speak?
That will do no good. I mean, I tried. I tried last time. We didn't. We tried. We met with them more than once, and it didn't go anywhere. I feel that we've given us just as much as we can. If we can't get relief as proposed by either us or the planning commission, then we just don't go there.
And this is scheduled to be a high-end.
Well, it depends on whose definition of high.
Well, anything over $50 a night, that's high-end to me.
Yeah. Trump might not think it's high-end.
I've been camping for 40 years, so.
$50 a night wouldn't be.
No, I'm just saying,
There's a potential here of, $750,000 a year in revenue for us.
Is that your projected, if it's
That's-
filled up, that's your projected
that's
take?
50%, that's renting their spots 50% of the time for the year,
How much you gonna make per year?
$750,000.
750.
What's the total cost of your project as it was originally proposed? You said $250,000 for the trees and fence.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the total project is 1.1 as it's drawn right
And
now.
that includes the $250,000 for the trees and fence.
That does not include purchase of land, which was $1,050,000.
Okay.
Any more questions? Oh, I'm thinking, but I can't get to my tongue yet.
I have a statement. I think the relief from the fence is I mean, this is your district, so I'm gonna fall on your shoulders. You know, if we can consider the fence, Mr. Cundiff, to help, but you know, the trees that the planning and zoning have picked out, I would say are probably the right trees.
Which one's the right trees?
Not the green giant.
The green giants would be the right trees,
Right,
correct?
okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, what was you
And
gonna say?
the eastern red cedar, are that much less than the green giant?
Yeah, it's half the price.
I've never bought. We'll have other discussion. We have someone else that wishes to speak.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So we need to hear them. and then
Yes, sir.
discuss.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, are you opening the public hearing?
Yes, ma'am. The public hearing is open.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Russell Sinnott. I live at 395 Blue Lake Road. Full disclosure, I sold the marina to John and Fulton and Lauren. We live right across the lake. Now, we don't adjoin this property. We live right across the cove, go to the marina all the time. And I was here supporting John when they filed this for the campground. My wife runs the pavilion at Blackwater Junction, which is a wedding venue. Doing great business there, and one of the things that everybody asks for is places for people to stay. So I'll be back up in a little bit about the short-term rentals, way to go, but anyhow, Steve knows my feeling on that. But on this, it just gives opportunities for people to come in here and do the campground. Now, we know we approved that. John's coming in here and asking for some relief on it, and you know, and this is just me, but you know, a fence is a fence. If the job or the goal was to keep people or kids from going outside of it, I think the wire fence will do just as well as anything. And the trees, my wife and I planted and I don't know what kind we planted, but those things, and I don't know about the red cedar or whatever, but they grow 2 to 3 foot a year. So if you just reduce it down, if you're talking about reducing it down to something he can buy in a year's period of time, it's probably going to be about the height of the one that people were requesting they plant the first time. So I would hope you'd approve it to make it work. I'd love to see it happen there. And, you know, from us living there, frequenting the marina all the time and eating there, I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great thing for our community to have that campground on this side of the lake. I know that it'll help my wife's business. It'll help bring revenue to the county. Maybe it'll bring some people to buy some real estate. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing and open for board discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I just have one comment. I think that Mr. Mathena has brought a tremendous argument to his cause. I've been supportive of this campground since I first learned of it. I think it'd be a good addition to this community, to the county. I can understand the need to try to cut costs where you can, and I would be supportive of Mr. Mathena's request. I would also either or the commission's request. I think both are logical and doable. I'll be supportive to the commission's recommendations or Mr. Mathena's original request.
I definitely think to give him some relief on the fence is, if he can save $70,000, right, Mr. Mathena? Ballpark. I think we should definitely consider the
fence, but I think the green giants would be a better tree, Mr. Mathena.
Do they have to be 6 feet tall?
I think that.
Then it's a win. I mean, that's the end of the discussion, because I can't buy it.
Mr. Chairman, are you finished?
I think Mr. Cundiff was.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
When he finished.
I didn't hear.
When he finished.
I'm done, yeah. I just think the fence in the yard, yeah.
Well, I've been on this thing, since it was planned, talked about it, done. I have been on both sides, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not convinced yet to give my blessings to it. I want actually to table this until I can dig into it further myself, like I did the first time. And I think in all fairness to the neighbors, to Mr. Mathena, that I think that I would like to table this and research it and see what I come up with. Because I have so many variables on this. It's a whole lot of he said, she said, and I didn't take that on the first time I did it. I'm not gonna take it now. I would like to research it. I'd like to table this and research it and see what I come up with.
Yes, ma'am.
May I offer some comments?
Yes, ma'am.
I would yield back to Mr. Mitchell. I'm not sure he finished. Did you?
Yeah, I'm done. I think if we can alleviate some expense on the fence to help out, I'd be all for that.
With respect to the changes to the SUP that's been requested, I do not have a problem changing the fence over at all. I am more concerned about the tree buffer. I think the green giant arborvitae, with the homework that I've done on this, and I have done homework on this because I wasn't on the board when this came up in 2019. From my perspective, I would like the trees to stay as was drawn and submitted and approved in the initial SUP. Those trees are more than just, I mean, it is a buffer issue. And this whole case, I mean, if I had been around for this, I've got another case I'm dealing with, and it revolves around A1 property that is in the vicinity of and very close to subdivisions that have grown up that are either PCD, RPD, or R1. And so you've got A1 by right uses and you've got special use permits. And then we've got to balance the needs and the wishes of the neighbors in these neighborhoods that have built up since A1 was placed there decades ago. And it needs to be a compatible use. I'm not convinced this is a compatible use, but that's a dead horse. You guys dealt with that last year. I do not want to support the change in the trees whatsoever from the initial permit, and I would compromise with the fencing that Mr. Mathena has proposed. I am troubled by some of the things I've found. I think it's worrisome that we still don't have a VDH permit. This has been going on for over a year. And in my research back in February of 2019, 11 days before the board, you guys took this up, there were 4 eliminations made then on the initial SUP. So it looks historically, when I review the documents, that, there's a lot of going back and taking things out, which to me tears at the initial approval and all the work and the due diligence by everybody, the board included, that voted to approve that SUP. So we're continuing to tear at the very fabric and spirit of that initial SUP. Now, I agree, I understand when you are planning a project and master plan it, I would sure want to know the cost when I'm master planning a project like this. And I know that stormwater and E&S issues are surprising a lot of developers and a lot of contractors. I get that, that's new stuff. But I am deeply troubled that we keep taking things out. And it just tears at, all the negotiations that Mr. Cundiff did, both with Mr. Mathena, his partners, and the neighbors. A lot of time and effort went into that, and we're still here tonight talking about more changes. And I'm troubled by that, and I don't know where the end is.
Well, I'm afraid I want to dig into it. I think I can come up with a conclusion on this. But I will, this couple of months, dig into it and find out. But I'm pretty familiar with this. I just want to dig into it, and I'll bring back to the board what I found out and what I highly recommend.
So do you think a month will be good, Mr.
A
Condon?
month will be good. I can do it in a month, no problem.
Any more discussion? I would just like to make a comment, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a problem with the fence. I don't have a problem with the trees. It's a difficult time for business people. I'm sure Mr. Matheny is struggling like many people are. I don't have an issue approving this if he thinks he can work with these changes that have been put before him tonight. I'm just trying to help out a local business person here.
Well,
I mean, what difference is a month going to make? Are we going to change the tree? Are we going to put barbed wire across the top of the fence?
No, but I honestly do believe that I owe it to everybody to do this. Just like I did the last time. And I thought I had a solution the last time, but things have changed. So I think that for due diligence for the neighborhood and for Mr. Matheny, and I need to get more involved into it. And like I said, let the chips fall when I come back. But I think we need to research it, and I want to bring back something besides this right here. I want to bring back to show you what I think is going to be the best for everybody. We've got to think about the neighbors also. I fought hard. The neighbors were against it. I come up with these stipulations, and everybody agreed to them at the time. Now, whether it's to appease people or not, I don't know. But I think you got to be concerned about the neighbors also, as well as Mr. Matheny's cost. And I think there's a happy medium somewhere. But you've got to take consideration for the neighbors too. And I know it's a lot of tension, and if you don't involve them and help get this resolved, it's going to be nothing but tension. And that just brings on trouble. So that's the reason I was asking to table.
I have one more question. That tree cutting that occurred, was that on your property? Yes. Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion by Supervisor Cundiff to table this item until June 14th.
Amen.
All right, do we have a second? With no second, all in favor, do we hand vote okay? I mean, a voice vote okay? We'll have a voice vote to table this until next month's meeting. And all in favor of tabling, aye? Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Matheny, this will be back on our next month's agenda, and we won't have another public hearing.
I have a request from Mr. Matheny, if you don't mind, sir. Would you get in touch with me after this? And call me, please? Okay, you don't sell them?
I don't have it. If you want to give it to me, you may not want to say it out loud.
No, I won't say it out loud, but anyway, you got a piece of paper I can write on.
Just to be clear, to your point, Mr. Chairman, this will be held in the afternoon in the June meeting, will not be another public hearing.
And I will go ahead and close this public.
Sure.
That's right, number 17.
Microphone here. I appreciate you doing this, sir. Yep, thank you, sir. All right, let's say second.
Okay, Mr. Daniel.
Our next public hearing is another special use permit. This one is for the short-term tourist rental of a dwelling on approximately 3.3 acres, currently zoned agriculture A1. It's in the Gills Creek district off of Strawberry Banks Drive. Boyd and Leanne Temple are the owners of the property. Again, about 3.3 acres, waterfront lot. It lies on Strawberry Banks Drive, which is a state maintained road with 50-foot right of way. Currently, there's one single family home on this parcel. It is on the water, you're right at the water. The county tax records list this currently as a one bedroom, 1,500 square feet, single story home with a basement. There's also a larger garage on the property. I think that's used for storing the owner's equipment, tractors, lawnmowers, so forth on the property that he uses, and the garage is really not part of the short-term rental for this. The site has both wooded and open space areas on it, with about a third of it being wooded. The house, again, being located kind of right down on the water. Here's the location in the county. Again, this is the property here. Again, about 3.3 acres. Just beyond that is the Spinnaker Run subdivision, which is zoned R1. And on this side, and then on this side is a small mobile home park, which is also zoned A1. And then as you head back towards Scrubs Road, a lot of that is also zoned agriculture. Across the cove, you can see some other zoning districts, residential zoning districts as well. Again, this is just kind of an aerial view of the property. So the structure is actually down here. That's the proposal of the rental, which lies pretty good distance kind of below the road level as it slopes down towards the lake. Again, this is the small mobile home park on this side, and then as you just pass this site, on the right is part of the Spinnaker Run subdivision, and then also the remainder of that cul-de-sac road, which is zoned R1. The staff recommendation is for approval of this, as well as the planning commission recommendation. Due to the lot size and how the property, the house is located on the property, staff feels like there will be minimal impacts from this short-term rental. It is a one bedroom currently, so that really limits it to 2 adults over the age of 3, which we've changed recently. It is it's a 3.3 acre lot. It does have some wooded areas to it. The closest residence, when we measured, was roughly 250 feet from the proposed structure. There were 6 different public comments that we received at the Planning Commission meeting. Primarily, those were residents of Spinnaker Run, which is that subdivision I pointed out, which are some of the folks here, and then also the remainder of this area. So I believe almost all, if not all, of the people who complained were in that subdivision. There may have been 1 or 2 that were across the cove as well that had requested the Planning Commission deny this request. The Planning Commission did vote to approve by a vote of 6-1, with 1 being absent. They did propose 4 conditions. These are similar to what we've done in the past on some of these short-term rentals in the A1 zoning district. Just clarifying that it's for that structure only, no future dwellings to be used for short-term rentals. They've got to comply with all those general regulations. The building official and fire marshal will inspect it before they can start operating it to make sure it's meeting those requirements. The septic system needs to be evaluated to make sure it's working properly. And those are the 4 conditions, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions you might have on this particular request. I did see the owner. Yeah, it's here.
Any questions? Thank you. If not, I'll open up for anyone that wishes to speak.
sure if I need technical help to get to my presentation.
You need to open something? You need to open.
Yeah, I mean, if you could just get me to it. Okay, and Boyd Temple, property owner at 601 Strawberry Banks. And of course, that's the property. The aerial view shows that there's substantial buffer area, or a much larger buffer area than most of the neighboring properties. The trailer park to the left, there's 20 units in there. In addition to trailers, there's also some apartments over there, but there's 22 mailing addresses there. And this gives an aerial view. It just kind of shows the size of our lot as compared to surrounding lots, and distance of our house as compared to other houses, and how close the houses and docks are. Let's see. This is just a look from our deck to the closest home to us in Spinnaker Run subdivision. Looking to the east, this is looking across the lake, so we're not in a tight cove. It's a good wide cove. Now, it is a busy cove. There's a lot of water skiing in there. But anyway, it's not like we're in a little tight cove. We've got a lot of area. That's our dock right below the photo. This is looking over toward the mobile home park. It's buffered, down near the house, it's pretty heavily wooded, so it's hard to see the neighbors on either side or for them to see us. Looking across again to Montego Bay, again, it's a wide cove, same thing here. This is looking over toward the mobile home park from the front of our house, or I'm standing on the front of our deck. Actually, Strawberry Banks Drive is kind of top left or top center, but you can't see it. But that's the closest view of the mobile home park from our home. This is looking over towards Spinnaker Run subdivision and also up towards Strawberry Bank Drive. Again, wooded as far as where the closest residence is, which is actually a little bit to the left of the photo. The building that you see in the left center is actually our garage, which would not be part of the special use. That's just another shot looking over toward the trailer park. You can see some storage trailers and stuff in the background. That is right against our property line, just trailers backed up to our property line. I'm backed up almost to the mobile home park. Still, I'm probably 15 or 20 feet within our boundary. That's the best view probably the mobile home park has of our house. I'm at our property line down next to the water at the mobile home park, looking directly toward our house. Because of the woods and the topography, you can't see our house from the mobile home park. I'm backed up to the mobile home park, looking towards Spinnaker Run. That's my garage in the center of the photograph. Property line is about 15, 20 feet behind the garage. So most of what you see there is on our property. This is the house near the southwest corner of our property, next to the trailer park and Strawberry Banks Drive, but well within the bounds of our property here. All right, this is up on Strawberry Banks Drive, just looking from one end of the property to the other towards Spinnaker Run. Again, just about everything you see in the foreground is on our property. The driveway that you see in the center of the photo going to the left is our driveway. The trees beyond that on the left are on our driveway. And you can see the Franklin County sign beyond that. which is notifying the public of this hearing. All right, I'm at our southwest corner of our property, standing at Strawberry Banks Drive, looking directly over our home. The buildings, you can see some little gloss in the center of the photo. That's the lake, and beyond that is Montego Bay. Our house, you can't see it. Just a little, maybe this much of the roof of our house can you see from the road at the best view that you have of our house from Strawberry Banks Drive. And as you go down Strawberry Banks Drive, you see less and less of the roof. This is about at the center of our property, as far as the center of our road frontage, looking over the house to Strawberry Banks Drive. This is at our driveway. The garage is to the left, to the right. Between the two trees to the left, our house would be there, but it's because of the topography drops about 30 feet from the road. So the house is literally not, you have to come onto our property to see the house from Strawberry Banks Drive. This is looking over from 631 Spinnaker Run, which is, or 631 Strawberry Banks, which is Spinnaker Run, and that's, the building you see is our garage. But the column that's in that photo, the driveway column, which is actually to the neighbor's driveway, is either all or partially on our property. So just looking from our neighbor's driveway at Spinnaker Run up to the mobile home park. This is looking over towards our house and stuff. I'm backed up to Spinnaker Run, but looking over to the mobile home park. The house would be to the right. You can barely make any of it out, but a little bit of it is visible. This is down closer to the water. There is a cleared area for boat ramp. The house is visible here. The dock's to the right. Looking over to Montego Bay from the water, from our dock. Looking toward the mobile home park from our dock. Everything you see is on our property going out to that first point, and then our property goes around that point and back into a cove, and it's back in the back of the cove where the mobile home park starts. This is looking the other direction, again, toward Montego Bay. This is looking at our house from the boat, or from the dock. This is across the cove. I'm standing in Montego Bay right here. The two arrows represent the property lines to the right and to the left. Our home's in the center. We have about 460 some odd feet of water frontage. So lots of buffer between us and our neighbors. Same thing here, just a different shot. It's from a different lot over in Montego Bay. This is the mobile home park, which is directly next door to me. There's 23 mailboxes there, 23 mailing addresses. That's my next door neighbor to one side of me. So I kind of like to think of our property as a transitional property. Got pretty intense use of 23 units on a little bit over 5 acres. I'm just proposing 1 unit on 3.3 acres just to do short-term rentals, just for our unit, not to add to it. And also, the garage is off limits. That would not be part of the short-term rentals. That's our personal stuff. Looking down past all the mailboxes at the mobile home park towards Spinnaker Run, and the white building in the background is our garage. This is just looking halfway down our property, looking back towards the mobile home park, looking back down Strawberry Banks Drive. This is where Spinnaker, or Strawberry Banks Drive meets Scruggs Road. So just trying to get a give you a feel for the neighborhood. When you make this turn down Strawberry Banks Drive, you're not coming into a pristine subdivision. It's not like the Boardwalk or Waverly or something, you know, it's a simple subdivision up near Strawberry Banks Drive and then, or near Scruggs Road. And as you go farther down, you got the mobile home park, and then you've got our house and then Spinnaker Run. So it's a mix. And now, doesn't seem to want to. Huh? Okay. All right, here's our survey. 361 feet of road frontage and 464 feet of water frontage, with the house located down near the water, but roughly in the center of the property. Same with the dock. These are actual dimensions from our house to either the property line or closest neighbor, and this is measured off Franklin County GIS, so it's not engineered, but it is taken from Franklin County's measuring tool on GIS. This is the distance to my closest neighbors across the cove from our dock to their dock. 475 feet is the closest dock across the cove to us. And also this photo gives you distance of our closest docks right to left too. To Spinnaker Run, it's 200 feet from our dock to the closest point of their dock. And toward the mobile home park, it's 230 feet to their closest dock. This just shows the difference in elevation. Our house, the property drops roughly 30 feet from Strawberry Banks Drive to the center line of our house. So with that drop in elevation, our house is hardly 30 feet tall. So what that means is at eye level, when you're standing at the road, you literally cannot see the house. You don't know there's a house there. This, again, just representative of the size of our lot versus neighboring lots, and just me personally as the landowner. You know, I would think that if there is a case that's where a special use permit would be warranted for short-term rentals, I would think this would be a perfect case for it, just because all the natural buffer that's already there. You know, the likeliness of us disturbing the neighborhood or changing the character of the neighborhood, I think, is pretty slim. In fact, I submitted at the Planning Commission that I felt like to develop a single lot, there's only 3 available, I think, in Spinnaker Run, has the potential to disrupt the neighborhood more than short-term rentals on our little house. But that's my opinion, because they're building big houses, more bedrooms, so forth. Again, this shows our property, and then to the left of that's the mobile home park. You can see all the mobile homes, and then in addition, there's a multifamily building plus a single-family home on the property, a total of 23 units on property that's not that much bigger, maybe a third, again, bigger than our property. And then to the right and across the road, you see the size of the lots in the subdivision. So again, we've got a lot of buffer, a lot of area to separate us from our neighbors. And that's just a septic inspection we had done prior to the Planning Commission meeting. And I think that's it. Any
Okay.
questions?
Yes, sir. Is any questions? Okay, Mr. Temple, we thank you. And we'll open up again our public hearing. Mr. Richardson?
Unmask me.
So that's what you look like.
I don't know how strict you're gonna be on time. I was told I had 5 minutes. I'm representing 27 people. Can I have about at least 5.5? I noticed Boyd had about 9. But let me just start out.
Your name, sir, and your address.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Your name and your address.
My name is William Richardson. My address is 811 Strawberry Banks Drive in Manita, 24121.
Thank you.
How much time, Mr.
Good
Chairman?
evening, sir. And-
Um,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Richardson is representing a group, sorry, it slips my name, some multiple people, and he has asked if you can grant him 5 minutes to speak for the
Yes,
public.
sir, we'll grant you 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
All right, well, thank you. I'm representing the Spinnaker Run neighborhood that lies just down the street. Boyd's done a good job of showing you the location of our neighborhood versus his property. I'm going to skip all of that, and I'm going to say that we've got 27 lots, 23 full-time county residents, and our zoning is R1. Just after the county's posting of the special use permit application, the residents of our neighborhood came to the board and said, we can't have this, please do something to keep this from happening. It's scary. Most of their concerns related to traffic and safety, parking of multiple vehicles and trailers on the property, and the potential for renters to enjoy lively and noisy festivities, particularly while drinking adult beverages. And Boyd mentioned that the cove is narrow, but any of you guys that are fishermen and go out at night, you understand how sound carries across the water. And you can literally hear people in from my home in Spinnaker Run. I hear people talking on their dock at night across that cove, and my cove's a little wider than where he is. So also something Boyd mentioned is the relief that gets down to his house. We are fearful that that will preclude people accessing with boat trailers or whatever to get down the hill and out of sight, and we're afraid instead they'll park up right on the hilltop and be in plain view, which is Boyd's property, but it's still an eyesore. It reminds me of the property he showed as you were coming into Strawberry Banks Drive with the jet skis and the vehicles and the sheds in the ag land that's on that point. That's what we're trying to get rid of. And there's more in our presentation about that. The traffic, the parking, and the renters' misbehavior is convincing, but there's another compelling point to consider here, and it looks like from the agenda that I've seen outside that you folks have heard a lot of this, and that is whether short-term rentals, apparently short-term rentals are okay on a special use permit on ag land, but Mr. Temple's property doesn't qualify. He's got a land use of residential, but a zoning designation of agriculture. And as you well know, Franklin County defines agriculture land that is occupied by open uses such as farms, forests, and parks, while his land is composed of a residence and a 3-acre lot, which is Franklin County's definition for residential zoning. So we know how this got out of whack. The lake area was all agricultural back in the day, 50 years ago. After the dam was built, the developers came in, bought up large tracts of acreage, subdivided what they could. Some of the periphery fell off and became small tracts of ag land. It's been intensely developed all through that area. I don't have it on the electrons, but here's a map of the area. Here's Mr. Temple's property. Here's the cove, the wide cove versus the S-turns here. All of that purple represents subdivisions. All of that is residential property. Most of it is restricted. Even though it's not R1, it is restricted, so there are no short-term rentals on any of this property here. There's some problem areas that we're going to talk about right in here. After the issues came up with zoning,
the county adopted zoning and regulations. So here's the same area with the zoning shown for various subdivisions around the property. We've got Emerald Bay, we've got Montego Bay, we've got Park Place, and on this side we've got Boardwalk, and back here we've got Windmere. All of that is residential. So it's easy to see that in the vicinity of this property, the prevailing land use is residential. And of course, in Franklin County, short-term rentals are prohibited on residential R1 property. Also, as we look at all of these subdivisions around the cove, it's easy to see how the dense boat traffic and safety issues on this small cove can be a problem with any more traffic. To take away on that discussion, please don't let an outdated and incorrect zoning designation, is that me or is that?
I think that's
Yes, sir,
you,
that's the end of the 5 minutes.
but you can finish what you have
Thank
if it's short.
2 quick points. Please don't let an outdated and incorrect zoning designation on 3-acre parcels serve as a basis to allow a land use is in direct conflict with hundreds of surrounding acres. And the biggest concern here is the precedence that this can set. All of these properties that Boyd pointed out, right here, and right here, those are all residential plots sitting on ag land. If we grant this permit, these people can use that as an arguable point to try and get that same position, that same status for their properties. And we just can't live with that. That's not going to work. We beg you to not allow this to go through. One more thing. The Temples have been great neighbors. They maintain their property in an excellent way. It's a great transition from the ag land up at the closer to Scruggs Road to get down into our subdivision, and we want him to know that we appreciate the maintenance and the upkeep that he does on his property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Seneff.
Chairman, members of the board, my name is Russell Seneff. I live at 395 Blue Lake Road in Union Hall, Virginia. And I am all for short-term rentals in Franklin County. Every opportunity I get, and for Steve tonight and everybody else, I'll make this my one speech on it because I know you have numerous. Mr. Walker's coming, there's other people. I think people should be able to do what they want to with their property. Now, I understand that Mr. Temple's not in that subdivision. He's before that subdivision. And from the land use and the planning side, this to me was what everybody always wanted for short-term rentals because he's got a buffer around it. Now, me personally, I think we should be able to do it in an R1 subdivision. I live in an R1 subdivision on Smith Mountain Lake. It's a half-acre lot, and if both of my neighbors wanted to short-term rent their house, I would come in here and say the same thing for them. Let them do what they want to do. It's their property. There's no stopping their kids, their grandkids, anybody they want to come stay in the house anyhow. We've got neighbors that has friends up every weekend. They're never here, but that's cool. It's their house. They should be able to do what they want to. I think it's an excellent opportunity here, and I think this is a prime property for it. We just got back the end of January. We went to Hawaii. And we went on the Airbnb or one of those VRBOs. And I do want to say we paid a ton because we were on the water down there. And at night, you know, there were other houses there. And I was more conscientious about being loud with our adult children because we were in a community like that. Now, at my lake house, we're shooting fireworks, we're eating, and the music's cranked up because that's my place. But when we in Hawaii, I kept telling the kids, I said, keep it down, you know, because we want to be respectful for where we're here. People that are going to rent on Smith Mountain Lake, you know it, the prices they're going to charge for it, you're not going to get the riffraff. And if you have problems, hey, number one, go over and talk to them. Number two, if not, you could call the authorities to take care of it. I applaud you for the first item you had tonight. Take it out of the bushes.
I mean, there's no darkness over it. Now, let people rent them. Pay the $200, register my house, you come check it out, make sure it's safe for people. We want to do that. But the only thing I would say is consider it on R1. Now, I understand the nice subdivisions if they don't want to do it, but why can't they? If there's deed restrictions, I wouldn't come in here and say they should be able to short-term rent their house, because they shouldn't. But if there's no deed restrictions, shouldn't they be able to do what they want to do? And this is for all of them tonight, the Walkers that'll come up and everybody else. Russell and Melville Center for all 4 short-term rentals. And if my neighbors wanted to do it in R1, I would applaud them doing it also. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Hitzman? Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Chuck Heitzman, 27 Mango Road in Moneta. And that property is also known as Lot 25 in Montego Bay subdivision. Now, I'm appearing before you tonight as the president of the Montego Bay Property Owner Association. That's 44 properties. So I'd like to have 5 minutes. I don't think I'll take that much.
You're fine.
Okay. I have communicated with each of you by email about the special use permit application at 601 Strawberry Banks Drive. Now, those communications were either petitions or written comments from Montego Bay property owners. In addition, each of you have received emails directly from some Montego Bay property owners, and without exception, each communication represented strong opposition to the approval of this application. Now, many of us, and me included, were told that Franklin County was a preferred location for establishing residence because short-term rentals were not allowed. The reasoning was that the presence of short-term renters would be a negative influence on neighborhoods. Individuals or families renting for a weekend, week, or other short-term do so to have a great time, maybe even a raucous time on the lake. Because the renters are in and out, there's no vested interest in the neighborhood. Short-term renters produce negative neighborhood impacts such as increased traffic, noise, and safety concerns, all of which create unnecessary and unwarranted disruption to the neighborhood. Now, as you've heard, Montego Bay is zoned R1. 601 Strawberry Banks Drive is on land zoned A1. The A1 designation was appropriate when all of this land was opened without any residential development. It now represents incompatible zoning to the detriment of property owners. Mr. and Mrs. Temple have stated that they live out of town. They may or may not develop a home at an unspecified date on this property. And in the meantime, they want to run a hotel-like property which is not compatible with surrounding residents' homes. Should this permit be approved, a precedent, a dangerous precedent, will be established. Any of the owners in the adjacent trailer park could easily apply for short-term approval. The same holds true for the single-family dwellings that lie between the 601 property and Scruggs Road. It is possible that in the future, owners of these properties could seek the same permit, and this precedence would only compound an already bad situation. In that case, your approval would have negative impact on Montego Bay and Spinnaker Run. Now, 6 Montego Bay lakefront properties lie directly across the cove from 601. Mine is one of them. 5 properties are developed with houses. Lot 29 is a vacant lot and is the future building site for a couple who will develop upon their retirement. That couple has written to you an extremely strong opposition based on the potential of negative influence on peace and tranquility of our neighborhood. This couple is an example of property owners who were told the same short-term rental story as I was. 10 Montego Bay property owners own slips in a community dock across from 601. Their ability to use their dock will potentially be negatively influenced by short-term rentals. I want to stress that I purchased land and built in Franklin County because of its no short-term rental policy. For 23 years, I've been a Franklin County taxpayer, loyal shopper in Franklin County. The 44 property owners in Montego Bay can say much the same. Our commitment to Franklin County has been strong. You, the Board of Directors, Board of Supervisors, you've been working to strengthen ordinances and hire a third-party vendor to monitor short-term rentals. In addition, you are creating a registry for monitoring and instituting strong penalties for violation. These are very positive developments. Approval of the Temple application will perpetuate problems in an environment you are currently working to change. Now, you have photos with you printed on both sides. These are of the 5 Montego Bay houses and 1 undeveloped lot that directly across from 601, as well as the community dock. The assessed value of these 6 properties is $5,090,000. There are also photos of the newer houses on Strawberry Banks Drive between 601 and Scruggs Road. Now, to avoid immediate and future negative consequences to Montego Bay property owners and the potential negative consequences to Spinnaker Run property owners, I urge you to please vote no on this special use permit application. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? If not, I'll close the public comments period and open it up for discussion for the board members.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to know actually what the property is on. Is it A1 or is it all? It is A1.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it is A1.
This particular property is zoned A1. The property, looking on this map to the right where the house is zoned R1. The property on the other side with the mobile homes is A1. So it's kind of right on the border of R1 zoning, but this particular property is A1.
So Mr. Temple, he could put a mobile home park there if he wanted to.
Need a special use permit, but yes.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may offer some comments. As Gills, I have taken and prepared some notes for this, which I usually don't do, because I want to be very sensitive and very careful about how I weigh in on this issue. I take these things very seriously, and I want to represent my constituency to the best of my ability. So as the Gills Creek supervisor, this, of course, had my immediate attention, and I've done a lot of homework on this issue, and I have researched things that have led me to some conclusions. I'd first like to say to Mr. and Mrs. Temple, it is obvious to me that you all are good neighbors, and that you maintain your property well. And I commend you for that. And especially in my role as a supervisor, I thank you for that. So we of course have my planning commissioner, Jim Colby, who sits on the planning commission, and he was the lone dissenting vote on the planning commission. And as I do with each of the planning commission issues, especially those in my district, we meet and we review materials collectively, and I pull on his experience as planner. So I'm going to offer the following thoughts. This property is zoned A1, and you can see from the depictions that it is adjacent to R1 subdivisions. The ones you've namely seen are Spinnaker Run and Montego Bay. And we are talking collectively consisting over 27 R1 lots plus. So as I said before in another issue we were managing, I see so many problems with A1 parcels that are, lying in R1 districts that have been developed and come over time since the initial A1 zoning classification was put into place because the lake's developed. So that changes the rules of the game, in my humble opinion. So these lots that are A1 and this proposed SUP, in my estimation, is not a compatible use in R1 districts with R1 homes in them where no short-term rentals are allowed. That's important because of the one chart that was demonstrated. This lot is surrounded by R1, and they don't allow short-term rentals. That's part of the incompatibility. And that this lot and this home is functioning as a residential lot. So I submit that this board is going to at some point have to take up these zoning irregularities. That's another issue for another day. I do think that if we approve this application, I think that it is precedent setting, and it's precedent setting arguably due to the R1 zoning designation. And the fact that we've got subdivided A1 lots in this area that could, if this were to be approved, would continue to leverage what I would view as incompatible uses of that land. And this is something I want the supervisors to hear me very clear on. According to our code and its section, zoning ordinance section 25-638, these are the findings that we as a board must find to approve a special use permit. That the proposed use will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property. I find that it does. The character of the zoning district will not be changed. The proposed use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance. And that the proposed use will be in harmony with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district. And the proposed use is compatible with public health, safety, and general welfare. And I submit that most of these, if not all of these are not met in this SUP. We, as stated, have received petitions. We've received just numerous letters and emails of residents that are in opposition to a short-term rental on this piece of property. It has been noted that the board is undertaking what I feel are strengthening of our ordinances and strengthening of our policies and fines and so forth, so that we have a healthy and respectable short-term rental structure in place here in the county. And I've even gone as far as to suggest, and we've not dealt with it yet, that all short-term rentals in the county should be subject to a special use permit. And I have said that because I feel that each permit deserves its own due diligence, with planning commission review, public hearing, and then board review and public hearing. I think that this is fair in a county that tries to get balance in place. We have rural areas where short-term rentals make perfect sense. No, I don't have a problem with that. What I think I'm trying to really emphasize with this permit is that it is the use of the property that is troubling to me, and it's the reason I can't support this. I cannot support a short-term rental use of a piece of property that for all intensive purposes is functioning as R1 and surrounded by R1, and further, the residents in this area and the adjacent neighborhoods are adamantly opposed. And as the supervisor for this district, I have a very high mandate to represent the voices of my constituency, and I take that very seriously and very personally. This is tough because I think the Temples are really good people with good intent, and they've been good neighbors, and I've had the people in opposition to this request state so. And it's tough when you've got nice people trying to do things to help themselves personally. But again, it's the use of the property that I find objectionable. And for those reasons, and for the reasons that are articulated in our code that we do not meet in this application request. Thank you.
Any other discussion from board members?
I've got a comment. I'll agree with Ms. Smith on this matter. No matter where you live in this county, when you get home from work, you want to go home, you want some peace and quiet. And I think the people that live around this proposed short-term rental have that right. I think in any neighborhood, short-term rental is not a good idea, just for the simple fact that you have different people moving in every week. and I support Ms. Smith on this matter. I don't think we should approve the special use permit. That's all I have.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. If both sides of the properties remain R1, how did this A1 sneak in?
It was left.
That's what bothers me, because we have different codes to go by. And I just can't figure out how you got two R1s and you got an A1 in the center of it.
I believe the trailer
One side
park
is A1, one side is R1.
Yeah,
Across the
A1.
lake is R1.
What? No, I'm talking about the two sides. I'm talking about,
Well,
okay, the one on the right side is R1, correct?
Correct.
Trailer park is A1?
Correct.
Right.
Okay, and then the lot that we're talking about is A1.
Correct. So what happened in 1988 is some subdivisions that were already present were given a zoning designation by the board in 1988 when zoning came along. Others, as they developed, the developer would come in and ask this board or previous boards to rezone their property to RC1, R1, R2, different residential districts for development along the lake. And I would say most of the developments along the lake that have been developed probably requested R1 because R1 doesn't allow short-term rentals. And this property was probably either already owned or outside of that area that the developer of Spinnaker Run bought that land. So that's probably why it was not included in that. So the board has never, other than in 1988, the board has never come in and actually changed people's zoning on their property. They've kind of left that up to the individual property owners to come forward and request those changes. So that's how there's kind of different zoning around the county.
Right. Is there any homeowner association in this area?
From what I heard is Spinnaker Run, which basically starts here, goes this way, and
Goes
also
up.
includes some of these lots. They have a homeowners association. I think you heard from the president tonight. Across the bay over here, across the cove, is Montego Bay, and I think you heard from the other president of that homeowners association. So it's kind of a mix of zoning around the lake for various reasons. Some they've changed zoning as they developed, and some that pre-existed zoning were kind of, a lot of times I'll refer to a magic wand. They were kind of given zoning at that time based on the type of development it was. Water's Edge is another example where that one was prior to 1988, but it was deemed to be residential plan development.
And it's R1 and there's short-term rentals allowed in there, correct?
Water's Edge, RPD.
Yeah.
It was made RPD by the board in 1988, which does allow short-term rentals. It's part of the conflict in that subdivision.
I have one other question. I notice there's no stipulations or anything like that towards the property. In other words, the planning commission looked like it's no stipulation put into it.
We had the 4 conditions that I read before, basically limiting it to that structure, which is 1 bedroom.
Well, yeah,
So
I understand
So again,
that
that's
part, but I'm talking
two
about,
adults, would be allowed to be there, and then really no other dwellings could be built on the property and used for short-term rentals. So,
but there's no other stipulations.
no, sir. Not above the 4 conditions that were recommended.
Any other discussion?
Hold on a minute, I want to read something. I mean, not to you all,
Take
but
your
just to
time.
myself, I want to.
While he's reading, I do have a comment.
Yes, sir.
I rode down there several weeks ago and looked at the property, and just from the road, looking back, I couldn't see the house itself. You barely can see the roof. I've listened to everyone that spoke tonight, and I've read every one of the emails that I've received on this and given a lot of thought. And I've listened to the concerns that has been brought up, safety concerns, crowded concerns, parking concerns. And, it goes back, it's a 1-bedroom house. You have a 2-person limit that can stay there. I don't see where those concerns really are adding up to me. And typically I do support short-term rentals in most cases. I try to listen to each one of them with an open mind, and I listen to each one of them on its individual merits. I don't try to put them all under a blanket and say no short-term rentals or yes, we can have them everywhere. So I've listened and weighed everything out. I've heard the argument that it'll be a detriment to the community. I really don't see that. I've also read the emails where it will kill property values. I don't see where it will hurt property values any more than this trailer park next to it already does. I'm very familiar with the end of the road coming off Scruggs Road and leading up to it. But I do have some concerns when you have the way you have this one lot or two lots that's almost surrounded by R1 areas. You know, I think it's a zoning issue that we as a county at some point we need to fix. I'm struggling with this one. I'm just going to tell you. I'm struggling. Like I said, I tend to be very supportive, but when you have a lot of neighbors that have come in with concerns, I don't agree with all the concerns that have been voiced, but they are their concerns nevertheless. And it really just doesn't make sense to me the way this is laid out, having a couple lots in there that are A1 and everything else is R1. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know which way I'm going on this one. Help me out.
Well, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Mr. Sandy, could you give a comparison to this and the Pagans property that they allowed short-term rentals on before I got on the board? Are there similar? Do you recall enough to discuss that?
I can't remember the exact acreage of that one, but it was probably a little more than this, probably 5 acres maybe.
Because I feel like
I think it was 5 acres. I think it was
5 something.
People
it was
think
kind of
we're
on its
setting
own
a
little
precedent
peninsula.
here, and short-term rentals have already been allowed in similar situations.
Yeah, it was kind of, I think it was a little larger lot. I want to say 5 to 5.5 acres. Don't quote me on that. I'm not positive of that. And it was kind of on its own little peninsula by itself. I do not recall if it had R1 zoning adjacent to it or not.
But it was a bigger
It was.
house.
I don't remember,
think
but
it
yeah, it was
was.
much bigger house. Yes, it was
Yeah.
probably 5 bedrooms, something like that.
Well,
And I'm like Tim, I'm struggling with this also, but I will say, I have seen this board vote for other short-term rentals in other parts of the county without blinking twice. And allowing pipeline workers to come in here and set up temporary man camps, 3 or 4 trailers in obscure pieces of property all over Franklin County, and voting for that and never blinking twice.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that the board does not approve the request special use permit by Boyd and I'm gonna get his wife's name right, Leanne Temple, and I would refer to the application number in my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay. Madam Wood.
A motion made by Supervisor Smith to deny the presented special use permit of Boyd K. Temple and Leanne L. Temple. I'm going to have to check on the permit number, but I'll include that. And then it was seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
Okay. Y'all heard the motion. All in favor, aye? Roll call?
yes, it should be.
Yes, sir. We'll have a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Just make sure that everybody knows we're voting to not approve.
Right.
Yeah.
We voted
Yes.
what?
Voting to not approve
Okay.
the special use
All right.
permit. Yes.
Yes.
To deny, excuse. Yeah.
Supervisor Mitchell said yes.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
No.
Supervisor Carter.
No.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
No.
I'm gonna refer to the county attorney as it was. Which
What's the
means that
count?
the motion fails, which means that the
May I
motion-
ask a question, Mr.
Fails on
Chairman,
top
of our attorney? Is it appropriate, or is it possible that since I made the motion, obviously it failed and this will move forward as approved, correct?
No,
the-
no. the
So
motion-
what is the disposition?
Motion failed.
The motion failed to deny it.
Right.
So,
Been passed to approve.
so there would have to be another motion on the floor to approve it. Okay.
My guess is that's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
Not tonight.
yeah, the
It'll be a
votes,
table at this point.
We could table this and bring it up again when Supervisor Thompson is on the board, and that way we'd have the full consensus of the board.
if you want to make a motion.
I'll make a motion, we table it until the next meeting and bring it up again when Mr. Thompson is present, and we'll bring it up for a vote again.
I'll second that.
Okay, and a motion made by Supervisor Carter to table this Board of Supervisor meeting, seconded by Supervisor Tatum.
Okay. So we've heard the motion. Any other discussion? The question is that we bring it back next month. And all in favor of this motion, raise your hand.
Yeah.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, if you don't mind, take a little break. Before
I
get
don't
up
have
and
any
leave the room.
problem with it.
Okay.
And when we return, we'll look at number 19. And Mr. Sandy, glad you showed up.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are on public hearing item number 4, application for rezone, which is attachment number 18 in the packet. This is a little different one. This is a rezone, not a special use permit. So most of what we talked about tonight was special use permits. This is a rezone request of Bowman Excavating, and Brent and Cora Mae Bowman are the owners. They're requesting to rezone from A1 to B2 for purposes of having their contractor's office and shop location. It's located at 540 Eikenberry Road in the Blackwater District, and it's 9.64 acres. Bowman Excavating Incorporated owns and operates an excavating company on this property. They've been there for a number of years. They're looking now to expand and improve their facilities. But to do that, in meeting with staff, that use is grandfathered now, but to expand it, they would need to change the zoning district. So that's the purpose of the application, to change it to the B2 zoning district. Initially, they want to build a new office structure and parking area, which they're kind of considering phase 1, which is the initial proposal with the request, and then a future phase 2 somewhere down the line would be potentially to expand the shop area that you see on the concept plan. So again, here, property location with the star. This is the property off of Eikenberry Road. If we were to zoom the map out a little bit further, Grassy Hill Road is just across the top of the page there. This is the aerial photograph. So this is the existing shop location. This small mobile home trailer is the office, which they've kind of grown out of and looking to relocate there. And then we'll show the concept plan that was submitted with the application, showing This area, the blue area there, kind of being the first phase expansion, so they would like to construct a new office this year, and they would propose to do that here. And then this is the future phase 2. I think right now there's not any plans to build that, but in the future, I think they would like the flexibility to build that. And so they've offered this concept plan. They've also offered proffered condition that says this is really all they want to do. They don't really want to do any of the other B2 uses that are allowed. They would like to be able to do this. And in fact, they want to continue to farm this front part of the property. I believe someone cuts hay off of that now, and they would like to be able to continue that, which my presumption is that as long as they continue that operation, that can continue in perpetuity. But the rezoning is for the entire tract, and again, comes with a proffered condition to prohibit other uses that are currently allowed in B2. The example I've used is Dollar General, so they could not build a Dollar General on this site with that proffered condition. They can only do the use that they've proposed to do. I think I've addressed most all that. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of the rezoning request with the proffered condition offered by the property owner, and that was by a vote of 6-0 with one member being absent. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, and hopefully, Mr. Bowman, are you on the phone with us?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Chairman, if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. If not, Bowman is on the line, and I think he probably have a few things to say, and then maybe answer some additional questions.
Okay. I will open up the public comment. And Mr. Bowman, good to have you with us. And is there any discussion from the board?
No, I mean, this is in my district, and I've spoken with Mr. Bowman. I would like to see the board move forward with their request. I think the Bowman Excavating is a great asset to their county. They do a lot of work in the county, do a lot for the community. They're just great people overall, and I'd like to see our board move forward with approving their rezoning so they can grow their business and get even better.
Okay. Mr. Bowman, do you have any comments you'd like to make to the board?
Yes, this is Brett Bowman. I don't have a lot to say. I would like to thank everybody for taking the time to hear our rezoning request. We started out small. We moved over here in '98, and our business has grown, and we're needing more space. So we wanted to grow right with the county and continue to be good residents, and hopefully we can help the county out and the county can help us out in granting our request. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing. Is there any other discussion from the board? If not, could we have a motion?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we approve the rezoning for Bowman Excavating.
Second. A motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Chairman clarifies that includes property.
Yes.
Yes.
Are we good to take a vote?
Yes, ma'am, if you will read the motion.
Yes, so the motion made by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the request made by the Bowmans to rezone property from A1 agricultural to B2 general business was seconded by, I believe it was Supervisor Kunda?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we've heard the motion. All in favor?
Roll call, right?
Roll call?
We'll do a roll call vote. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Kunda?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman, we thank you, sir. Okay, and we'll move on to item number 20. 19, that is right, I had to flip my paper.
Attachment 19.
Smith Mountain Volunteer Fire and Rescue.
Correct. So this is a request for an amendment to a previously approved special use permit. Requesting to amend condition number 1 of that approval that was granted in June of 2017. Really, the main issue here is that there's a proffered concept plan that the development is required to follow that shows certain sizes on the buildings. Then, when the board made their approval back in 2017, they actually, in the conditions, listed square footage limitations. So there's a discrepancy between what's written in the narrative and what's written on the concept plan. What they would like to do now is go back to the concept plan, which would allow them to build a larger storage building than what was previously approved. About a 6-acre tract. If you're familiar with where the Coast Guard Auxiliary property is, this is adjacent to that. It's adjacent to the relatively new boat ramp at the end of Grove Drive, I think. So it sits right on the peninsula there, just south of the Bridgewater Bridge. The proposed buildings in the called for emergency services facility structure and then also an associated storage building, none of which has been built at this time, but they have done engineering work and architectural work and are moving forward with building the storage building at this time. And that's when it was really discovered about kind of the limitation of 2,500 square feet on the storage building. They would like to be able to build a larger storage building to start with. And so that's the basis for the request. Again, this is the location of the property. This is the boat ramp that was put in the last couple of years. This is the Coast Guard Auxiliary property. If you go out Oak Grove and then Old Field, it goes over to Morewood and out to 122 in that direction. So looking here, the bridge, Halesford Bridge, is up that direction on the lake. This is just an aerial photograph, and again, you can see the new boat ramp here, and the Coast Guard Auxiliary property, and this property, which is currently undeveloped. This was the original concept plan that was submitted, and you can see kind of the quarters here, the much larger building that was proposed here. This is a storage building to store their equipment. So my understanding, and the chief is here, he can explain more, but my understanding is they basically have boats at different marinas where they really don't have a home to keep their equipment and supplies and things like that. So I think what they're looking for is to really be able to get that storage building built, to be able to keep their equipment and things there. The rest of the development probably come later as they're able to raise the funding that would be needed to build the rest of that. So again, really the basis of what we're looking at right now is allowing them to go back to this larger size building rather than the 2,500 square foot limitation. So they're asking to allow both of the buildings to be up to 5,000 square feet. None of the other conditions are asked to be changed. There were no public comments received at the Planning Commission meeting. I don't believe we've received any written comments as well. We don't expect this change to really affect anything with regard to impacts to adjoining properties. And so the Planning Commission recommendation was 6-0, with one being absent, to modify the condition. As you can see, the strike through and the underline. So the underline would now allow that both structures could be built up to 5,000 square feet. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and the applicant is here as well.
Any questions? If not, I'll open up the public comment. Anyone wants to speak?
Good evening. My name is Neil Harrington. I'm the, not the chief, I'm the president of the Smith Mountain Lake Marine Volunteer Fire Rescue. Chief Todd Ulrich is on the phone, as well as Lumsden Associates, who's our engineering firm. All of our equipment right now is stored at rented storage facilities in Franklin County and Bedford County. Whenever we need hazmat material, whenever we need dive gear, whenever we need foam, things that are not readily available. We have to go out, send somebody in a truck to go load it up and meet a boat somewhere where we can load it up. When we evaluated this, our overall plan, we looked at this one building. That was our short-term need. We can fund this ourselves. We don't have to go into debt to build this building, and it meets our most immediate needs. So we wanted to go ahead and move forward. It's a 4,000 square foot building that we have planned. We just asked with the special use permit that the restriction on 2,500 square feet of storage space be removed and just have the building slit at 5,000 square feet. And I'll be glad to answer any questions, or the chief or the engineering firm.
Any questions?
You need a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Not quite yet.
Oh, sorry. I jumped the gun. I apologize.
You're good. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and open it up for board discussion. Mr. Mitchell?
If we need a motion, I make a motion to approve the special use permit.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Okay, and this is to approve a building permit for them for 4,000 feet. All in favor? Roll call, please.
For a special use permit, Mr. Chairman.
As presented. Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
All right. Mr. Chairman, we're on to number 6 on the public hearing, which would be attachment number 20 in your packet. This is a request of the Kawaja Corporation, who's the owners of the property, requesting a special use permit with possible conditions to allow the rental of moving equipment, so like a U-Haul type of facility, one of those moving equipment companies, to allow that to be in conjunction with the existing convenience store on the property. This is a 1.6 acre tract, currently zone B1, and it's located at 445 Doe Run Road in Snow Creek District. As I mentioned, there's currently a convenience store there with gas sales. There's actually an apartment in the lower level of the convenience store. The applicant is proposing to display all the rental trucks and trailers on the paved portion of the lot along Triple Creek side of the road of the property. So this property is at the intersection. I'll show you the map in just a second. Land uses in the general area are primarily residential, but there is some commercial, and even back behind it is an industrial property. It's currently being used by Mountain Valley Pipeline. Many of you may recall in December of 2019, this property was part of a SUP request. At that time, they were looking to do both automobile sales as well as renting U-Haul equipment at that time. So they've scaled the application back because that application was denied. So they've come back with a different application before the board to try to see if they can do one of the additional uses on the property. So again, this is the property, primarily zoned A1 around, but down Triple Creek Road is a large tract of industrial property. Ronile, I believe, is who owns that property and has rented some of that property to Mountain Valley to store a lot of their equipment temporarily. So right now, that's what it's being used for. This is the subject property here on the corner. And so the proposal on this property is to store the U-Haul trailers, U-Haul in this case, but rental moving equipment along the side of the property that fronts Triple Creek Road. Staff reviewed it, didn't see a lot of significant, at least noise impacts as a result of this. There's really no new lighting proposed with this. There were no comments received during the previously advertised public hearing. I think one of the main things that staff noted was just the size of the lot and the fact that it is limited. on the amount of storage. So the recommendation that's come from the Planning Commission is for approval, but going back to this map would be restricting those units to be stored in this portion of the lot only and not up on the corner of the lot, because I think there's a presumption that we may have some of these larger trucks parked on the corner, which will affect site visibility and so forth, and tend to kind of cluster up there near the front. So the recommendation is that those all be kept on this side of the convenience store, leaving the front part of the store for parking for patrons, parking for gas pumps, and so forth. So these are the conditions recommended by the Planning Commission by a vote of 6-0, with one member being absent. And I will note that one member that was absent represents the Snow Creek District, who prior to the meeting submitted her support. So in theory, if she was present, she would have also voted for it. So the conditions are that uses authorized by this SUP are limited to just that rental of moving trucks and trailers. There'll be no repairs on the property. All the vehicles need to be in operable condition, and there shouldn't be any of those vehicles stored back behind the building or anywhere else but that parking area next to the building on the Triple Creek Road side. Any new signage would need to comply with the signage regulations, and then we want them to submit a minor site plan with the proposed display areas to make sure that this property is meeting the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and that they're not, that they still have all the required parking for the convenience store. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. The applicant may be on the phone, I'm not sure.
We can ask. There's one person on the phone.
Okay, Mr. Sandy. Any questions for Mr. Sandy? Mr. Sandy, I have some questions. And in looking, he's required to have 17 parking spaces.
I believe that's correct.
I have concern of parking on the Triple Creek side. I was by there and looked, and there's a large box truck parked up on the upper edge, and I think that anything sticking out that far would impair his parking for customers beside the store. And I believe it's stated in the, I didn't find it here, that all the stipulations had not been met.
Well, what we are requesting, if it's approved, is that they provide us a site plan that shows they have those dedicated parking spaces for the convenience store, and also that that equipment be stored in this slot on the side of the building and not out front to inhibit any of that visibility at the intersection.
There was some out front.
They may be there now, but if this is approved, they would have to all be removed back to along the side of the building.
I would like to see brought back. I'd like to table it to next month and let us look at how his parking structure is going to be designed, and be sure that he has the footage to park up the road there that he's indicated, that will allow his customers to park against the store where he has designated parking.
Okay.
Because they may not have room, it may not be room for two vehicles to occupy that space. And if we could bring it back next month, and we won't have to have another public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to officially open the public hearing and then close it too.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I'd just like to comment, I agree with Mr. Mitchell, and I recall when they brought this before, I think at that time they were going to do used cars or something, and there was not enough parking for that, and it doesn't look like the parking lot's grown any since the previous application. I'm concerned. And also that empty grassland area, I think before they were gonna use that to park vehicles on, and I'm concerned if we grant this, they're gonna end up piling those U-Haulets back in there.
We have attached a condition that would prohibit that, but if they do, that would be something we'd have to go through.
Right, and then somebody's gonna have to go down there and check on that and so forth.
I agree with Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Carter. It's a very crowded area. I don't think we should put much more down there, but if you want to table it, I'd support you.
And in my visit, his store was so busy, I didn't see he had room to park anything other than customers. And, you know, if he has, but anyway, rather than for myself to make a motion, can we have a consensus that we table this until next month and I'll bring back the parking
I don't think we had any public comment either. Is that correct? There's no one.
No, I thought I asked for
I think the chairman did. I think you opened the public hearing, but you may want to officially close it, the public hearing, and then.
Okay.
And I guess you are closing the public hearing.
We'll bring that back next month with some verification that they can meet the parking requirements.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would it help if I made a motion to table this?
Well, it would be fine. I don't know as we need a motion, but if you'd like to make one, it'll be fine.
I would. I think it would keep the record clean. So I would make a motion to table this matter until the June meeting for further consideration, as stated by Chairman Mitchell.
I'll second it.
Thank you. So on a motion made by Supervisor Smith to table the special use permit to the June 16th meeting, on recommendation of Chairman Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. I'll take a roll call vote. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, we're almost there.
Okay.
Number 7 on your public hearing agenda, which is attachment number 21 in your packet. It's another request for special use permit. Edward and Heather Carter, applicants and owners, requesting a special use permit with possible conditions for short-term rental in agriculture A1. This is a 5-acre tract in the Boone District on 220 Ridgeway Road. And as you are well aware, short-term rentals require a special use permit in the A1 zoning district, and so that's the purpose of the request. Let me get to my map. There's one single-family home on the parcel. It's listed as a 1-bedroom. I think they may have a septic large enough for 2. That's one thing that they need to verify with the health department and us before they rent. They purchased the property in 2014 and have done a lot of renovations to it. So they would like to be able to rent it for short-term rental. It's located kind of the northern part of the county. It is on a private road, Ridgeway, and they're on relatively large lots here in the property. They actually live back here behind it, so they're able to kind of regulate what's going on and what's happening. We've had the Planning Commission public hearing where they recommended approval. We did have one speaker, and it was actually this property owner across the street who spoke in favor of it. And I think he actually works with the property owner to kind of help people find their way and make sure that they find the property when they're renting the property. So staff has recommended approval, and the Planning Commission has also recommended approval of the request with conditions, which the 4 conditions are relatively standard for what we recommend on properties like this, that only the structure can be used for the short-term rental. They need to follow those general regulations. Building official, fire marshal need to inspect to make sure they've met all those required codes. And then they need to have the septic system evaluated and make sure that it's properly functioning for the proposed occupancy of the dwelling. I'll be happy to answer any questions. I'm not sure if the applicants are on the phone.
Mr. and Mrs. Carter, are you on the line?
We are on the line, yes.
Okay, I'm happy to answer any questions. If there are none, then maybe the Carters want to share a little bit for you prior to opening the public hearing.
I guess I will open the public hearing, and Mr. Carter, we're glad to have you with us, and Ms. Carter, if you'd like to speak to the board, we'll be glad to hear you.
We just thank you for your time, and as pointed out there, we do have our family, our house is next to this property with our children, so people we want to have here need to be very respectful and all. So we do live close by adjacent properties.
Yes, also the requests that were made as far as what needed to be done before renting the property. We did have Mr. John Broughton come on May 6th to inspect the building, and we sent pictures as to a couple of the recommendations he made of what kind of fire extinguisher to have on May 8th, so that was approved. We also found information, paperwork on the septic system that was dated on December 2013 from Hall Septic Tank Cleaning Incorporated, and have contacted him, and he said that the 1,000 gallon tank would be what was standard for 1980. So I believe we met all the requirements recommended by the Planning Commission.
Okay. Any of the board members have any questions for Mr. and Ms. Carter?
I have a couple questions. Mr. and Ms. Carter, it looks like, is this in a residential neighborhood? Looks like a lot of individual parcels. I'm not familiar with the area.
I guess you would call it a residential neighborhood. It's Chestnut Forest, the name of the neighborhood. Everybody has probably at least, I think it's a minimum of 5 acres lots. And it is A1.
Okay. A lot of children in the neighborhood. Have you had any opposition to this? Have we had any opposition, Steve? None? Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay, if not, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. and Ms. Carter, we thank you very kindly, and we'll proceed to take a vote here in a few minutes. Is there any other discussion by the board? If not, we'll take a motion.
Well, I'll make a motion to pass it with the stipulations.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
The motion, go ahead. The motion made by Supervisor Pundit was to approve the special use permit as presented with the 4 conditions recommended by the Planning Commission, and that was seconded by Supervisor Carter.
Any other discussion? If not, we'll have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Pundit?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum? Chairman Mitchell?
This motion passes, and Mr. and Ms. Carter, we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we've made it to the last one.
Really?
Don't tease me now.
So this one is application of Bradley Ty Walker, the applicant. It's attachment number 22 in your packet. And so this is another request for special use permit for short-term rental in A1 zoning district with potential conditions. This is located on 131 acres of property, and it's located at 1027 High Valley Lane, and this is in the Union Hall district. It's off of Birds Mill Road. That's where it's located. It is a short-term rental, again, on 131 acre parcel that's really part of a larger 300 acre farm. It's a small one-room structure with an attached bathroom. It's a very small structure. It's only 250 square feet in size. And, you know, they want to be able to use this as a short-term rental for visitors to the county. Map is not correct. This one is. So this is the parcel, 131 acres. Again, this is pretty much in the middle of 131 acres. Birds Mill Road is kind of off the map, but as I said, this Ty Valley Lane comes off of Birds Mill Road, which is a state maintained road. Staff reviewed it, and the Planning Commission, we expect minimal impacts from this development. Small structure, and again, it's in the middle of 131 acres. There were no public comments received regarding this, so the Planning Commission did recommend approval by a vote of 7-0. Again, with those kind of standard 4 conditions that we've been talking about for the last several months, limiting it to this dwelling for this property. The owner complies with those short-term rental regulations, has an inspection done, and then also just evaluating the septic and making sure the septic is suitable for the proposed use. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think the Walkers are back here in the back as well.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing to anyone that would like to speak.
Good evening. My name is Ty Walker. I'm the manager of the property. My grandparents live on the property, as well as my dad. Like the gentleman said, he has a 300-acre farm. We raise, grass-fed beef, pigs, chickens, cut hay. 4th generation, in the farm business. I wish I had I don't know if you have a picture of the structure in your pamphlet there. Tile floor in the bathroom, hardwood floor, barnwood trim. We spent a lot of energy and time on it. It's really nice. It is small. It's on its own well and its own septic. Yeah, and really just like to use the short-term rental to supplement the farm income. So thank you for your consideration. Any questions for me?
Are you gonna, I'm sorry, you gonna let the guests work with the cattle and the pigs and the chickens, Mr. Walker?
Well, we can always use a little extra help on the farm,
I was gonna say, are you looking for cheap help on the farm? Has to rent, use the farm.
Right.
We got a supervisor.
Right.
Right. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing and open it up for board discussion.
I have a quick comment, Mr. Chairman. I actually visited Mr. Walker's property not too long ago just to see it for myself, and this is what I would call a perfect place for a short-term rental. It's in the middle of 130 acres. It affects no one, and he's done a really nice job. From what I can tell, he's going to meet all the requirements for the 2 means of egress. I would like the board to consider approving his request for a short-term rental special use permit.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve Mr. Walker's special use permit for short-term rental.
I don't think there was any more discussion. I guess the only discussion I would say is, I gather I'm an ex-tobacco grower, and with a tobacco barn that's usable is something to have nowadays. Most of them are down and gone. But anyway, if you'll give us the motion, please.
So, motion made by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the special use permit as presented, for Mr. Walker, seconded by, I heard a few seconds, but I'm gonna put down, Supervisor Carter. Supervisor Cundiff, if that's okay with you all. And then I'll take a roll call vote.
I'm a little hurt, but I'll get over it.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell.
Yes.
Excellent.
And Mr. Walker, the motion passes. Thank you.
It pays to be last.
At least you're awake with us.
Okay, and does anyone else wish to speak on anything? Okay, and I guess we will adjourn until Tuesday.
What time will that meeting be,
I
Mr.
think
Chairman?
I think so, Mr. Mitchell, members of the board. It's the board's pleasure to recess until 6 p.m. Tuesday, May 26th for the public hearing on the county budget. And then, of course, we would add back the closed session item earlier in the day if it's the board's pleasure. We should have enough time next Tuesday, May 26th.
And would you like to have that, so the meeting would start before 6 p.m. or?
Certainly the pleasure of the board, if the board wishes to come sooner and hold the closed session earlier before the public hearing, or I think we've got about a solid hour, I would say, of
I may not be here, just let the board know. So if,
I don't know why.
if there's discussion on the volunteer fire departments, please, consider what we can do with them with the, CARES Act money or the contingency fund. I'd really appreciate it.
Well, we'll make sure you're here when we do that.
That little boy's gonna let me know whether I can be here or not.
You should have thought about that 9 months ago.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, now we need to decide what time we want to meet.
I can try to be here at 5.
Is everyone okay with 5?
I think we can get through the items in about 60 minutes. If we all stay. Yeah, I think we can.
Okay. I'll check
Yeah.
my schedule.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will call Mr.
I got to check my schedule.
Thompson and